Compilation of the Two Sahihs, Al-Bukhari and Muslim, by Muhammad ibn Futuh, ibn Abdullah, ibn Futuh, ibn Humaid, al-Azdi, al-Mayurqi, al-Humaidi, passed away 488 AH. Translation by Muhammad al-Amrani. In the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful. In the realm of sacred tradition, where the light of truth pierces the veils of time, we find the Musnad of Abu Bakr as Siddiq. May God be pleased with him, as recorded in the two authentic collections of Al-Bukhari and Muslim, or in one of them. Among these treasures, 6 hadiths stand in harmonious accord, their essence agreed upon by the custodians of prophetic wisdom. 1. The first from Abdullah ibn Amr ibn al-As, narrating from Abu Bakr, who spoke to the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, saying, "Teach me a supplication to invoke in my prayer." The Prophet replied, "Say, O God, I have wronged myself with manifold wrongs, and none forgives sins but you. So forgive me with a forgiveness from your boundless mercy, and have compassion upon me, for you are the oft forgiving, the most merciful." Some narrators attribute this to the Musnad of Abdullah ibn Amr, as it mentions Abu Bakr speaking to the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him. It has also been transmitted through Amr ibn al-Harith from Yazid ibn Abi Habib, and it is noted in the Musnad of Ibn Amr too. The second, from Anas ibn Malik al-Ansari, narrating from Abu Bakr, who said, "I gazed upon the feet of the polytheists while we were in the cave, and they were above us. I said, O Messenger of God, if one of them were to look beneath his feet, he would see us." He replied, "O Abu Bakr, what do you think of two whose third is God?" A profound assurance, echoing the eternal presence of the divine as their shield and companion. 3. The third, the narrative of the saddle from Al-Bara ibn Azib, who recounted, "Abu Bakr came to my father at his home and purchased a saddle from him. He said to Azib, 'Send your son with me to carry it to my house.' My father instructed me to carry it, and I did so. My father accompanied him to settle the price and asked, 'O Abu Bakr, how did you fare on the night you journeyed with the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him?' Abu Bakr replied, 'Indeed, we travelled through the night until the midday sun stood high, and the path was empty with none passing by. Then a tall rock with the shade untouched by the sun appeared before us. We descended near it, and I approached the rock, smoothing with my hands a place for the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, to rest in its shade. I spread a cloak over it and said, 'Sleep, O Messenger of God, while I guard the surroundings.' He slept, and I went out to survey the area. Suddenly I saw a shepherd approaching with his flock toward the rock, seeking the same shelter we desired. I met him and asked, 'To whom do you belong, young man?' He replied, 'To a man from Medina.' I asked, 'Is there milk in your flock?' He said, 'Yes.' I said, 'Will you milk for me?' He agreed and took a sheep. I instructed, 'Clean the udder of hair, dust and dirt.' I saw Al-Bara striking one hand against the other, mimicking the act of cleaning. The shepherd milked a small amount into a vessel he had. I had with me a water container I used to quench the Prophet's thirst, peace and blessings be upon him, and for his ablution. I returned to the Prophet, reluctant to wake him, and waited until he awoke. In another narration, I arrived just as he stirred. I poured water over the milk to cool its base and said, 'O Messenger of God, drink of this milk.' He drank until I was content, then said, 'Is it not time to depart?' I replied, 'Indeed.' We set off after the sun had shifted, pursued by Suraka ibn Malik while we were on barren ground. I said, 'O Messenger of God, we are overtaken.' He replied, 'Do not grieve, for God is with us.' The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, invoked against him, and Suraka's horse stumbled to its belly. Suraka said, 'I know you have prayed against me. Pray for me now, and I swear by God to turn back the pursuers from you.' The Prophet prayed for him, and he was saved. Suraka met no one without saying, 'You are relieved of what lies here,' turning back all who came. He fulfilled his promise to us. In a narration by Israel, Suraka added, 'Here is my quiver. Take an arrow from it. You will pass by my camels and servants at such and such a place. Take what you need.' The Prophet replied, 'I have no need of your camels.' We arrived in Medina by night, and the people disputed over who would host him. He said, 'I shall stay with Bani an-Najjar, the maternal kin of Abdul Muttalib, to honour them.' Men and women climbed atop their homes, while boys and servants scattered in the streets calling out, "O Muhammad, O Messenger of God." In another narration they exclaimed, "Muhammad has come, the Messenger of God has come." In yet another from Ibrahim ibn Yusuf, Al-Bara added, "I entered with Abu Bakr to his family, and there was Aisha, his daughter, lying ill with fever. I saw her father kiss her cheek and say, 'How are you, my little daughter?'" In Shubah's narration, an addition states that Abu Bakr said, as the Prophet left Mecca for Medina, "We passed by a shepherd, and the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, was thirsty." Abu Bakr as-Siddiq continued, "I took a bowl and milked a small amount for the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. I brought it to him, and he drank until I was satisfied." This is recorded separately from the saddle narrative, as transmitted. 4. The fourth, from Abu Huraira, through the narration of Humaid ibn Abdur Rahman, about Abu Bakr as-Siddiq, the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, sent him on the pilgrimage he was appointed to lead before the farewell pilgrimage, with a group to proclaim on the day of sacrifice, "Let no polytheist perform Hajj after this year, and let none circumambulate the house unclothed." In Aqil's narration, Humaid said, "Then the Prophet sent Ali ibn Abi Talib after him, instructing him to proclaim the chapter of Bara'ah, disavowal." Abu Huraira added, "Ali proclaimed with us among the people of Mina the verses of Bara'ah. Let no polytheist perform Hajj after this year, and let none circumambulate the house unclothed." In Abu al-Yaman's narration, it is on the day of the Greater Hajj, the day of sacrifice. The Greater Hajj is Hajj itself, termed so because people referred to the lesser pilgrimage as Hajj al-Asghar. Abu Bakr announced this to the people that year, and no polytheist performed Hajj the following year during the Prophet's farewell pilgrimage, peace and blessings be upon him. God revealed in the year Abu Bakr made this proclamation to the polytheists, "O you who have believed, indeed the polytheists are unclean, so let them not approach al-Masjid al-Haram after this, their final year. And if you fear privation, God will enrich you from his bounty if he wills." Surah At-Tawbah 28. The polytheists used to come with trade, benefiting the Muslims. When God forbade them from approaching al-Masjid al-Haram, the Muslims felt a loss from the trade they once brought. So God, exalted and majestic, said, "And if you fear privation, God will enrich you from his bounty if he wills." Surah At-Tawbah 28. He then permitted in the subsequent verses the taking of jizya, tribute, which was not taken before, as compensation for the trade lost from the polytheists. God, exalted and majestic, declared, "Fight those who do not believe in God or in the last day." Surah At-Tawbah 29. When God permitted this for the Muslims, they realized he had compensated them with something far greater than what they feared losing from the polytheists' trade. In Ibn Wahb's narration, Humaid said, "The day of sacrifice is the day of the Greater Hajj," based on Abu Huraira's hadith. 5. The fifth, also from Abu Huraira, who said, "When the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, passed away, and Abu Bakr was appointed as his successor, some Arabs apostatized. Umar ibn al-Khattab said to Abu Bakr, 'How can you fight the people when the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, I have been commanded to fight the people until they say, there is no God but God. Whoever says there is no God but God protects his wealth and life from me except by right, and his reckoning is with God.' Abu Bakr replied, 'By God I will fight those who separate prayer from zakat, for zakat is the right of wealth. By God, if they withhold from me even a young goat they used to pay to the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, I will fight them for withholding it.' Umar said, 'By God, it was only when I saw that God had opened Abu Bakr's heart to fighting that I knew it was the truth.' In another narration it is a rope instead of a young goat. This hadith also enters the Musnad of Umar due to the Prophet's statement within it, 'I have been commanded to fight the people.' 6. The sixth, from Umar, narrating from Abu Bakr, the Musnad portion being, 'We do not leave inheritance, what we leave is charity.' In Muslim's collection from the narration of Juwairiya ibn Asma through Malik and from Aisha in its full form, Fatima asked Abu Bakr to allocate her inheritance. In another narration, Fatima and Al-Abbas came to Abu Bakr seeking their inheritance from the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, requesting his land in Fadak and his share in Khaybar. Abu Bakr said, I heard the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, say, we do not leave inheritance. What we leave is charity. The family of Muhammad only eats from this wealth. By God, I will not abandon anything I saw the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, do regarding this matter. I will do the same. In Salih ibn Kaysan's narration he added, I fear that if I abandon any of his practices, I will go astray. As for the charity in Medina, Umar handed it to Ali and Al-Abbas, but Ali took precedence over it. As for Khaybar and Fadak, Umar retained them, saying, they are the charity of the Messenger of God. Peace and blessings be upon him, reserved for his rights and emergencies. Their management is for the one in authority. He added, they remain so to this day. Another narrator besides Salih said in Abu Bakr's hadith, Fatima distanced herself from him and did not speak to him about it until she passed away. Ali buried her at night and did not inform Abu Bakr. Ali had a certain standing among the people during Fatima's life, but when she passed, their support turned away from him. Fatima lived 6 months after the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, before passing away. A man asked Az-Zuhri, did Ali not pledge allegiance to Abu Bakr for 6 months? He replied, no, by God, nor did anyone from Bani Hashim until Ali pledged. In Urwa's narration, when Ali saw the people turning away from him, he hastened to reconcile with Abu Bakr. He sent for Abu Bakr, saying, come to us and let no one accompany you. Disliking Umar's presence due to his sternness, Umar said, do not go to them alone. Abu Bakr replied, by God, I will go to them alone. What could they do to me? So Abu Bakr went and entered Ali's presence, where Bani Hashim were gathered. Ali stood, praised God, and extolled him as he deserves, then said, know that we did not withhold our allegiance to you, O Abu Bakr, out of denial of your merit or envy for the good God has bestowed upon you. Rather, we believed we had a right in this matter, but you acted independently of us. He mentioned their kinship to the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and their rights. Ali continued speaking until Abu Bakr wept, then fell silent. Abu Bakr bore witness, praised God as he deserves, and said, by God, kinship with the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, is dearer to me than my own kinship. By God, I have not neglected any good in these properties between us, but I heard the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, say, we do not leave inheritance, what we leave is charity. The family of Muhammad only eats from this wealth. By God, I will not abandon anything the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, did. I will do the same, God willing. Ali said, your appointment for the pledge is this evening. When Abu Bakr prayed the noon prayer, he turned to the people, excusing Ali for some of what he had apologized for. Then Ali stood, extolled Abu Bakr's rights, mentioned his virtues and precedents, and approached him to pledge allegiance. The people turned to Ali, saying, you have done right and well. The Muslims drew near to Ali when he returned to the recognized matter. May God be pleased with them all. 7. The first narration concerning Umar, from the account of Abdullah ibn Umar. It is related that Umar, may God be pleased with him, spoke of the time when his daughter Hafsa, daughter of Umar, became a widow after the passing of Kunais ibn Hudafa as-Sahmi, a companion of the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, who bore witness to the battle of Badr and departed this world in Medina. Umar recounted, I met Uthman ibn Affan and offered Hafsa to him in marriage, saying, if you so wish, I shall give Hafsa, daughter of Umar, to you as a wife. Uthman replied, I shall consider my matter. Days passed, and when I met him again, he said, it has become clear to me that I shall not marry at this time. Umar continued, then I approached Abu Bakr as-Siddiq and made the same offer, saying, if you so wish, I shall give Hafsa, daughter of Umar, to you as a wife. Abu Bakr remained silent, offering no response, and I felt greater unease with him than I had with Uthman. More days passed, and then the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, sought her hand in marriage, and I gave her to him. Later Abu Bakr met me and said, "Perhaps you felt unease with me when I did not respond to your offer concerning Hafsa." I replied, "Yes." He said, "Nothing prevented me from responding to your proposal, except that I had come to know that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, had mentioned her. I could not disclose the secret of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him. Had the Prophet left her, I would have accepted her." It is said that Mu'ammar uniquely narrated in this account, "Except that I heard the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, mention her," while other narrators say, "I knew." The narrator from Mu'ammar mentioned Hubaish with a ha without dots, a sheen with dots, and a bar, though this is a scribal error, for it should be Kunais with a dotted ka, a noon, and an undotted seen. Al-Bukhari abbreviated Muammar's narration to avoid the error that occurred therein, stating only, "When Hafsa became a widow after the son of Hudafa as-Sahmi," without naming him, and concluded at Umar's words, "I met Abu Bakr and said, 'If you so wish, I shall give Hafsa to you,' adding no more." This narration is also mentioned in the Musnad of Umar due to the statement within it. "Then the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, sought her hand, and I gave her to him." 8. The second narration from Abdullah ibn Umar concerning Abu Bakr in a suspended form. It is narrated that Abu Bakr, may God be pleased with him, said, "Be mindful of Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, in how you treat the people of his household." These words echo as a gentle reminder of the reverence owed to the family of the Chosen One, a sacred trust upon the hearts of the believers. 9. The third narration concerning the compilation of the Quran from Zayd ibn Thabit, who said, "Abu Bakr sent for me after the massacre of the people of Yamamah, and I found Umar seated with him. Abu Bakr said, Umar came to me and said, 'The slaughter on the day of Yamamah has been severe among the reciters of the Quran, and I fear that such slaughter may intensify among the reciters in every land, causing much of the Quran to be lost. I believe you should command the compilation of the Quran.' Zayd continued, "I said to Umar, 'How can I do something that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, did not do?' Umar replied, 'By God, it is a good deed.' He persisted in urging me until God opened my heart to what he had opened Umar's heart to, and I saw in it what Umar saw." Zayd added, and in another narration Abu Bakr said to me, "You are a young man, wise and trustworthy. We do not suspect you of any fault. You used to write the revelation for the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. So seek out the Quran and compile it." Zayd said, "By God, if I had been tasked with moving a mountain from its place, it would not have been heavier upon me than what he commanded me to do in compiling the Quran." I said, "How can you both do something that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, did not do?" Abu Bakr replied, "By God, it is a good deed." He continued to urge me, and in another narration it was Umar who persisted until God opened my heart to what he had opened the hearts of Abu Bakr and Umar. Zayd said, "So I sought out the Quran, gathering it from parchments, palm leaf stalks, thin stones, and the breasts of men, until I found the last verses of Surah At-Tawbah with Khuzaimah or Abu Khuzaimah al-Ansari, and with no one else. There has certainly come to you a messenger from among yourselves," At-Tawbah 9:128, marking the conclusion of Bara'ah. Zayd continued, "The compiled pages remained with Abu Bakr until God took him unto himself, then with Umar until God took him, and then with Hafsa, daughter of Umar." Some narrators explained that al-Likaf means pottery. Ibn Shihab added from Anas, Hudayfa ibn al-Yaman came to Uthman while he was campaigning with the people of Sham in the conquest of Armenia and Azerbaijan alongside the people of Iraq. Hudayfa was alarmed by their differences in the recitation of the Quran. He said to Uthman, "O Commander of the Faithful, save this Ummah before they differ concerning the book as the Jews and Christians differed." Uthman sent to Hafsa, saying, "Send us the pages so we may copy them into codices, then we shall return them to you." She sent them to him, and he ordered Zayd ibn Thabit, Abdullah ibn az-Zubair, Sa'id ibn al-As and Abdullah ibn al-Harith ibn Hisham to transcribe them into codices. Uthman said to the Qurayshi group, "If you and Zayd ibn Thabit differ concerning any part of the Quran, write it in the dialect of Quraysh, for it was revealed in their tongue." They did so, and when they had transcribed the pages into codices, Uthman returned the pages to Hafsa. He sent a codex to every region from what they had copied, and ordered that everything else of the Quran, whether in a single page or codex, be burned. Ibn Shihab said, Kharija ibn Zayd ibn Thabit informed me that he heard Zayd ibn Thabit say, "I missed a verse from Surah Al-Azab until the pages were transcribed. I used to hear the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, recite it. We sought it and found it with Khuzaymah ibn Thabit al-Ansari. Among the believers are men true to what they promised God." Al-Azab 33:23. So we included it in its surah in the codex. In the narration of Abu al-Yaman it is said, "With Khuzaymah ibn Thabit, the one whose testimony the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, made equal to that of two men." In another narration Ibn Shihab added, "They differed that day concerning at-Tabut, the ark. Zayd said at-Tabu, while Ibn az-Zubayr and Sa'id ibn al-As said at-Tabut. Their disagreement was raised to Uthman, who said, "Write it as at-Tabut, for it is in the tongue of Quraysh." The Musnad portion of this narration includes Abu Bakr's words to Zayd ibn Thabit, "You used to write the revelation for the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him." Uthman's statement, "It was revealed in the tongue of Quraysh." Zayd's words, "I used to hear the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, recite it." And his statement about Khuzaymah, "The one whose testimony the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, made equal to that of two men." 10. The fourth narration, the tradition of charities, Sadaqat. Al-Bukhari mentioned this in 10 places in his book, with a single chain of narration fragmented from Thumama ibn Abdullah ibn Anas from Anas ibn Malik. When Abu Bakr as-Siddiq assumed the caliphate, he wrote for him, as he sent him to Bahrain, this letter. The seal of the ring bore 3 lines, Muhammad on one line, Messenger on another, and God on the third. "In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, this is the ordinance of charity, Sadaqah, that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, prescribed for the Muslims, and which God commanded his Messenger to enforce. Whoever among the Muslims is asked for it in its proper measure, let him give it. Whoever is asked for more than that, let him not give. For 24 camels or fewer, for every 5, a sheep is due. When they reach 25 to 35, a female yearling camel, bint Makhad, is due. If there is no female yearling, then a male 2-year-old, ibn Labun, suffices. When they reach 36 to 45, a female 2-year-old, bint Labun, is due. When they reach 46 to 60, a female camel ready to be mounted, Hikar, is due. When they reach 61 to 75, a 4-year-old female, Jada'ah, is due. When they reach 76 to 90, 2 female 2-year-olds, Binte Labun, are due. When they reach 91 to 120, 2 female camels ready to be mounted, Hikatan, are due. If they exceed 120, for every 40, a female 2-year-old, Bint Labun, is due, and for every 50, a female ready to be mounted, Hikah. Whoever possesses only 4 camels owes no charity unless he wills to give. When they reach 5 camels, a sheep is due. As for the charity on sheep, for those grazing freely, if they are 40 to 120, 1 sheep is due. If they exceed 120 up to 200, 2 sheep are due. If they exceed 200 up to 300, 3 sheep are due. If they exceed 300, for every 100, 1 sheep is due. If a man's grazing flock is 1 less than 40, no charity is due unless he wills to give. The separated shall not be joined, nor the joined separated, out of fear of charity. For those who share ownership, they shall settle between themselves equitably. In charity no aged animal, nor one with defects, nor a male goat shall be taken, unless the collector wills otherwise. For silver, 1/4 of a tenth is due. If it is only 90 and 100, no charity is due, unless the owner wills to give. Whoever owes the charity of a 4-year-old camel, Yada'ah, but does not have one and has a hika, it shall be accepted from him along with 2 sheep, if easily available, or 20 dirhams. Whoever owes a hikah but does not have one and has a jada'a, it shall be accepted, and the collector shall give him 20 dirhams or 2 sheep. Whoever owes a hikah but has only a bint Laban, it shall be accepted, and he shall give 2 sheep or 20 dirhams. Whoever owes a bint Laban but has a hikah, it shall be accepted, and the collector shall give him 20 dirhams or 2 sheep. Whoever owes a bint Laban but does not have one and has a bint Makad, it shall be accepted, and he shall give with it 20 dirhams or 2 sheep. Whoever owes a bint Makad but does not have one and has a bint Labun, it shall be accepted, and the collector shall give him 20 dirhams or 2 sheep. If he does not have a bint Makad as required but has an ibn Labun, it shall be accepted without anything additional. Al-Bukhari said, Ahmad, meaning Ibn Hanbal, added from Al-Ansari, mentioning the chain from Anas, who said, the seal of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, was in his hand, then in the hand of Abu Bakr, and in the hand of Umar after Abu Bakr. When it came to Uthman, he sat by the well of Aris, took out the seal, and toyed with it until it fell.
Anas said, we differed for 3 days with Uthman, drawing water from the well, but we did not find it. This addition by Ahmad ought to be in the Musnad of Anas. 11. The 5th narration from Uqba ibn al-Harith. Ibn Amir Uqba, known as Abu Saru'a, a companion of the Prophet, said, Abu Bakr led the Asr prayer, then walked out, meaning with Ali, and saw Al-Hasan playing with the children. He lifted him onto his shoulder and said, by my father he resembles the Prophet, not Ali, while Ali laughed. In this tender moment the bonds of kinship and prophetic love weave a tapestry of gentle humanity. 12. The 6th narration from Aisha, may God be pleased with her, said, when Abu Bakr assumed the caliphate, he declared, my people know that my trade was never insufficient to provide for my family. Now I am occupied with the affairs of the Muslims, so the family of Abu Bakr shall eat from this public wealth, and I shall labour for the Muslims in it. Herein lies a testament to selfless service, a heart turned wholly to the welfare of the Ummah. 13. The 7th narration from Aisha in a suspended form. Aisha narrated, Abu Bakr as-Siddiq had a servant who brought him provisions, and Abu Bakr would eat from them. One day the servant brought something, and Abu Bakr ate from it. The servant said, do you know what this is? Abu Bakr asked, what is it? He replied, I once practiced soothsaying for a man in the days of ignorance, though I knew little of it and deceived him. He met me and gave me this as payment, and this is what you have eaten from. Abu Bakr thrust his hand into his mouth and expelled everything in his stomach. Such was his purity, a soul that recoiled from even the shadow of impurity. 14. The 8th narration, concerning the passing of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, from Aisha and Ibn Abbas, through the narration of Abu Salama ibn Abdur Rahman. From them both, Aisha said in her account, Abu Bakr came on horseback from his residence in As-Sun until he dismounted. He entered the mosque and did not speak to the people until he came to me. He saw the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, covered with a cloak. He uncovered his face, leaned over him, kissed him, wept, and said, by my father and mother, O Prophet of God, God shall not combine 2 deaths upon you. As for the death that was decreed for you, you have met it. Abu Salama said, Ibn Abbas informed me that Abu Bakr went out while Umar was addressing the people. He said, sit down. But Umar refused. He said again, sit down, and Umar still refused. Then Abu Bakr bore witness, and the people turned to him, leaving Umar. He said, to proceed, whoever among you worshipped Muhammad, know that Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, has passed away. But whoever worships God, know that God is ever living and does not die. God has said, and Muhammad is not but a messenger. Many messengers have passed on before him, up to the grateful, Al-Imran 3:144. He added, by God, it was as if the people did not know that God had revealed this verse, until Abu Bakr recited it. They received it from him, and there was no one who heard it, but recited it. In this poignant moment, the veil of grief was lifted by the eternal truth of divine unity. 15. The 9th narration, Abu Bakr al-Bakani recorded it here, while others included it in the Musnad of Aisha from the narration of Hisham ibn Urwa from his father from her. Abu Bakr never broke an oath until God, the exalted and majestic, revealed the expiation for oaths. Then he said, I shall not swear an oath and then see something better than it, except that I shall do what is better and expiate my oath. Thus he walked the path of righteousness, ever seeking the highest good. 16. The 10th narration. From Qais ibn Abi Hazim Qais said, Abu Bakr as-Siddiq entered upon a woman from Amas named Zainab, and saw that she did not speak. He asked, Why does she not speak? They said, She has taken a vow of silence for her pilgrimage. He said to her, Speak, for this is not permissible. It is a practice of the days of ignorance. So she spoke and asked, Who are you? He replied, A man from the emigrants. She asked, Which of the emigrants? He said, From Quraysh. She asked, From which of Quraysh? He said, You are indeed inquisitive. I'm Abu Bakr. She asked, How long shall we remain upon this righteous way that God has brought after the days of ignorance? He replied, You shall remain upon it as long as your leaders remain steadfast. She asked, And who are the leaders? He said, Did your people not have chiefs and nobles who commanded them and they obeyed? She said, Yes. He said, They are the ones over the people. In this exchange, the light of guidance shines through humility and wisdom. 17. The 11th narration. From Tariq ibn Shihab. Tariq said, A delegation from Buzaka, from the tribes of Asad and Ghatafan, came to Abu Bakr seeking peace. He offered them a choice between an open war or a humiliating peace. They said, We know what open war is, but what is this humiliating peace? He replied, We shall strip you of your armor and steeds, take as spoils what we have captured from you, and you shall return to us what you have taken. You shall pay blood money for our slain, while your slain shall be in the fire. You shall leave certain people to follow the tails of camels until God shows the successor of his messenger, peace and blessings be upon him, and the emigrants a matter by which they may excuse you. Abu Bakr presented what he said to the assembly. Umar ibn al-Khattab stood and said, I have an opinion, and we shall advise you. As for what you mentioned of open war and humiliating peace, it is excellent. As for taking spoils from what we captured and your returning what you took, it is excellent. But as for your saying that we take blood money for our slain, while your slain are in the fire, our slain fought and were killed for God's cause. Their reward is with God, and they have no blood money. The assembly agreed with Umar's words. Al-Bukhari abbreviated this narration, extracting a portion of it, which is his saying to them, Follow the tails of camels until God shows the successor of his prophet. Peace and blessings be upon him, and the emigrants a matter by which they may excuse you. Abu Bakr al-Barkani recorded it in full in his book Al-Makhrajala as-Sahihain, with the same chain through which Al-Bukhari narrated the abbreviated portion as we have presented it. And God knows best. 18. Unique to Muslim, a single narration from Anas. Anas said, Abu Bakr said to Umar, May God be pleased with them both, after the passing of the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. Come with me to Ayman. Let us visit her as the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, used to visit her. When they reached her, she wept. They asked, What makes you weep? Do you not know that what is with God is better for the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him? She replied, I do not weep for that. I know that what is with God is better for the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, but I weep because the revelation has ceased to descend from the heavens. Her words stirred them to tears, and they wept with her. In this shared grief, the longing for divine communion binds their hearts in sacred sorrow. 2. The agreed-upon narrations from the Musnad of Umar ibn al-Khattab, may God be pleased with him. 19. The first narration from Abdullah ibn Amr and Abu Huraira with similar meaning. It is narrated that while Umar was delivering the Friday sermon, a man from the early emigrant companions of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, entered. In the narration of Abu Huraira through al-Awza'i, it is specified as Uthman ibn Affan. Umar called out to him, What hour is this? He replied, I was preoccupied today and did not return to my family until I heard the call to prayer. I did no more than perform ablution. Umar said, An ablution alone, when you know that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, used to command ritual purification, ghusl. In Abu Huraira's narration he added, "Did you not hear the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, say, when one of you comes to the Friday prayer, let him perform ghusl." Herein lies a reminder of the sanctity of communal worship, a call to purity in body and soul. 20. The second narration, from Abdullah ibn Umar, unique to Muslim. It is narrated that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, used to grant Umar a stipend. From Abdullah ibn As-Sadi, for both Bukhari and Muslim, Umar said, "The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, would give me a stipend, and I would say, 'Give it to one needier than I.' The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, 'Take it. Whatever comes to you of this wealth while you are neither covetous nor begging, take it. If not, do not pursue it with your soul.'" In the narration of Shu'aib from Az-Zuri from As-Sa'ib it is, "Take it, invest it, and give charity with it." In the narration of Amr from Az-Zuri from Salim it is, "Or give charity with it." Amr's narration adds, "For this reason Ibn Umar neither asked anyone for anything nor refused what was given to him." In the narration of Bukhaya from Busa ibn Sa'id, Ibn as-Sa'idi al-Maliki said, "Umar appointed me over the collection of charity. When I completed it and delivered it to him, he ordered a wage for me. I said, 'I worked only for God, and my reward is with God.' He said, 'Take what I have given you.' I worked during the time of the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and he employed me. I said, as you have said, and the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said to me, 'If you are given something without asking, eat from it and give charity.'" Such is the balance of worldly provision and spiritual intent, a harmony taught by the Prophet's wisdom. 21. The third narration, from Abdullah ibn Umar, through Salim's narration. Salim narrated from him, "I heard Umar say that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, 'God forbids you from swearing by your forefathers.' This is unique to Muslim from Ibn Umar through Nafi. In Salim's narration, there is an addition. Umar said, 'By God, I have not sworn by them since I heard the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, forbid it, neither intentionally nor unintentionally.' A vow of purity in speech, a reflection of the heart's allegiance to divine command. 22. The fourth narration, from Ibn Umar, through Salim's narration. I entered upon Hafsa while her earrings were dripping, and she said, 'Do you know that your father does not intend to appoint a successor?' I said, 'He would not do that.' She said, 'He will indeed do it.' I swore that I would speak to him about it, but remained silent until the next morning without speaking to him. I felt as if I carried a mountain with my oath until I returned and entered upon him. He asked me about the state of the people, and I informed him. Then I said, 'I have heard the people saying something, and I swore to mention it to you. They claim you do not intend to appoint a successor. If you had a shepherd for camels or sheep who came to you having left them, you would see that he has neglected them, and the care of the people is graver.' My words resonated with him. He lowered his head for a moment, then raised it to me and said, 'God, the exalted and majestic, shall preserve his religion. If I do not appoint a successor, the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, did not appoint one. If I do appoint one, Abu Bakr did so.' I knew by God when he mentioned the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and Abu Bakr that he would not equate anyone with the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and that he would not appoint a successor. Both Bukhari and Muslim also narrated it from Urwa ibn az-Zubayr from Ibn Umar, with a similar meaning concerning succession. When Umar was stabbed, it was said to him, 'If only you would appoint a successor.' He replied, 'Shall I bear your affairs in life and death? If I appoint a successor, one better than I did so, Abu Bakr. If I leave it, one better than I left it, the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. I wish my share of it to be mere sufficiency, neither against me nor for me.' Abdullah said, 'I knew he would not appoint a successor.' They said, 'May God reward you with good.' He replied, 'One who desires and one who fears.' In these words, the weight of leadership and the humility of surrender to divine will intertwine, a testament to Umar's profound faith. 23. The fifth, from Ibn Umar through the narration of Nafi concerning him from Umar, who said, I spoke, O Messenger of God, verily I made a vow in the days of ignorance to seclude myself in devotion for a night, and in another narration for a day, within the sacred mosque, he replied, fulfill thy vow. Some narrators did not mention whether it was a day or a night, and it was recorded in the Musnad of Ibn Umar. They said therein that Umar declared, O Messenger of God. In this narrative there lies a subtle reminder of the sanctity of a vow, a pledge made in the heart's silent chamber, binding the soul to its promise even across the chasm of time and transformation. The Messenger's command to honour it unveils the eternal principle that sincerity and intention, even from a past shadowed by ignorance, holds a sacred weight in the eyes of the divine. 24. The sixth, from Ibn Umar through the narration of Sa'id ibn al-Musayyib concerning him, from Umar, who said, the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, declared, the deceased is tormented by the lamentation over him. In another narration it is, by what is wailed over him. Adam, narrating from Shubha, said in this regard, the deceased is tormented by the weeping of the living over him. This tradition was also narrated from Umar by Ibn Abbas, Abu Musa al-Ash'ari, and Anas, with expressions close in meaning. In the narration of Ibn Abbas, Aisha said, no, by God, the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, did not say that the deceased is tormented by anyone's weeping. Rather, he said, verily the disbeliever's torment is increased by God due to the weeping of his kin, and indeed God is the one who causes laughter and tears, and no soul shall bear the burden of another. Quran 6, 164. Yet the ear may err in hearing. In a unique narration of Muslim from Ibn Umar through Nafi, it is mentioned that Hafsa wept over Umar, and he said, meaning as aforementioned. In another narration of Thabit from Anas, also unique to Muslim, Umar spoke similarly when Hafsa and Suhaib lamented over him. In a narration of Thabit Abu Salih Dakwan from Ibn Umar, again unique to Muslim, the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, verily the deceased is tormented by the weeping of the living. Here the heart is drawn to ponder the unseen threads that bind the living to the departed. Is it not a mystery of the soul's journey that the cries of mourning might echo in realms beyond our sight, stirring torment or solace? Yet Aisha's words, like a gentle breeze of clarity, remind us of the divine decree that each soul stands alone in its reckoning, untouched by another's tears, save by the will of the one who weaves both joy and sorrow into the fabric of existence. 25. The seventh, from Ibn Umar, through the narration of Al-Shabi, that Umar spoke from the pulpit of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, saying, now then, O people, verily the prohibition of intoxicants has been revealed, and they are made from 5, grapes, dates, honey, wheat and barley. And an intoxicant is that which clouds the mind. There are 3 matters I wish the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, had left us with a clear covenant to resolve: the matter of the grandfather's inheritance, the inheritance of the kinless, and certain aspects of usury. In these words of Umar, there is a profound yearning for clarity amidst the vast ocean of divine law, a longing to anchor the ship of guidance in the harbour of certainty. The prohibition of that which veils the intellect is not merely a command, but a liberation of the soul from the chains of illusion. And yet the unresolved queries of inheritance and usury linger like unanswered questions in the heart, reminding us that even the greatest of minds bow before the infinite wisdom of the divine. 26. The eighth, the narrative of the Saqifa, from Ibn Abbas through the narration of Ubayd God ibn Abd God ibn Utbah ibn Masud, who said, I was teaching some men from among the emigrants, including Abd al-Rahman ibn Auf, while I was in my dwelling at Mina, and he was with Umar ibn al-Khattab during the last Hajj he performed. Abd al-Rahman returned to me and said, if only you had seen a man who came to the commander of the faithful today and said, O commander of the faithful, what say you of so-and-so, who claims that if Umar were to pass, he would pledge allegiance to another? By God, the pledge to Abu Bakr was naught but a sudden act. At this, Umar grew angered and said, verily, if God wills, I shall stand this evening among the people and warn them of those who seek to usurp their affair. Abd al-Rahman said, I told him, O commander of the faithful, do not do so,
for the season of Hajj gathers the rabble and the unruly, and they are the ones who will dominate near you when you stand among the people. I fear that you may speak words which they will spread far and wide without understanding or placing them in their proper context. Delay until you return to Medina, the abode of migration and tradition, where you may speak in the company of the learned and the noble among the people, with full authority. Then the people of knowledge will grasp your words and place them rightly. Umar replied, "By God, if God wills, I shall stand for this at the first opportunity in Medina." Ibn Abbas continued, "We arrived in Medina at the end of Dhul Hijjah, and when the day of Jumu'ah came, I hastened at the time of departure as the sun inclined, until I found Sa'id ibn Zayd ibn Amr ibn Nufail seated by the corner of the pulpit. I sat beside him, my knee touching his, and soon Umar ibn al-Khattab emerged. When I saw him approaching, I said to Sa'id ibn Zayd, 'This evening he will speak from this pulpit words he has not spoken since he assumed leadership.' Sa'id objected to me, saying, 'What could he say that he has not said before?' Umar sat upon the pulpit, and when the muezzin fell silent, he stood, praised God as he is worthy, and said, 'Now then I shall speak to you words that have been decreed for me to utter. I know not whether they come before my appointed time. Whoever comprehends and remembers them, let him narrate them wherever his mount may carry him. And whoever fears he may not grasp them, I forbid him to lie about me. Verily God, the exalted and glorious, sent Muhammad with the truth and revealed to him the book. Among what God revealed was the verse of stoning. We recited it, understood it, and preserved it. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, stoned, and we stoned after him. I fear that as time lengthens, someone may say, by God, we find not the verse of stoning in the book of God, and thus go astray by abandoning an obligation God has revealed. The stoning in the book of God is a right upon those who commit adultery when they are married, whether men or women, if evidence is established, or there is pregnancy or confession. Then we used to recite among what we read in the book of God, do not turn away from your fathers, for it is disbelief for you to turn away from your fathers. And verily, the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, do not extol me as the Christians extolled Jesus, son of Mary. Say only, the servant of God and his messenger. It has reached me that someone among you says, by God, if Umar dies, I will pledge allegiance to so-and-so. Let no man be deceived into saying, the pledge to Abu Bakr was but a sudden act, and it was completed. Indeed it was so, yet God shielded us from its harm. There is none among you whose neck is bent in submission as was Abu Bakr's, for he was the best of us when the Prophet of God, peace and blessings be upon him, passed away. The Ansar opposed us and gathered all together in the Saqifa of Bani Sa'idah, while Ali al-Zubayr and those with them dissented from us. The emigrants gathered around Abu Bakr, and I said to him, O Abu Bakr, let us go to our brothers from the Ansar. So we set out towards them, and as we drew near, 2 righteous men from among them met us and informed us of what the people had conspired. They said, where do you intend to go, O assembly of emigrants? We replied, we seek our brothers from the Ansar. They said, there is no need for you to approach them. Settle your matter. I said, by God, we shall go to them. And we proceeded until we reached them at the Saqifa of Bani Sa'idah. There we saw a man wrapped in a cloak among them. I asked, who is this? They said, this is Sa'd ibn Ubadah. I asked, what ails him? They said, he is unwell. After we sat for a while, their orator stood, bore witness, praised God as he is worthy, and said, now then, we are the helpers of God and the battalion of Islam, while you, O assembly of emigrants, are a group from among us. Yet a faction of your people has come forth, seeking to exclude us from our kin and to marginalize us in this matter. When he fell silent, I intended to speak, having prepared words that pleased me, which I wished to present before Abu Bakr, for I used to soften some of my firmness before him. As I was about to speak, Abu Bakr said, be patient. I disliked to anger him, so Abu Bakr spoke, and he was more forbearing and dignified than I. By God, he left out no word that I admired in my preparation, but spoke in his spontaneity, its like or better, until he fell silent and said, what you have mentioned of good in yourselves, you are indeed worthy of it.
Yet the Arabs will not recognize this authority except for this clan of Quraysh, for they are the most central among the Arabs in lineage and abode. I have accepted for you one of these two men, so pledge allegiance to whichever of them you wish." He took my hand, and the hand of Abu Ubaidah ibn al-Jarrah, who was seated between us. I disliked nothing of what he said, save this, for by God I would rather have been brought forward and my neck struck, bringing me no closer to sin, than to assume leadership over a people among whom is Abu Bakr, unless my soul tempts me at the moment of death with something I do not feel now. Then a speaker from the Ansar said, "I am its polished root and its fruitful branch. Let there be a leader from us and a leader from you, O assembly of Quraysh." The clamour grew and voices rose until I feared discord. I said, "Extend your hand, O Abu Bakr." I pledged allegiance to him, the emigrants pledged to him, and then the Ansar pledged to him. We surged upon Sa'ad ibn Ubadah, and one of them said, "You have killed Sa'ad ibn Ubadah." I said, "May God kill Sa'ad ibn Ubadah." Umar continued, "By God, we found nothing in what we witnessed of our affairs stronger than the pledge to Abu Bakr. We feared that if we parted from the people without a pledge, they would pledge to one of their own after us, and we would either follow them in what we did not approve or oppose them, leading to corruption. So whoever pledges allegiance to a man without consultation among the Muslims, neither he nor the one to whom he pledges should be followed, lest they be killed." In a narration added by al-Barqani with the chain reported by al-Bukhari, Ibn Shihab said, "Urwa Ibn al-Zubayr informed me that the two men they met were Uwaym ibn Saidah and Ma'an ibn Adi. As for Uwaym ibn Saidah, it reached us that it was said to the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, 'Who are those about whom God said, among them are men who love to purify themselves, and God loves those who purify themselves.' Quran 9, 108. The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, replied, 'What an excellent man is Uwaym ibn Saidah!' And it did not reach us that he mentioned anyone else. As for Ma'an ibn Adi, it reached us that when the people wept over the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, at his passing they said, 'We wish we had died before him, for we fear being tested after him.' Ma'an ibn Adi said, 'By God, I do not wish I had died before him, so that I may affirm him in death as I affirmed him in life.' Ma'an ibn Adi was killed at Yamamah on the day of Musaylimah the liar. This narrative is abridged in Muslim regarding the hadith of stoning. Al-Bukhari singled out in another place in his book the saying of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, 'Do not extol me as the Christians extolled Jesus, son of Mary.' In this epic recounting of the Saqifa, the soul is stirred by the tumult of human hearts, striving for unity amidst the shadows of division. Umar's words, like a beacon, illuminate the sacred trust of leadership, not as a crown to be seized, but as a burden to be borne with humility. The pledge to Abu Bakr emerges not as mere happenstance, but as a divine safeguarding of a nascent community, a testament to the unseen hand of God guiding through the storms of human frailty. 27. The 9th. Concerning the Prophet's seclusion from his wives, from Ibn Abbas through the narration of Ibn Ubayd God, Ibn Abi Thawr and Ubayd ibn Hunayn concerning him, and it is in Muslim through the narration of Samak al-Hanafi from Ibn Abbas, with differences in their expressions close in meaning and with additions. In the narration of Ubayd God, he said, "I was ever eager to ask Umar ibn al-Khattab about the two women from among the wives of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, concerning whom God the Exalted and Glorious said, 'If you too turn in repentance to God, your hearts have indeed inclined.' Quran 66:4, until Umar performed Hajj, and I performed Hajj with him. While on a part of the journey, Umar turned aside, and I turned with him, carrying a water vessel. After he relieved himself, he came to me, and I poured water over his hands for ablution. I said, 'O Commander of the Faithful, who are the two women from among the wives of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, about whom God, the Exalted and Glorious, said, "If you too turn in repentance to God, your hearts have indeed inclined." Quran 66:4. Umar replied, "How astonishing of you, O Ibn Abbas." Al-Zuri said, "By God, he disliked what he was asked about, yet he did not conceal it. He said, They are Aisha and Hafsa. Then he began to narrate the account, saying, We, the people of Quraysh, were a folk who dominated our women. When we came to Medina, we found a people whose women dominated them. Our women began to learn from their women. My dwelling was among Bani Umayyah from Zayd in al-Awali. One day I grew angry with my wife, and lo, she answered me back. I disapproved of her responding to me, and she said, Why do you disapprove of my answering you? By God, the wives of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, answer him back, and one of them may abandon him from day until night. I went to Hafsa and said, Do you answer back to the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him? She said, Yes. I said, Does one of you abandon him from day until night? She said, Yes. I said, Whoever among you does this has failed and lost. Does any of you feel secure that God will not be angered with her for the anger of the messenger of God? Peace and blessings be upon him, and thus she perishes. Do not answer back to the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, nor ask him for anything. Ask me for whatever you need, and do not be deceived by the fact that your neighbor is more beautiful and more beloved to the messenger of God than you, meaning Aisha. I had a neighbor from the Ansar, and we would take turns descending to the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. He would go one day and I the next, bringing me news of the revelation and other matters, and I would do likewise for him. We used to speak of Ghassan preparing their horses to invade us. My companion descended, then came to me in the evening, struck my door and called out to me. I went out to him, and he said, A grave matter has occurred. I said, What is it? Has Ghassan come? He said, No, something greater and more dreadful. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, has divorced his wives. I said, Hafsa has failed and lost. I suspected this would soon come to pass. When I prayed the dawn prayer, I fastened my garments and descended, entering upon Hafsa while she wept. I said, Has the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, divorced you? She said, I do not know. He is secluded in this upper room. I went to a black servant of his and said, Seek permission for Umar. He entered, then came out to me and said, I mentioned you to him, but he remained silent. I left until I reached the pulpit, where I found a group seated, some of them weeping. I sat for a while, then was overcome by what I felt. I returned to the servant and said, Seek permission for Umar. He entered, then came out and said, I mentioned you to him, but he remained silent. I left and sat by the pulpit, then was again overcome by what I felt. I returned to the servant and said, Seek permission for Umar. He entered, then came out and said, I mentioned you to him, but he remained silent. I turned to leave, and behold, the servant said, Enter, for he has granted you permission. I entered and greeted the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. He was reclining on a mat of palm fibres, which had left marks on his side. I said, Have you divorced your wives? He raised his head to me and said, No. I said, God is most great. If only you had seen us, O messenger of God, we, the people of Quraysh, used to dominate our women. When we came to Medina, we found a people whose women dominated them. Our women began to learn from their women. I grew angry with my wife one day, and lo, she answered me back. I disapproved of her responding to me, and she said, Why do you disapprove of my answering you? By God, the wives of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, answer him back, and one of them may abandon him from day until night. I said, Whoever among them does this has failed and lost. Does any of them feel secure that God will not be angered with her for the anger of the messenger of God? Peace and blessings be upon him, and thus she perishes. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, smiled. I said, O messenger of God, I entered upon Hafsa and said, Do not be deceived by the fact that your neighbor is more beautiful and more beloved to the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, than you. He smiled again. I said, May I sit at ease, O messenger of God? He said, Yes. I sat, raised my head in the room, and by God I saw nothing in it to draw the eye except 3 hides. I said, Invoke God to expand provision for your community, for he has expanded for Persia and Rome while they do not worship God. He sat upright and said, Are you in doubt, O son of Al-Khattab? Those are a people for whom their good things have been hastened in the life of this world. I said, Seek forgiveness for me, O messenger of God. He had sworn not to approach them for a month due to that matter, when Hafsa disclosed it to Aisha out of his deep displeasure with them until God reproached him. Al-Zuri said, Urwa informed me from Aisha, who said, when 29 nights had passed, the messenger of God entered my home. I said, O messenger of God, you swore not to approach us for a month, and you've entered on the 29th, as I count them. He said, verily the month may be 29 days. In an added narration it was said, that month was 29 nights. Then he said, O Aisha, I mentioned to you a matter, so do not hasten until you consult your parents. Then he recited, O Prophet, say to your wives, if you desire the life of this world and its adornment, until he reached immense, Quran 33, 28, 29. Aisha said, by God, I knew that my parents would not command me to part from him. I said, do I consult my parents about this? Indeed, I desire God, his messenger, and the abode of the hereafter. In it from Mama, Ayub said to him, Aisha said, do not inform your wives that I have chosen you. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said to her, verily, God sent me as a conveyor of the message, not as one who creates difficulties. Qatada said, their hearts inclined, their hearts turned. In the narration of Samak, this was before they were commanded to observe the veil. In it is Umar's entry upon Aisha and Hafsa, his reproaching them and his saying to Hafsa, by God, you know that the messenger of God does not love you, and were it not for me, he would have divorced you. In it, Umar said during one of his requests for permission, O Rabbah, seek permission for me, for I think the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, assumes I have come on account of Hafsa. By God, if he commands me to strike her neck, I shall strike her neck. He said, I raised my voice, and permission was granted to him at that time. He sought permission from the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, to inform the people that he had not divorced his wives, and permission was granted. He stood at the door of the mosque and called out with the loudest voice, the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, has not divorced his wives. He said, seeing anger on his face, O messenger of God, what troubles you concerning the women? If you have divorced them, then God is with you. His angels, Gabriel, Michael, I, Abu Bakr, and the believers are with you. He said, seldom did I speak and I praise God, but that I hoped God would affirm my words. This verse was revealed, the verse of choice. Perhaps his sustainer, if he divorced you, would substitute for him wives better than you. Quran 66:5. In it he said, I continued speaking until the anger lifted from his face, and he smiled broadly, for he was among the most beautiful of people in smile. He said, I clung to the trunk, a trunk upon which the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, would ascend. The messenger of God descended as if walking on the earth, not touching it with his hand. I said, O messenger of God, you were in the chamber for 29 days. He said, verily the month may be 29 days. He said, this verse was revealed, and when there comes to them a matter of security or fear, they spread it abroad. But if they had referred it to the messenger, and to those in authority among them, those who could draw the right conclusions from it would have known it. Quran 4:83. I was the one who deduced that matter, and God revealed the verse of choice. In the narration of Ibn Hunayn, Umar entered upon Salama due to his kinship with her and spoke to her. She said to him, How astonishing of you, O son of Al-Khattab! You have entered into every matter until you seek to come between the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and his wives. This broke some of the distress he felt. When he related to the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, the account of Salama, he smiled. In this tender and tumultuous tale, the heart glimpses the delicate balance of human frailty and divine guidance. Umar's concern, like a storm of care, seeks to shield the sanctity of the Prophet's household, yet it is met with the serene smile of the messenger, peace and blessings be upon him, a smile that dissolves anger into understanding. The verses of choice descend as a divine mirror reflecting the eternal truth that the path to God and the hereafter transcends worldly adornments, a choice Aisha embraces with a clarity that pierces the veil of doubt. Here we are reminded that even in the most intimate of human bonds, the divine will weaves its thread, calling the soul to rise above the ephemeral to the eternal. 28. The 10th. From the narration of Ibn Abbas through the transmission of Abu al-Aliyah al-Riyahi on his authority, there bore witness before me men of virtue, whose integrity was affirmed by Umar, attesting that the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, forbade prayer after the dawn prayer until the sun had risen, and after the afternoon prayer until the sun had set. This prohibition, a gentle veil upon the rhythm of devotion, reminds the soul to align its worship with the cosmic dance of light, awaiting the sun's ascent and descent as signs of divine order. 29. The 11th. From the narration of Ibn Abbas through the transmission of Tawus on his authority, it reached Umar that a certain man had sold wine, and he exclaimed, "May God confound this man! Does he not know that the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, declared, 'May God curse the Jews, for fats were forbidden to them, yet they rendered them and sold them.'" Herein lies a profound admonition against the distortion of divine law, a call to preserve the sanctity of what is forbidden, lest the heart stray into the shadowed paths of deceit. 30. The 12th. From the narration of Abdullah ibn az-Zubayr, through the transmission of Abu Dibyan Khalifa ibn Ka'b on his authority. He was heard delivering a sermon proclaiming, "Do not adorn your women with silk, for I heard Umar ibn al-Khattab say, 'Do not wear silk, for whoever wears it in this world shall not wear it in the hereafter.'" This narration, preserved uniquely by al-Bukhari through the transmission of Mu'adda al-Adawiyya from Umamah bint Abdullah ibn az-Zubayr on the authority of her father, adds that Abu Mamah said similarly. And in the singular narrations of al-Bukhari through Imran ibn Hitan from Ibn Umar, on the authority of Umar, it is reported with a chain of transmission. Indeed, silk in this world is worn only by one who has no share in the hereafter. Likewise, in the unique narrations of Muslim, through Abdullah, the freedman of Asma, from Ibn Umar, it is said, "I heard Umar declare, I heard the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, say, 'Indeed, silk is worn only by one who has no share.'" This teaching unveils a deeper truth. The ephemeral adornments of this world may veil the eternal beauty of the soul, a reminder to seek garments of righteousness over fleeting luxury. 31. The 13th. From the narration of al-Miswar ibn Marama and al-Rahman ibn Abd al-Kari, Umar said, "I heard Hisham ibn Hakim ibn Hizam reciting Surah al-Furqan during the lifetime of the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him. I listened to his recitation, and behold, he recited with many letters that the Messenger of God had not taught me. I nearly confronted him during the prayer, but I restrained myself until he concluded. Then, grasping him by his cloak, I asked, 'Who taught you this surah that I heard you recite?' He replied, 'The Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, taught it to me.' I said, 'You lie, for the Messenger of God taught it to me differently from what you recited.' So I took him, leading him to the Messenger of God, and said, 'O Messenger of God, I heard this man reciting Surah al-Furqan with many letters you did not teach me.' The Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, 'Release him, recite, O Hisham.' He recited as I had heard him, and the Messenger of God said, 'Thus was it revealed.' Then he said, 'Recite, O Umar.' I recited as he had taught me, and he said, 'Thus was it revealed. Indeed, this Quran was sent down upon 7 modes of recitation, so recite of it what is easy for you.' This narration illuminates the divine wisdom in diversity, showing that the Quran, a celestial river, flows through varied streams, each a path to the same ocean of truth. 32. The 14th. In the agreed-upon narrations from 2 chains, Al-Bukhari transmits from Humaid ibn Anas on the authority of Umar, and Muslim from Nafi on the authority of Ibn Umar from Umar, who said, "I found myself in harmony with my sustainer in 3 matters. I said, 'O Messenger of God, if only we took the station of Abraham as a place of prayer.' And so it was revealed. And take, O believers, from the standing place of Abraham a place of prayer." Surah Al-Baqarah 2, 125. I also said, "O Messenger of God, both the righteous and the wicked, enter upon your wives, if only you commanded them to veil themselves." And so the verse of the veil descended. And when the wives of the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, gathered in jealousy, I said, perhaps his sustainer, if he divorced you all, would substitute for him wives better than you. Surah at-Tarim 66:5. And so it was revealed likewise. In the narration of Nafi, it pertains to the station of Abraham, the veil, and the prisoners of Badr. Here, the heart of Umar resonates with the divine will, a testament to the alignment of human insight with heavenly decree, weaving mortal thought into the tapestry of revelation. 33, the 15th, from the narration of Asim ibn Umar on the authority of Umar, who said, "The Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, declared, when night approaches, day recedes and the sun has set, then the fasting person has broken his fast. This utterance, like a gentle twilight, marks the transition from restraint to renewal, a reminder that divine mercy unfolds with the rhythm of creation." 34. The 16th, from the narration of Alqamah ibn Waqas al-Laythi on his authority, who said, "I heard the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, say, indeed deeds are by intention," and in another narration, by intentions, "and every person shall have only what he intended. So, whoever's migration was for God and his messenger, his migration is for God and his messenger, and whoever's migration was for worldly gain or a woman to marry, his migration is for that which he migrated toward." This profound truth unveils the soul's compass. Intention is the hidden root from which the tree of action grows, bearing fruit in accordance with its unseen seed. 35, the 17th. From the narration of Malik ibn Aus ibn al-Hadathan an-Nasri on the authority of Umar, who said, "The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, gold for silver is usury unless it is hand to hand. Wheat for wheat is usury unless it is hand to hand. Barley for barley is usury unless it is hand to hand. Dates for dates are usury unless it is hand to hand." In the narration of Ishaq ibn Rahawayh through Abu Bakr al-Barkani, Umar said that the messenger of God declared, "Silver for silver is usury unless it is hand to hand. Gold for gold is usury unless it is hand to hand." This teaching, a safeguard of equity, weaves justice into the fabric of exchange, ensuring that the scales of trade remain balanced under the gaze of divine law. 36. The 18th. From the narration of Malik ibn Aus, who said, "Umar ibn al-Khattab summoned me, and I came to him when the day was high. I found him in his home, seated on a simple bed, leaning on a leather cushion, bare to the sands beneath. He said to me, 'O Malik, some households from your people have come in need, and I have ordered a stipend for them. Take it and distribute it among them.' I replied, 'If only you had entrusted this to another.' He said, 'Take it, O Malik.' Then Ja'far came and asked, 'O Commander of the Faithful, do you wish to see Uthman, Abd ar-Rahman ibn Auf, Az-Zubair and Sa'd?' Umar replied, 'Yes,' and permitted them to enter. Then Ja'far returned and asked, 'Do you wish to see Al-Abbas and Ali?' He said, 'Yes,' and allowed them in. Al-Abbas then said, 'O Commander of the Faithful, judge between me and this man.' The others present urged, 'Indeed, O Commander of the Faithful, judge between them and relieve them.' Malik ibn Aus remarked, 'It seems to me they had prepared them for this purpose.' Umar said, 'Be patient. I adjure you by God, by whose permission the heavens and the earth stand. Do you know that the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, we do not bequeath inheritance, what we leave is charity?' They replied, 'Yes.' Then he turned to Al-Abbas and Ali and said, 'I adjure you both by God, by whose permission the heavens and the earth stand. Do you know that the messenger of God said, we do not bequeath inheritance, what we leave is charity?' They replied, 'Yes.' Umar continued, 'Indeed, God Almighty distinguished his prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, with a unique privilege not granted to any other, as he said, what God has bestowed on his messenger from the people of the towns belongs to God and to the messenger. Surah Al-Hashr 59:7. And in another narration, and what God restored to his messenger from them, you did not spur for it any horses or camels. Surah Al-Hashr 59:6. The messenger of God divided among you the spoils of Banu and Nadir, And by God he did not favour himself over you, nor take it exclusively, until this wealth remained. The messenger of God would take from it his yearly sustenance, then place what remained as a reserve for the wealth of God. And from it emerges too, in the Musnad of Abu Bakr, through the narration of Umar from him, the saying of Abu Bakr, who recounted that the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, declared, "We do not bequeath inheritance, what we leave behind is charity." This is an addition from Juwayriyah, narrated through Malik with its chain of transmission. 37. The 19th. From the narration of Abu Uthman Abdur Rahman ibn Mullah-Nakhdi, who said, Umar ibn al-Khattab wrote to us while we were in Azerbaijan with Utbah ibn Farqad, saying, O Utbah, verily, this is not from your toil, nor the toil of your father, nor the toil of your mother. Therefore satiate the Muslims in their abodes with that which satiates you in your own abode. Beware of indulgence, of adopting the adornments of the people of polytheism, and of wearing silk for the messenger of God. May God's peace and blessings be upon him, forbade the wearing of silk, saying, except thus. And he raised for us his middle and index fingers, joining them together. And in the narration of Suleiman at-Taymi from Abu Uthman, it is said, we were with Utbah when a letter from Umar arrived, stating that the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, none shall wear silk, except he who has no share in the hereafter, save in this manner. And Abu Uthman indicated with the two fingers next to his thumb. And in the unique narrations of Muslim, through the transmission of Suwaid ibn Ghafla from Umar, it is reported that Umar delivered a sermon at Al-Jabiyah, saying, the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, forbade the wearing of silk, except for the space of 2, 3, or 4 fingers. 38. The 20th. From the narration of Aslam, the freed slave of Umar, from Umar, who said, I dedicated a horse in the path of God, but the one who had it neglected it. I wished to purchase it back, thinking he would sell it at a low price. So I sought the counsel of the Prophet. May God's peace and blessings be upon him, who said, do not buy it, nor return to your charity, even if it be given to you for a mere dirham, for he who returns to his charity is like one who returns to his vomit. In the narration of Malik it is, for he who returns to his charity is like a dog returning to its vomit. This is also found in the unique narrations of Muslim through Ibn Umar from Umar via Nafi, in a similar manner. 39. The 21st from the narration of Islam, again from Umar, who said, captives were brought to the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him. And among them was a woman from the captives who hastened about. Whenever she found a child among them, she would take it, press it to her bosom, and nurse it. The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, do you think this woman would cast her child into the fire? We replied, no, by God. He said, God is more merciful to his servants than this woman is to her child. 40. The 22nd. From the narration of Tariq ibn Shihab, who said, a man from among the Jews came to Umar ibn al-Khattab and said, O commander of the faithful, there is a verse in your book that you recite. Had it been revealed to us, the community of the Jews, we would have taken that day as a festival. Umar asked, which verse is it? He replied, this day have I perfected your religion for you, completed my favour upon you, and have chosen for you Islam as your religion. Surah Al-Ma'idah 5:3. Umar responded, indeed, I know the day on which it was revealed and the place wherein it descended. It was revealed to the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, on a Friday. 41. The 23rd, from the narration of Abu Ubaid Sa'd ibn Ubaid, the freed slave of Ibn Azhar, from Umar and Ali with an isnad, and from Uthman as a stopped narration, Mawkuf, that he witnessed the Eid prayer with Umar ibn al-Khattab. He prayed before delivering the sermon, then addressed the people, saying, O people, verily the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, forbade fasting on these 2 Eids, or as some say, these 2 days, the day of breaking the fast, Fitr, and the day of sacrifice, Adha. As for one of them, it is the day you break your fast, and as for the other, it is the day you eat from your sacrificial offerings." Abu Ubaid added, "Then I witnessed it with Uthman ibn Affan, and he prayed before the sermon. It was a Friday, and he said to the people of the outskirts, 'Whoever wishes to wait for the Friday prayer may do so, and whoever wishes to return to his family, I grant him permission.' Then I witnessed it with Ali, who prayed before the sermon, and then addressed the people, saying, 'Verily the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, forbade you from eating the meat of your sacrificial offerings beyond 3 days.'" In the narration of Malik, it is not mentioned that the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, forbade eating the meat of sacrifices beyond 3 days. 42, the 24th. From the narration of Abis ibn Rabi'ah, who said, "I saw Umar kissing the black stone and saying, 'I know that you are but a stone, neither benefiting nor harming. Had I not seen the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, kiss you, I would not have kissed you.'" This was transmitted by Al-Bukhari through the narration of Islam, the freed slave of Umar from Umar, and by Muslim in his unique narrations through Salim from his father from Umar, through Nafi from Ibn Umar, and through Abdullah ibn Sarjis from Amr via Suwaid ibn Ghafla from Umar. Some narrators did not mention the aspect of benefit or harm. Suwaid added, "But I saw the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, showing care for you, and he did not say, 'I saw the Messenger of God kiss you.'" 43. The 25th. From Adi ibn Hatim, reported by Al-Bukhari through Amr ibn Hurayth from Adi, and in a summarized form by Muslim through Ash-Shabi from Adi, who said, "I came to Umar ibn al-Khattab among a group of my people. He began allotting 2,000 to a man from Tai while ignoring me. I approached him, but he turned away. I came to him again from the direction of his face, and still he turned away. So I said, 'O Commander of the Faithful, do you recognize me?' He laughed and said, 'Yes, by God, I do recognize you. You believed when they disbelieved, you came forward when they turned back, and you fulfilled when they betrayed. Indeed, the first charity that brightened the face of the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, and the faces of his companions was the charity of Tay, which you brought to the Messenger of God. May God's peace and blessings be upon him.' Then he began to apologize, saying, 'I only allotted to a people who have been struck by dire need, and they are the leaders of their tribes, for the rights that befall them.' Adi said, 'Then I care not.' 44. The 26th. Reported by Al-Bukhari through Juwayriyah ibn Qudama from Umar in a summarized form, and by Muslim through Madan ibn Abi Talha from Umar in full, that Umar ibn al-Khattab delivered a sermon on a Friday. He mentioned the Prophet of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, and mentioned Abu Bakr, then said, 'I saw in a dream as if a rooster pecked me thrice, and I see it as naught but the nearness of my appointed time. Some people urge me to appoint a successor, but God will not let his religion perish, nor his caliphate, nor that with which he sent his messenger. May God's peace and blessings be upon him. If my matter hastens, then the caliphate is a matter of consultation among these 6 whom the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, passed away while being pleased with them. I know that some people will dispute this matter. I struck them with this hand of mine for the sake of Islam. If they do so, they are the enemies of God, the disbelievers, the misguided. Then I leave behind nothing more important to me than the matter of inheritance without direct heirs, Kalala. I did not consult the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, about anything as much as I did about Kalala, nor did he ever speak harshly to me about anything as he did about this, until he struck his finger into my chest and said, "O Umar, does not the verse of summer at the end of Surah An-Nisa suffice you? If I live, I shall rule in this matter with a judgment that will be followed by those who read the Quran and those who do not." Then he said, "O God, I bear witness to you over the governors of the cities, for I have only sent them to be just, to teach the people their religion and the sunnah of their prophet. May God's peace and blessings be upon him, to distribute their spoils among them, and to refer to me what perplexes them of their affairs. Then, O people, you consume 2 plants, which I see as nothing but vile, onions and garlic. I saw the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him. If he detected their odour from a man in the mosque, he would order him to be taken out to al-Baqi. So whoever eats them, let him kill their odour by cooking. In the narration of Juwayriyah it is said, "It was not but the following Friday when Umar was stabbed. He permitted the emigrants among the companions of the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, to enter, then the Ansar, then the people of Medina, then the people of Sham, then the people of Iraq. We were the last to enter upon him. He had bandaged his wound with a black cloak, and blood was flowing over it. We said, 'Give us your counsel,' and none asked him for counsel except us. He said, 'I counsel you with the book of God. You will not go astray so long as you follow it. I counsel you regarding the emigrants, for the people will increase while they decrease. I counsel you regarding the Ansar, for they are the core of Islam to which it sought refuge. I counsel you regarding the Bedouins, for they are your origin and your substance.' In another narration, 'For they are your brothers and the enemy of your enemy.' And he said, 'I counsel you regarding the people of the covenant, al-Addimah, for they are under the protection of your Prophet and the sustenance of your dependents. Rise and leave me.' This meaning of the counsel is found in the narration of the killing of Umar and the consultation through Amr ibn Maymun, unique narrations of Al-Bukhari. 45, the first from Ibn Umar, through the narration of Salim from him, and through Umar ibn Muhammad ibn Zayd from his uncle's father Salim from him, who said, 'I never heard Umar say about anything, I think it is thus,' except that it was as he thought. While Umar was seated, a handsome man passed by, and Umar said, 'Either my intuition has erred, or this man is upon his religion from the days of ignorance, or he was their soothsayer. Bring the man to me.' So he was called, and Umar said to him, 'Either my intuition has erred, or you are upon your religion from the days of ignorance, or you were their soothsayer.' The man replied, 'I have not seen a day like this, where a Muslim is met with such words.' Umar said, 'I insist that you inform me.' He said, 'I was their soothsayer in the days of ignorance.' Umar asked, 'What is the most astonishing thing your jinn brought to you?' He said, 'While I was in the market one day, she came to me and I recognized her fright. She said, "Have you not seen the jinn and their despair, their hopelessness after their hope, and their clinging to their camels and saddles?" Umar said, "He speaks the truth. While I was standing near their idols, a man came with a calf and slaughtered it. Then a crier shouted in a voice I had never heard louder, saying, 'O Jali, a successful matter. An eloquent man says, there is no God but God.' The people leapt up, and I said, 'I will not depart until I know what is behind this.' Then he called again, 'O Jali, a successful matter. An eloquent man says, there is no God but God.' So I rose, and it was not long before it was said, 'This is a prophet.'" 46. The second, from Ibn Umar, through the narration of Nafi from him, that when the people of Khaybar injured Abdullah ibn Umar, Umar stood as a speaker and said, "Verily, the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, had made a contract with the Jews of Khaybar concerning their wealth, saying, 'We permit you to remain as long as God permits you.' Abdullah ibn Umar went out to his property, and he was attacked at night, and his hands and feet were injured. We have no enemy there but them. They are our foe and our suspicion. I have resolved to expel them." When Umar decided upon this, one of the Banu al-Huqaiq came to him and said, "O Commander of the Faithful, do you expel us when Muhammad permitted us to stay, contracted with us over the wealth, and stipulated that for us?" Umar replied, "Do you think I have forgotten the saying of the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, to you? What will it be like for you when you are expelled from Khaybar, and your camels hasten you night after night?" He said, "That was a mere jest from Abu al-Qasim." Umar retorted, "You lie, O enemy of God." So Umar expelled them and compensated them for the value of their fruits with money, camels and goods, such as saddles, ropes and other items. Al-Bukhari said, "This was narrated by Hamad ibn Salamah from Ubaidullah, likely Ibn Umar, perhaps from Nafi from Ibn Umar, though Abu Salamah expressed doubt about Nafi from Ibn Umar. It is said, "The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, came to the people of Khaybar and fought them until he confined them to their fortress and overcame them over their land, crops, and date palms. They made peace with him on the condition that they would leave, taking with them what their mounts could carry. While the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, would have the gold, silver, and weapons, they were to depart from it, and he stipulated that they hide nothing and conceal nothing, for if they did, they would have neither protection nor covenant. But they hid a leather bag containing wealth and jewellery belonging to Huyay ibn Akhtab, which he had brought with him to Khaybar when the Banu Nadir were expelled. The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said to the uncle of Huyay, whose name was Sayyar, "What have you done with the leather bag of Huyay that he brought from the Nadir?" He said, "It was spent on expenses and wars." The Prophet said, "The covenant is recent, and the wealth is more than that." Huyay had been killed before that, so the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, handed Sayyar to Az-Zubair, who inflicted torment upon him. He said, "I saw Huyay wandering in a ruin here." They went and searched, and they found the leather bag in the ruin. So the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, killed the two sons of Abu al-Hukaik, one of whom was the husband of Safiya, daughter of Huyay ibn Akhtab. He took their women and children as captives and divided their wealth due to their breach of covenant. He intended to expel them from there, but they said, "O Muhammad, let us remain on this land to cultivate and tend it." Neither the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, nor his companions had servants to manage it, as they were occupied and unable to tend it themselves. So he granted them Khaybar on the condition that they would have half of every crop and produce, as long as it pleased the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him. Abdullah ibn Rawaha would come to them each year to estimate their harvest, then guarantee them half. They complained to the messenger of God about the severity of his estimation and sought to bribe him. Abdullah said, "Do you feed me unlawful gain? By God, I have come to you from the most beloved of people to me, and you are more hateful to me than an equal number of monkeys and swine. My hatred for you and my love for him will not prevent me from being just with you." They said, "By this the heavens and the earth stand." The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, would give each of his wives 80 wasks of dates and 20 wasks of barley every year. When it was the time of Umar, they deceived the Muslims and threw Ibn Umar from the top of a house, injuring his hands. Umar ibn al-Khattab said, "Whoever has a share in Khaybar, let him come so we may divide it among them." So Umar divided it among them. Their leader said, "Do not expel us. Let us remain in it as the messenger of God and Abu Bakr permitted us." Umar said to their leader, "Do you think I have forgotten the saying of the messenger of God? May God's peace and blessings be upon him. What will it be like for you when your mount hastens you toward Sham day after day?" And Umar divided it among those who had witnessed Khaybar from the people of Hudaybiyah. 47. The third, from Ibn Umar, through the narration of Nafi from him, that a young man was killed treacherously. And Umar said, "Had the people of Sana'a conspired in this, I would have executed them all." This is a stopped narration, Mawquf. And Al-Bukhari said, and Mughira ibn Hakim narrated from his father, saying, 4 men killed a youth, and Umar spoke concerning them in like manner. 48. The fourth, from the narration of Nafi on the authority of Ibn Umar, who said, "When these 2 cities were conquered, their people came to Umar ibn al-Khattab and said, 'O Commander of the Faithful, verily the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, had designated Quan as the boundary for the people of Najd, but it lies far from our path. If we wish to reach Quan, it becomes a hardship for us.' Umar replied, 'Then look for a place aligned with it on your path.' And so he designated for them Doturk as their boundary. Thus, in the vastness of the earth, boundaries are drawn not merely by stone or sand, but by the wisdom of hearts seeking ease amid the trials of journeying, a reminder that justice bends not to rigidity, but to the needs of the wayfarer. 49. The fifth, from the narration of Rabia ibn Abdullah ibn al-Hudayr, that he was present when Umar, on a Friday, recited from the pulpit the chapter of the Bee, Surah An-Nahl, until he reached the verse of prostration. He descended and prostrated, and the people prostrated with him. When the following Friday came, he recited the same chapter, and upon reaching the verse of prostration, he said, "O people, we merely pass by the prostration. Whoever prostrates has done well, and whoever does not prostrate bears no sin." And Umar did not prostrate. Al-Bukhari added that Nafi reported from Ibn Umar that Umar said, "God has not made prostration obligatory upon us unless we so choose." Herein lies the beauty of choice, a divine gift woven into the fabric of worship where the soul is invited to bow, not compelled, and in this freedom the true essence of devotion is unveiled. 50. The sixth, from Ibn Umar through the narration of his son Zayd concerning the Islam of Umar. He said, while he, meaning his father Umar, was in his house, gripped by fear, there came to him al-Azdi ibn Wa'il al-Sahmi, the father of Amr, clad in a Yemeni robe and a shirt edged with silk. He was from the tribe of Banu Sam, who were our allies in the days of ignorance. He said, "What troubles you?" Umar replied, "Your people claim they will kill me if I embrace Islam." Al-Az said, "There is no way to you, you are safe." So Al-Az went out and met a crowd of people flooding the valley. He asked, "Where are you headed?" They replied, "We seek this son of Al-Khattab who has apostatized." He said, "There is no way to him." And the people turned back. In this moment, protection emerges from unexpected hands, a shield forged not by kinship of faith, but by the ancient bonds of honor, a testament to the unseen threads of mercy that bind humanity, even in times of enmity. 51. The seventh, from the narration of Abu Burda Hamir ibn Abi Musa al-Ash'ari, who said, Abdullah ibn Umar said to me, "Do you know what my father said to yours?" I replied, "No." He said, "My father said to yours, O Abu Musa, would it please you if our Islam, with the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, our migration with him, our struggle alongside him, and all our deeds with him were sufficient for us, and if everything we did after him were merely enough to balance us, neither for nor against us?" Abu Musa replied to my father, "No, by God, for we have striven after the Messenger of God. May God's peace and blessings be upon him. We have prayed and fasted, we have done much good, and through our hands many have embraced Islam, and we hope for reward in that." My father said, "But I, by him in whose hand is Umar's soul, would wish that what we did with him suffices us, and that all we did after him merely balances us, neither for nor against us." I said, "By God, your father was better than mine." Thus speaks the heart of humility, longing for the purity of beginnings, fearing the weight of later deeds, a reminder that the truest aspiration is not for glory, but for equilibrium in the scales of the divine. 52. The eighth, from Abdullah ibn Abbas, through the narration of Ubaidullah ibn Abdullah ibn Utbah concerning Umar, who said, "When Abdullah ibn Ubay ibn Salul died, the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, was called to pray over him. When the Messenger of God stood to do so, I leapt forward and said, 'O Messenger of God, do you pray over Ibn Ubayah when he said such and such on such and such a day?' I recounted his words to him. The Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, smiled and said, 'Step back, O Umar.' When I persisted, he said, 'I have been given a choice, and I have chosen. If I knew that by exceeding 70 and seeking forgiveness for him, he would be forgiven, I would have exceeded it.' He then prayed over him and departed. It was not long before the 2 verses from repentance, Surah At-Tawbah, were revealed, and never pray over any of them who dies, nor stand at his grave. 9:84, up to his words, for they are indeed wicked. 9:84. Umar said, "I was astonished afterward at my audacity toward the Messenger of God. May God's peace and blessings be upon him on that day. God and his Messenger know best." Here the human spirit falters in its zeal, only to be gently guided by divine mercy, teaching that even in judgment there lies room for compassion until the final decree descends to clarify the path. 53. The ninth, also from the narration of Ibn Utbah on his authority, who said, when Uyayna ibn Hisn ibn Hudhaifa Ibn Badr arrived, he stayed with his nephew Al-Hur ibn Qais ibn Hisn, who was among those whom Umar kept close. The reciters of the Quran were the companions of Umar's assembly and his consultants, whether they were elders or youths. Uyayna said, O nephew, do you have influence with the commander? Seek permission for me to meet him? He replied, I will seek permission for you. Ibn Abbas said, so Al-Hur sought permission for Uyayna, and Umar granted it. When he entered, Uyayna said, Hey, O son of Al-Khattab, by God, you neither give us generously nor judge among us with fairness. Umar grew angry, nearly taking action against him. But Al-Hur said, O Commander of the Faithful, God Almighty said to his Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, take to forgiveness, enjoin what is good, and turn away from the ignorant. 7:199. And this man is among the ignorant. By God, Umar did not go beyond this verse when it was recited to him, for he was ever one to pause at the Book of God. In this we see the power of divine words to still the storm of anger, a reminder that the highest strength lies in forbearance, and the truest leadership in submission to the wisdom of the Eternal. 54. The 10th, from Ibn Abbas, through the narration of Abdullah ibn Ubaidullah ibn Abi Mulaika on his authority, from the narration of his brother Abu Bakr ibn Abi Mulaika, from Ubaid ibn Umayyah concerning Umar. Umar said one day to the companions of the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him. For what purpose do you think this verse was revealed? Would any of you desire to have a garden of palm trees? 2:66. They replied, God knows best. Umar grew angry and said, say whether you know or do not know. Ibn Abbas said, I have something in my mind about it, O Commander of the Faithful. Umar said, O nephew, speak and do not belittle yourself. Ibn Abbas said, it is an example given for a deed. Umar asked, what kind of deed? Ibn Abbas replied, for the deed of a wealthy man who works in obedience to God, but then God sends Satan to him and he works in disobedience until his good deeds are drowned. And this was mentioned in the Musnad of Ibn Abbas. Thus, the Quran paints parables for the soul, warning of the fragility of good works when shadowed by temptation, a call to guard the garden of the heart against the creeping weeds of heedlessness. 55. The 11th, from Ibn Abbas, through the narration of Ikrimah, his freedman, on his authority. Umar said, I heard the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, while he was in the valley of Al-Aqiq, saying, tonight a visitor came to me from my sustainer and said, pray in this blessed valley and say, an umrah within a hajj. In the narration of Sa'id ibn Rabi it is, and say, an umrah and a hajj. And in the narration of Shu'aib ibn Ishaq, and he said, an umrah within a hajj. In the quiet of the night, divine whispers descend upon the chosen, guiding them to sanctify the earth with prayer, uniting the lesser pilgrimage with the greater, a symbol of the soul's journey merging into the eternal. 56. The 12th, concerning the assassination of Umar and the consultation, Shura, from the narration of Al-Miswar ibn Makhramah, summarized in the consultation, and from the narration of Ammar ibn Maymun in its entirety. This is the narration of Ammar, for the narration of Al-Miswar is but a part of it. Ammar said, I saw Umar ibn al-Khattab before he was struck in Medina during those days. He stood with Hudayfa ibn al-Yaman and Uthman ibn Hunayf and said, how have you fared? Do you fear that you have burdened the land with what it cannot bear? They replied, we have burdened it with what it can bear, and there is no great excess in it. He said, see that you do not burden the land with what it cannot bear. They said, no. Umar then said, if God Almighty preserves me, I will ensure that the widows of Iraq shall never need anyone after me, ever. But only 4 days passed before he was struck. May God have mercy on him. Ammar ibn Maymun said, I was standing there, with none between me and him except Abdullah ibn Abbas, on the morning he was struck. Whenever he passed between the rows, he would stand among them, and if he saw any unevenness, he would say, straighten yourselves, until he saw no unevenness. Then he would step forward and proclaim the takbir, Sometimes he would recite the chapter of Joseph, Surah Yusuf, or the bee, Surah An-Nahl, or something similar in the first rak'ah until the people gathered. No sooner had he proclaimed the takbir than I heard him say, "The dog has killed me," or eaten me, as he was stabbed. The infidel leapt with a double-edged knife, striking everyone to his right and left, wounding 13 men, of whom 9, or in another narration 7, died. When a Muslim man saw this, he threw a cloak over him. When the infidel thought he was captured, he slit his own throat. Umar took hold of Abdurrahman ibn Auf and brought him forward. Those near Umar saw what I saw, but those at the edges of the mosque did not know what had happened, except that they missed Umar's voice, and they were saying, "Glory be to God, glory be to God." Abdurrahman ibn Auf led them in a brief prayer. When they dispersed, Umar said, "O Ibn Abbas, see who has killed me." He went around for a while, then returned and said, "The slave of Al-Mughira ibn Shubah?" Umar said, "The craftsman." He replied, "Yes." Umar said, "May God curse him. I had commanded kindness toward him." Then he said, "Praise be to God who did not make my death at the hands of a Muslim. You and your father used to love having many infidels in Medina." And Abbas had the most slaves among them. Ibn Abbas said, "If you wish, I will do it," meaning if you wish, we will kill them. Umar said, "After they have spoken your tongue, prayed toward your Qibla, and performed your Hajjah." He was carried to his house, and we went with him. It was as if the people had never been struck by a calamity before that day. Some said, "I fear for him," while others said, "There is no harm." He was brought date wine, but when he drank it, it came out of his wound. Then he was brought milk, and when he drank it, it came out of his wound, and they knew he would die. We entered upon him, and people came praising him. A young man came and said, "Rejoice, O Commander of the Faithful, with the glad tidings of God Almighty. You had companionship with the Messenger of God. May God's peace and blessings be upon him, and precedence in Islam, as you know. Then you ruled and were just, and now martyrdom." Umar said, "I wish that were enough, neither for me nor against me." When the man turned away, his garment was dragging on the ground. Umar said, "Bring the lad back to me." He said, "O nephew, lift your garment, for it is purer for your clothes and more mindful of your sustainer." "O Abdullah, see what debt I owe." They calculated it and found it to be 86,000 or thereabouts. He said, "If the wealth of Umar's family suffices to pay it, then pay it from their wealth. If not, ask among the Banu Adi ibn Ka'b. If their wealth does not suffice, ask among Quraysh, but do not go beyond them to others. Pay this debt on my behalf. Go to the mother of the believers, Aisha, and say, 'Umar sends his greetings to you.' Do not say, 'Commander of the Faithful,' for today I am not a commander to the believers. Say, 'Umar ibn al-Khattab seeks permission to be buried with his 2 companions. So he conveyed the greetings and sought permission, then entered upon her and found her sitting, weeping. He said, "Umar ibn al-Khattab sends his greetings to you and seeks permission to be buried with his 2 companions. She said, "I had desired that place for myself, but today I will prefer him over myself." When he returned, it was said, "Here is Abdullah ibn Umar coming." Umar said, "Raise me up." A man supported him, and he said, "What news do you bring?" He replied, "What you love, O Commander of the Faithful. She has given permission." Umar said, "Praise be to God. Nothing was more important to me than this. When I pass, carry me, then give greetings and say, 'Umar seeks permission.' If she permits me, bring me in. If she refuses, take me to the graveyard of the Muslims." The mother of the believers, Hafsa, came with women shielding her. When we saw her, we stood, and she entered upon him and wept by his side for a while. Then the men sought permission and entered, and we heard her weeping from within. They said, "Make your will, O Commander of the Faithful, appoint a successor." He said, "I see no one more deserving of this matter than these men, or this group, about whom the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, was pleased when he passed away." And he named Ali, Uthman, Az-Zubair, Talha, Sa'd, and Abdurrahman. He said, "Abdullah ibn Umar is a witness among you, but he has no share in the matter," as if to console him. "If the leadership falls to Sa'd, so be it. If not, let whoever is appointed seek his help, for I did not remove him due to incapacity or betrayal." And he said, I enjoin the Caliph after me to recognize the rights of the early emigrants and to preserve their sanctity. I enjoin him to treat the Ansar with kindness, those who settled in the abode and faith before them, to accept from their good doers and to pardon their wrongdoers. I enjoin him to treat the people of the provinces with kindness, for they are the support of Islam, the collectors of wealth and the vexation of the enemy. Let nothing be taken from them except their surplus with their consent. I enjoin him to treat the Bedouins with kindness, for they are the root of the Arabs and the substance of Islam. Let something be taken from the margins of their wealth and returned to their poor. I enjoin him to uphold the covenant of God and the covenant of the Messenger of God. May God's peace and blessings be upon him, to fulfill their agreements, to fight for their protection, and not to burden them beyond their capacity. When he passed, we carried him out and walked with him. Abdullah ibn Umar gave greetings and said, Umar ibn al-Khattab seeks permission. She said, Bring him in. So he was brought in and placed there with his two companions. When they finished burying him, this group gathered, and Abdurrahman ibn Auf said, Entrust your matter to 3 among you. Az-Zubair said, I entrust my matter to Ali. Talha said, I entrust my matter to Uthman. Saad said, I entrust my matter to Abdurrahman. Abdurrahman said, Which of you will step back from this matter so we may entrust it to him? By God and Islam, let him look to the best among them in his own estimation. The 2 elders remained silent. Abdurrahman said, Will you entrust it to me? By God, I will not spare any effort to choose the best among you. They said, Yes. He took the hand of one of them and said, You have kinship with the Messenger of God. May God's peace and blessings be upon him and precedence in Islam, as you know. By God, if I appoint you, be just, and if I appoint Uthman, listen and obey. Then he spoke privately to the other and said the same. When he had taken their pledge, he said, Raise your hand, O Uthman, and he pledged allegiance to him, and Ali pledged allegiance to him, and the people of the house entered and pledged allegiance to him. In the narration of Al-Miswar, the group whom Umar had entrusted gathered and consulted. Abdurrahman ibn Auf said to them, I am not one to compete with you in this matter, but if you wish, I will choose for you from among you. So they entrusted that to Abdurrahman. When they entrusted it to him, the people flocked to Abdurrahman and inclined toward him, until I saw no one following any of that group, nor stepping on their heels. The people turned to Abdurrahman, consulting and whispering with him during those nights, until it was the night after which we awoke and pledged allegiance to Uthman. Al-Miswar said, Abdurrahman knocked on my door after a part of the night had passed, striking the door until I awoke. He said, Do I see you sleeping? By God, I have not closed my eyes much these 3 nights. Call Az-Zubair and Saad for me. So I called them, and he consulted them. Then he called me and said, Call Ali for me. I called him, and he spoke privately with him until the night grew late. Ali left him with hope, and Abdurrahman feared something from Ali. Then he said, Call Uthman for me. He spoke privately with him until the muezzin separated them for the dawn prayer. When the people prayed the dawn prayer, that group gathered at the pulpit. Abdurrahman sent for those present among the emigrants and Ansar, and he sent for the commanders of the armies who had come for that Hajj with Umar. When they gathered, Abdurrahman bore witness and said, As for what follows, O Ali, I have looked into the matter of the people, and I see them favouring none over Uthman. Do not make a way against yourself. He took Uthman's hand and said, I pledge allegiance to you upon the way of God, his messenger, and the 2 caliphs after him. So Abdurrahman pledged allegiance to him, and the people, the emigrants, the Ansar, the commanders of the armies, and the Muslims pledged allegiance to him. 57. The 13th. From the narration of Abdurrahman ibn Al-Qari, Abdurrahman ibn Al-Qari narrates, I ventured forth with Umar one night during the blessed month of Ramadan to the mosque. There I beheld the people scattered in clusters, some praying alone in quiet solitude, others leading small groups in prayer. Umar, in his profound wisdom, observed, Verily, I see that if these souls were gathered under a single reciter, it would be more fitting and harmonious. Thus, with resolute intent, he united them under the guidance of Ubay ibn Ka'b. On another night I accompanied him again, and the people were praying in unison behind their reciter. Umar, may God be pleased with him, remarked, "How beautiful is this innovation! Yet that which you sleep through is more virtuous than that which you perform." He meant the latter part of the night, for in those days the people would rise in prayer at its beginning. 58. The 14th. From Jabir ibn Abdullah. Jabir ibn Abdullah relates that Umar once said, "Abu Bakr was our master, and he freed our master," referring to Bilal. Bilal in turn said to Abu Bakr, "If you have purchased me for your own sake, then keep me. But if you have purchased me for the sake of God, the exalted and glorious, then leave me to the work of God." Such was the nobility of spirit, a soul yearning for divine service over worldly bondage. 59. The 15th. From Anas ibn Malik al-Ansari. Through the narration of Thumama ibn Abdullah Anas ibn Malik al-Ansari narrates through Thumama ibn Abdullah that when drought afflicted the land, Umar ibn al-Khattab would seek rain through the intercession of al-Abbas ibn Abd al-Muttalib. He would pray, "O God, we used to seek your mercy through our prophet. May God's peace and blessings be upon him, and you would grant us rain. Now we seek your mercy through the uncle of our prophet. Grant us rain." And lo, they would be blessed with rain, a testament to the divine favour bestowed upon the righteous. 60. The 16th. From Anas, through the narration of al-Zuri. Anas, through al-Zuri, recounts, "I heard the final sermon of Umar ibn al-Khattab when he ascended the pulpit of the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, on the day following the Prophet's passing. Umar bore witness to the oneness of God, while Abu Bakr remained silent, not uttering a word. Then Umar spoke, "Know that yesterday I spoke words that were not as I intended. By God, I found not the words I uttered in the book revealed by God, nor in any covenant entrusted to me by the Messenger of God. May God's peace and blessings be upon him. I merely hoped that the Messenger of God would live among us to guide us," meaning to be the last of us. "Yet, if the Messenger of God has indeed passed, know that God has placed among you a light by which you are guided, the same light by which God guided Muhammad. May God's peace and blessings be upon him. Cling to it, and you shall be guided as Muhammad was guided by God. And verily Abu Bakr, the companion of the Messenger of God, and the second of the two, is the most worthy among the people to lead your affairs. Rise, therefore, and pledge your allegiance to him." Some had already pledged their allegiance to Abu Bakr at the Sakifah of Bani Sa'idah, but the general pledge occurred at the pulpit. In another narration by Al-Bukhari, Al-Zuhri relates that Anas ibn Malik said, "I saw Umar urging Abu Bakr to the pulpit with insistence." Al-Zuhri further narrates, as conveyed by Sa'id ibn al-Musayyib, that Umar said, "By God, it was only when Abu Bakr recited, 'Muhammad is but a messenger. Messengers before him have passed away.' Quran 3:144, that I stumbled, falling to the ground as I stood. And I knew with certainty that the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, had departed this world." 61. The 17th. From Anas, through the narration of Thabit. Anas, through Thabit, narrates, "We were in the presence of Umar when he said, 'We have been forbidden from affectation.'" In another narration through Thabit, it is said that Umar recited, "and fruit and fodder," Quran 80:31. He then asked, "What is fodder?" before adding, "We are not tasked with this, or rather, we are not commanded to delve into such matters." Thus he taught humility in seeking knowledge, avoiding unnecessary burden. 62. The 18th. From Al-Sa'ib ibn Yazid Al-Sa'ib ibn Yazid recounts, "I was sleeping in the mosque when a man pelted me with pebbles. I looked up to see Umar ibn al-Khattab. He said, 'Go and bring me those two.' I brought them to him, and he asked, 'Who are you, or whence do you come?' They replied, 'We are from the people of Taif.' Umar said, 'Had you been from this town, I would have punished you severely for raising your voices in the mosque of the Messenger of God. May God's peace and blessings be upon him.' Such was his zeal for the sanctity of sacred spaces. 63. The 19th from Hafsa bint Umar and Aslam, the freed slave of Umar. Hafsa bint Umar and Aslam, the freed slave of Umar, narrate that Umar prayed, "O God, grant me martyrdom in your path, and let my death be in the city of your messenger." In a narration from Hafsa, she asked, "How could this be?" Umar replied, "God will bring it to me if he wills." Such was his longing for a noble end, rooted in divine will and proximity to the Prophet's abode. 64. The 20th from Abdullah ibn Amir ibn Rabia. Abdullah ibn Amir ibn Rabia, a senior member of Bani Adi, whose father witnessed Badr with the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, narrates, Umar appointed Qudama ibn Mazun as governor of Bahrain. Qudama, who also witnessed Badr with the Prophet, was the maternal uncle of Ibn Umar and Hafsa, the wife of the Prophet. May God's peace and blessings be upon him. Al-Bukhari limits the narration to this portion for the purpose of documenting those who participated in Badr. However, the full account, as we have received it through this chain, continues. Qudama was the uncle of Ibn Umar and Hafsa. Al-Jarud arrived from Bahrain and said, "O Commander of the Faithful, Qudama ibn Mazun has consumed intoxicants. If I see a violation of God's limits, it is my duty to report it to you." Umar asked, "Who bears witness to what you say?" Al-Jarud replied, "Abu Hurairah." Umar summoned Abu Hurairah and asked, "What do you testify to, O Abu Hurairah?" He replied, "I did not see him drink, but I saw him intoxicated, vomiting." Umar said, "You have overstepped in your testimony, O Abu Hurairah." Umar then wrote to Qudama in Bahrain, ordering him to come. When Qudama and Al-Jarud arrived in Medina, Al-Jarud spoke to Umar, saying, "Enforce upon him the book of God." Umar asked Al-Jarud, "Are you a witness or an adversary?" Al-Jarud replied, "I am a witness." Umar said, "You have already given your testimony." Al-Jarud fell silent, then said, "I implore you by God." Umar responded, "By God, control your tongue, or I shall deal harshly with you." Al-Jarud retorted, "By God, this is not just your cousin drinks and you threaten me?" Umar warned him further. Abu Hurairah, who was seated, said, "O Commander of the Faithful, if you doubt our testimony, ask Hind, the daughter of Al-Walid, the wife of Ibn Mazun." Umar sent for Hind, adjuring her by God, and she bore witness against her husband Qudama. Umar then said, "O Qudama, I will flog you." Qudama replied, "By God, even if I drank as they claim, you have no right to flog me, O Umar." Umar asked, "And why, O Qudama?" He replied, "God, the exalted and glorious, has said, there is no blame upon those who believe and do righteous deeds for what they have eaten, so long as they fear God, believe, and do righteous deeds. Then fear God and believe, then fear God and do good, and God loves the doers of good." Quran 5:93. Umar responded, "You have erred in your interpretation, O Qudama. If you feared God, you would have abstained from what God has forbidden." Then Umar turned to the people and asked, "What do you advise regarding flogging Qudama?" They replied, "We do not think you should flog him while he is in pain." Umar said, "By God, it is dearer to me that he meets God under the lashes than that I meet God with this burden on my neck. By God, I will flog him. Bring me the whip." Aslam, his freed slave, brought a small thin whip. Umar took it, felt it with his hand, and said to Aslam, "You have been influenced by the softness of your people. Bring me another whip." Aslam returned with a proper whip, and Umar ordered Qudama to be flogged. Qudama, angered, distanced himself from Umar and avoided him. They performed Hajj, while Qudama remained estranged from Umar. Upon returning, Umar stopped at Al-Suqya and rested there. When he awoke, he said, "Hasten to bring Qudama to me. Go and fetch him. For by God I saw in a dream someone who came to me and said, 'Reconcile with Qudama, for he is your brother.'" When they brought Qudama, he initially refused to come, so Umar ordered him to be dragged to him. Umar spoke to him and sought his forgiveness, marking the first step toward their reconciliation. 65. The 21st from Thalaba ibn Abi Malik al-Qurazi. Thalaba ibn Abi Malik al-Qurazi narrates, Umar distributed cloaks among the women of Medina. A fine cloak remained, and someone present said, "O Commander of the Faithful, give this to the daughter of the Messenger of God. May God's peace and blessings be upon him who is with you," referring to Kulthum bint Ali. Umar replied, Sulayt has a greater right to it, for she was among those who pledged allegiance to the messenger of God. May God's peace and blessings be upon him. She carried water-skins for us on the day of Uhud. Thus he honoured the service and sacrifice of the faithful over mere lineage. 66. The 22nd, from Aslam, the freed slave of Umar, among the followers. Aslam, the freed slave of Umar, narrates, Umar said, "By him in whose hand is my soul, were it not that I fear leaving the last of the people in confusion with nothing to their name, I would not have opened a single village upon myself without dividing it, as the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, divided Khaybar. Yet I leave it as a treasury for them to share." Such was his foresight, balancing immediate justice with future provision. 67, the 23rd, from Aslam as well. Aslam also narrates, Umar was travelling with the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, on one of his journeys by night. Umar asked him about something, but the Prophet did not reply. He asked again and again, received no response. A third time he asked, yet still there was silence. Umar said to himself, "May your mother grieve for you, Umar. You have pestered the messenger of God 3 times, and each time he does not answer you." Umar spurred his camel forward to the front of the people, fearing that a verse of the Quran might be revealed concerning him. Shortly after, he heard a crier calling out. Umar thought, "I feared that a verse might have been revealed about me." He approached the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, and greeted him. The Prophet said, "Tonight a surah has been revealed to me, and it is dearer to me than all upon which the sun rises." Then he recited, "Verily, we have granted you a clear victory." Quran 48:1. Thus, divine revelation overshadowed human concern, illuminating the night with eternal truth. 68, the 24th, from Aslam, his freed slave. Aslam narrates, I went out with Umar ibn al-Khattab to the market, when a young woman approached him and said, "O Commander of the Faithful, my husband has perished, leaving behind young children. By God, they cannot even cook a simple meal, nor do they possess crops or livestock. I fear the hyenas may devour them. I am the daughter of Kufaf ibn Ima al-Ghifari, and my father witnessed Hudaybiyah with the Prophet. May God's peace and blessings be upon him." Umar paused with her, not moving on, and said, "Welcome to a near kinship." He then turned to a sturdy camel tied in the courtyard, loaded it with 2 large sacks of food, placed provisions and clothing between them, and handed her the rein, saying, "Lead it away, for this will not run out until God brings you better." A man remarked, "O Commander of the Faithful, you have given her much." Umar replied, "May your mother grieve for you. By God, I see the father and brother of this woman having besieged a fortress for a long time until they conquered it, and we came to benefit from our shares in it." Thus his generosity was rooted in recognition of past sacrifices and shared history. 69, the 25th, from Aslam. Aslam narrates, Umar appointed a freed slave of his named Hunay over the collection of charity and said, "O Hunay, lower your wing over the people and beware the supplication of the oppressed, for it is answered. Admit the owner of a small flock and the owner of a large herd. As for me, beware of the wealth of Ibn Affan and Ibn Auf, for if their livestock perish, they can return to their crops and date palms. But if the livestock of the small flock or herd owner perish, they will come to me with their children, saying, 'O Commander of the Faithful, shall I abandon them? No, by God. Water and grass are easier to provide than gold and silver. By God, they think I have wronged them, for this is their land and their water. They fought over it in the days of ignorance and submitted to it in Islam. By God, were it not for the wealth I bear for the sake of God's path, I would not have protected a single span of their land from the people." Thus, Umar's justice sought to balance compassion with the demands of divine stewardship. 70, the 26th, from Umar, it is narrated, "There was a man in the time of the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, named Abdullah, nicknamed Donkey. He used to make the messenger of God laugh. The Prophet had flogged him for drinking. One day he was brought again and flogged. A man among the people said, 'O God, curse him, how often is he brought here?' The Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, "Do not curse him. By God, as far as I know, he loves God and his messenger." Thus, mercy prevailed over judgment, and the hidden virtues of the heart were acknowledged. 71. The 27th, from Tariq ibn Shihab Tariq. Ibn Shihab narrates, "I heard Umar say, 'The Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, stood among us in a gathering and informed us of the beginning of creation until the people of paradise entered their abodes and the people of hell entered theirs. Those who remembered it retained it, and those who forgot it let it slip.' Thus the vastness of divine knowledge was imparted, a glimpse into the eternal narrative of existence." 72. The 28th, from Amr ibn Maymun al-Audi. Amr ibn Maymun al-Audi narrates, Umar said, "The people of the pre-Islamic era would not depart from Muzdalifah until the sun rose, saying, 'Shine, O Thabir.' But the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, opposed them and departed before sunrise. Thus the light of divine guidance reshaped ancient customs, aligning them with the rhythm of divine decree." 73. The 29th, from Abu al-Aswad. Dalim ibn Amr al-Duali Abu al-Aswad narrates, "I came to Medina during a time of illness when people were dying in great numbers. I sat with Umar ibn al-Khattab and a funeral passed by. The people spoke well of the deceased, and Umar said, 'It is decreed.' Another funeral passed, and again they spoke well, and Umar said, 'It is decreed.' Then a third passed, and they spoke ill of the deceased, and Umar said, 'It is decreed.' I asked, 'O Commander of the Faithful, what is decreed?' He replied, 'I say, as the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, any Muslim for whom 4 people testify to his goodness, God will admit him into paradise.' We asked, 'And 2? He said, 'And 2. We did not ask about 1. Thus the testimony of the community bore weight in the divine scales, affirming the communal bond of faith. 74. The 30th, from Qais ibn Abi Hazim Qais. Ibn Abi Hazim narrates, "The stipend for those who fought at Badr was 5,000. 5,000. Umar said, 'I will give them preference over those who came after them.' Thus he honoured the pioneers of faith, recognizing their unparalleled sacrifice." 75. The 31st, from Abdullah ibn Utbah. Ibn Masud al-Hudhali. Abdullah ibn Utbah ibn Masud al-Hudhali narrates, "I heard Umar ibn al-Khattab say, 'In the time of the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, people were held accountable by revelation. Now that revelation has ceased, we hold you accountable by what is apparent of your deeds. Whoever shows us good, we trust and draw near to him, and we have no concern with his inner secrets. God will judge his hidden self. But whoever shows us evil, we neither trust nor believe him, even if he claims his inner self is good." Thus Umar established a principle of justice based on manifest actions, leaving the unseen to the divine gaze. 76. The 32nd, from Nafi, the freed slave of Ibn Umar. Nafi, the freed slave of Ibn Umar, narrates, "Umar fixed the stipend for the early emigrants at 4,000. But for Ibn Umar, he set it at 3,500. It was said to him, 'He is among the emigrants. Why did you reduce it from 4,000? Umar replied, "He only emigrated with his father," meaning he did not emigrate by his own volition. Thus he distinguished between personal choice and circumstance in the distribution of honour. 77. The 33rd, in the book of Al-Bukhari. In the book of Al-Bukhari it is said, "Ahmad ibn Muhammad told me, narrating from Ibrahim, from his father, from his grandfather, that Umar permitted the wives of the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, to perform Hajj in the last Hajj he undertook. He sent with them Abdurrahman, meaning Ibn Auf, and Uthman ibn Affan. The Sheikh notes that Abu Bakr al-Barkani said this refers to Ibrahim ibn Abdurrahman ibn Auf, though there is some debate, and Abu Mas'ud did not mention it in his records. 78. The 34th, from Safiya bint Abi Ubaid. Safiya bint Abi Ubaid narrates, "A slave from the state's property forced himself upon a female slave from the 5th share of spoils, compelling her until he violated her. Umar flogged him and exiled him, but did not flog the female slave, as she was coerced. Thus justice was tempered with mercy, distinguishing between oppressor and oppressed. Individuals narrated by Muslim 79. The first from Ibn Umar through the narration of Nafi about Umar, from Ibn Umar through Nafi. It is narrated about Umar. He saw a silk garment being sold at the door of the mosque. He said, "O Messenger of God, if only you would buy it for Fridays and for delegations when they come to you." The Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, replied, "Only those who have no share in the hereafter wear such as this." Later, silk garments were brought to the Messenger of God, and he gave me one. I said, "O Messenger of God, you have given this to me after saying what you said about it?" He replied, "I did not give it to you to wear. I gave it to you to gift or sell." Some narrators attribute this to the narrations of Ibn Umar, and so Al-Bukhari recorded it. Thus, the wisdom of the Prophet illuminated the distinction between possession and purpose, guiding the heart towards sincerity. 80. The second narration, from Ibn Umar through the transmission of Nafi from Umar. It is related that Umar inquired of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, "May one of us sleep while in a state of ritual impurity?" The Prophet replied with a voice of serene assurance, "Yes, if he performs ablution." Some narrators have added further details concerning Umar's words, yet the essence remains a beacon of divine leniency, illuminating the path of purity even amidst human frailty. 81. The third narration, again from Ibn Umar, through Nafi's transmission from Umar. It is recounted that Umar said, "I acquired a piece of land in Khaybar, more beloved and precious to me than any wealth I ever possessed. I came to the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and said, 'I have obtained a land dearer to me than all else.' He responded, 'If you wish, you may give it in charity.' Thus, Umar dedicated it as an endowment, not to be sold or gifted, for the benefit of the poor, the kin, the freeing of slaves, the wayfarer, and the guest. No blame rests upon its caretaker if he partakes of it in moderation, without hoarding wealth, and offers sustenance to others. Some narrators have added to this account, and it has been recorded as part of the Musnad of Ibn Umar, preserved in the annals of sacred tradition. 82. The fourth narration, the Hadith of Faith. From Ibn Umar, through the narration of Yahya ibn Yamar, it is told that Yahya said, "The first to speak of predestination in Basra was Mabad al-Juhani. I, along with Humaid ibn Abdul Rahman al-Himyari, set out as pilgrims or performers of Umrah, saying to ourselves, if only we could meet one of the companions of the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and ask about these claims concerning predestination. By divine decree, we encountered Abdullah ibn Umar ibn al-Khattab entering the mosque. We flanked him, one on his right and the other on his left. I, presuming my companion would leave the speaking to me, said, "O Abu Abdul Rahman, there have appeared among us people who recite the Quran and seek knowledge, yet they claim there is no predestination, asserting that affairs are unordained." He replied with resolute clarity, "When you meet such people, inform them that I am free of their views, and they are free of me. By him in whose name Abdullah ibn Umar swears, if one of them possessed gold equal to Mount Uhud and spent it all, God would not accept it until he believes in predestination." Then he continued, narrating from his father, Umar ibn al-Khattab, who said, "One day as we sat with the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, a man approached, his clothes dazzlingly white, his hair intensely black, bearing no trace of travel, yet unknown to any of us. He sat before the Prophet, aligning his knees with his, placing his hands upon his thighs, and said, 'O Muhammad, inform me about Islam.' The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, replied, 'Islam is to bear witness that there is no God but God, and that Muhammad is his messenger, to establish prayer, to give charity, to fast in Ramadan, and to perform pilgrimage to the house if you are able.' The man said, 'You have spoken truly.' We marvelled at him, for he questioned and then affirmed. He then asked, 'Inform me about faith.' The Prophet replied, 'Faith is to believe in God, his angels, his books, his messengers, the last day, and in predestination its good and its evil.' The man said, 'You have spoken truly.' He asked further, 'Inform me about excellence, ihsan.' The Prophet said, It is to worship God as though you see him, and if you do not see him, know that he sees you. He inquired, "Inform me about the hour." The Prophet replied, "The one asked knows no more of it than the one asking." He then said, "Inform me of its signs." The Prophet answered, "That the slave girl shall give birth to her mistress, and that you shall see the barefoot, the naked, the destitute shepherds competing in lofty constructions." The man departed, and after a while the Prophet said, "O Umar, do you know who the questioner was?" I replied, "God and his messenger know best." He said, "It was Gabriel who came to teach you the matters of your faith." Muslim has compiled the narrations of this hadith, noting the text as we have presented, with some variations of addition or omission in certain transmissions. Abu Bakr al-Barkani added, through the narration of Ahmad ibn Abda, one of the transmitters from whom Muslim narrated this hadith, that Ibn Umar said, "Umar ibn al-Khattab narrated to me that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, Adam and Moses met, and Moses said, 'O Adam, you are the one who brought misery upon humanity and expelled them from paradise.' Adam replied, 'And you are Moses, whom God chose for his message and speech, and upon whom he revealed the Torah?' Moses said, 'Yes.' Adam said, 'Did you find it decreed for me before I was created?' Moses replied, 'Yes.' Thus Adam prevailed over Moses in argument. 83, the fifth narration from Ibn Abbas, through the transmission of Simak ibn al-Walid al-Hanafi, it is related that Umar ibn al-Khattab said, "On the day of Khaybar, a group of the Prophet's companions came forth declaring, 'So-and-so is a martyr, and so-and-so is a martyr,' until they passed by a man and said, 'So-and-so is a martyr.' But the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, 'No, indeed, I have seen him in the fire, wrapped in a cloak or a mantle that he had stolen.' Then the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, commanded, 'Go and proclaim among the people that none shall enter paradise save the believers.' So I went out and announced, 'Verily, none shall enter paradise save the believers.'" 84, the sixth narration. From Ibn Abbas, through Simak's transmission, it is recounted that Umar ibn al-Khattab said, "On the day of Badr, the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, gazed upon the polytheists, who numbered 1,000, while his companions were 319. He turned toward the Qibla, raised his hands, and cried out to his sustainer, 'O God, fulfill for me what you have promised. O God, grant me what you have promised. O God, if this small band of the people of Islam perishes, you will not be worshipped on earth.' He continued to beseech his sustainer, his hands outstretched until his cloak fell from his shoulders. Abu Bakr came to him, took the cloak, placed it back upon his shoulders, embraced him from behind, and said, 'O Prophet of God, enough is your supplication to your sustainer, for he will surely fulfill what he has promised you.' Then God, exalted and majestic, revealed, 'When you sought help from your sustainer, and he answered you, indeed I will reinforce you with 1,000 angels following one another.'" Dim Surah Al-Anfal 8-9. Thus God aided him with the angels. Simak added that Ibn Abbas narrated, "On that day a Muslim was pursuing a polytheist ahead of him when he heard the sound of a whip striking above him and the voice of a horseman saying, 'Advance, Hazm!' He looked at the polytheist before him, who fell flat on his back. Examining him, he saw that his nose was split and his face torn as if struck by a whip, all of it turned green. The Ansari came and reported this to the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, who said, "You have spoken truly, that was from the reinforcement of the third heaven." On that day they slew 70 and took 70 captive. Ibn Abbas continued, "When the captives were taken, the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, asked Abu Bakr and Umar, 'What do you think regarding these captives?' Abu Bakr said, 'O Messenger of God, they are our kin and clan. I suggest taking ransom from them, which will strengthen us against the disbelievers, and perhaps God will guide them to Islam.' The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, then asked, 'What do you think, O son of al-Khattab?' I replied, "By God, O Messenger of God, I do not share Abu Bakr's view. I suggest you empower us to strike their necks. Empower Ali over Akil, and empower me over so-and-so, a relative of mine, so that I may strike his neck, for these are the leaders and champions of disbelief." But the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, inclined toward Abu Bakr's opinion and did not favour mine. The next day I came and found the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and Abu Bakr sitting and weeping. I said, "O Messenger of God, tell me why you and your companion weep. If I find cause to weep, I shall weep. If not, I shall feign weeping for your sorrow." The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "I weep for what your companions proposed regarding the ransom. Their punishment was shown to me nearer than this tree," pointing to a tree close by, "and God, exalted and majestic, revealed, it is not for a prophet to have captives of war until he inflicts a massacre upon God's enemies in the land." To his saying, "So eat of what you have captured as lawful and good." Surah Al-Anfal 8:67-69. Thus God made the spoils lawful for them. 85. The seventh narration from Ibn Abbas through Simak's transmission. It is related that Umar said, "Hatib ibn Abi Balta'a wrote a letter to the people of Makkah, and God informed his prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, of this. He sent Ali and al-Zubayr in pursuit of the letter, and they intercepted a woman on a camel, extracting the letter from her hair braids. They brought it to the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, who summoned Hatib and asked, 'O Hatib, did you write this letter?' He replied, 'Yes, O Messenger of God.' The Prophet asked, 'What prompted you to do this?' Hatib answered, 'O Messenger of God, by God, I am sincere to God and his Messenger. But I was a stranger among the people of Makkah, and my family was amidst them. I feared for their safety, so I wrote a letter that would harm neither God nor his Messenger, hoping it might benefit my family.' Umar said, 'I drew my sword and said, O Messenger of God, let me deal with Hatib, for he has disbelieved, so I may strike his neck.' But the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, 'O son of Al-Khattab, how do you know? Perhaps God has looked upon this band of the people of Badr and said, do as you wish, for I have forgiven you.'" This narration was transmitted by al-Baqqani, though some scholars, such as Abu Masud in his Atraf and Khalf al-Wasiti, do not mention it. 86. The eighth narration. From Abd al-Rahman ibn Abd al-Qari, it is related that he heard Umar ibn al-Khattab say, "The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, whoever misses his portion of recitation at night, or part of it, and recites it between the dawn prayer and the noon prayer, it will be recorded for him as though he recited it at night." 87. The ninth narration from Jabir ibn Abdullah through the transmission of Abu al-Zubayr. It is related that he heard Umar ibn al-Khattab say that he heard the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, declare, "I shall surely expel the Jews and Christians from the Arabian Peninsula until none remain therein save Muslims." 88. The tenth narration. From Abu al-Zubayr, on the authority of Jabir, it is narrated that Umar ibn al-Khattab said, "A man performed ablution but left a spot the size of a fingernail on his foot unwashed. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, saw this and said, 'Return and perfect your ablution.' So the man returned, performed ablution properly, and then prayed." 89. The 11th narration from Abu al-Zubayr, on the authority of Jabir, it is related that Umar ibn al-Khattab spoke regarding the lizard, dab, saying, "The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, did not forbid it. Indeed, God benefits many through it. It is the common food of shepherds, and if it were with me, I would eat it." In the narration of Abu Sa'id al-Khudri, Umar said, "The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, merely found it distasteful." This is among the unique narrations of Muslim compiled here from Abu al-Zubayr's transmission from Jabir, as they concur in denying its prohibition. 90. The 12th narration. Abu Nadra narrated, Ibn Abbas would permit temporary marriage, mut'ah, while Ibn al-Zubayr forbade it. I mentioned this to Jabir ibn Abdullah, who said, "The matter unfolded before me. We practiced temporary marriage during the time of the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. But when Umar assumed authority, he declared, God permitted for his messenger what he willed as he willed, and the Quran has been revealed in its proper stations. Complete the Hajj and Umrah for God as he has commanded you, and cease this form of marriage with women. I shall not be brought a man who marries a woman for a fixed term without stoning him. In the narration of Ibn Umar it is added, separate your Hajj from your Umrah, for that is more complete for your Hajj and more complete for your Umrah. 91. The 13th narration. From Anas, through the transmission of Thabit al-Bunani, it is related that he said, we were with Umar, may God be pleased with him, between Makkah and Medina, when we sought to sight the new moon. I, being sharp of sight, saw it, though none claimed to have seen it but me. I kept saying to Umar, do you not see it? But he could not. Umar said, I shall see it while lying on my bed. Then he began to narrate to us about the people of Badr, saying, the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, showed us the places where the people of Badr would fall the day before, declaring, this is the place where so-and-so will fall tomorrow, God willing, and this is the place of so-and-so, God willing. Umar continued, by him who sent him with the truth, they did not miss the boundaries that the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, had set. They were placed in a well, one upon another. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, approached them and said, O so-and-so, son of so-and-so, and O so-and-so, son of so-and-so, have you found what God and his messenger promised to be true? For I have found what God promised me to be true. Umar asked, O messenger of God, how do you speak to bodies without souls? He replied, you are no more capable of hearing what I say than they are, except that they cannot respond to me. 92. The 14th narration. From the transmission of Nu'man ibn Bashir, it is related that Umar spoke of what people had acquired of worldly wealth, saying, I saw the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, spend an entire day writhing in hunger, unable to find even coarse dates to fill his stomach. Some narrators have transmitted this directly from Nu'man ibn Bashir on the authority of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him. 93. The 15th narration from Abu al-Tufail, Amir ibn Wathila, it is narrated that Nafi ibn al-Harith met Umar ibn al-Khattab at Usfan. Umar, who had appointed him over Makkah, asked, whom have you appointed over the people of this valley? He replied, Ibn Abza. Umar asked, and who is Ibn Abza? He answered, a freed slave of ours. Umar said, you have appointed a freed slave over them? He replied, he is a reciter of the Book of God and knowledgeable in the laws of inheritance. Umar then said, indeed, your prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, verily, God elevates some people by this book and lowers others by it. 94. The 16th narration from Uqba ibn Amir al-Juhani, it is related, we were tasked with tending the camels. When my turn came, I herded them and returned in the evening. I found the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, standing and addressing the people. I caught his words, there is no Muslim who performs ablution perfectly, then stands and prays 2 units of prayer, turning to them with his heart and face, except that paradise becomes his right. I said, how excellent is this? Then someone before me said, the one before it is even better. I looked and saw it was Umar ibn al-Khattab. He said, I saw you arrive just now. Then he recounted, there is none among you who performs ablution, perfecting it or completing it. Then says, I bear witness that there is no God but God alone, without partner, and I bear witness that Muhammad is his servant and messenger, except that the 8 gates of paradise are opened for him, and he may enter through whichever he wishes. 95. The 17th narration. From Ya'la ibn Umayyah it is related that he said to Umar ibn al-Khattab, there is no blame upon you if you shorten the prayer if you fear that those who disbelieve may attack you. Surah An-Nisa 4:101. Yet now the people are safe. Umar replied, I marveled at what you marvel at, so I asked the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, about it. He said, it is a charity that God has bestowed upon you, so accept his charity. 96. The 18th narration, from Shurahbil ibn al-Simt through the transmission of Jubayr ibn Nufayr, it is related,
I set out with Shurabil to a village 17 or 18 miles away. He prayed 2 units of prayer, so I asked him about it. He said, I saw Umar ibn al-Khattab pray 2 units at Du al-Hulayfa. I asked him, and he said, I only do as I saw the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, do. 97, the 19th narration, on the virtue of responding to the call of prayer from Hafs ibn Asim ibn Umar, from his father, from his grandfather, Umar ibn al-Khattab. May God be pleased with him, who said, the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, declared, when the caller to prayer proclaims, God is the greatest, God is the greatest, let one of you respond, God is the greatest, God is the greatest. Then when he says, I bear witness that there is no God but God, let him echo, I bear witness that there is no God but God. And when he affirms, I bear witness that Muhammad is the messenger of God, let him reply, I bear witness that Muhammad is the messenger of God. Then, when he calls, come to prayer, let him say, there is no power and no strength save with God. And when he announces, come to salvation, let him repeat, there is no power and no strength save with God. Then when he proclaims, God is the greatest, God is the greatest, let him echo, God is the greatest, God is the greatest. And finally, when he declares, there is no God but God, let him affirm, there is no God but God, from the depths of his heart. For verily, he who does so shall enter paradise. O seeker of truth, reflect upon this. The call to prayer is not merely a sound that pierces the air, but a celestial summons to the divine presence, a bridge between the mundane and the eternal. To respond with sincerity is to weave one's soul into the fabric of divine remembrance, ensuring our abode in the gardens of everlasting bliss. 98, the 20th narration on the generosity of the Prophet, from Salman ibn Rabia, who said, Umar, may God be pleased with him, recounted that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, distributed a portion of wealth, and I said, O Messenger of God, by God, there are others more deserving of this than these. He replied, they have given me a choice, either to ask of me with harshness or to deem me miserly, and I am not one to be miserly. Behold the magnanimity of the Chosen One, whose heart was a fountain of generosity, ever flowing, never withholding. Even when questioned, his response was cloaked in wisdom, revealing the depth of his compassion and his aversion to any semblance of stinginess. Let this be a lesson to us. True leadership lies in giving even when misunderstood, for the heart of a prophet is a mirror of divine bounty. 99, the 21st narration, the story of Uwais al-Qarni, from Usa ibn Jabir, who said, whenever reinforcements from Yemen arrived, Umar ibn al-Khattab, may God be pleased with him, would inquire of them, is Uwais ibn Amir among you? Until at last Uwais came before him. Umar asked, are you Uwais ibn Amir? He replied, yes. Umar continued, from the tribe of Murad and then from Khan? He affirmed, yes. Umar said, and you were afflicted with leprosy, then healed save for a spot the size of a dirham? He replied, yes. Umar asked, and you have a mother? He said, yes. Then Umar declared, I heard the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, say, there shall come to you Uwais ibn Amir with the reinforcements from Yemen, from Murad, and then from Khan. He was afflicted with leprosy, and was healed save for a spot the size of a dirham. He has a mother to whom he is deeply devoted. If he were to swear by God, God would fulfill his oath. If you are able to seek his supplication for forgiveness, then do so. So Umar said, seek forgiveness for me, and Uwais sought forgiveness for him. Then Umar asked, where do you intend to go? He replied, to Kufa. Umar offered, shall I write a letter for you to its governor? Uwais declined, saying, I prefer to be among the obscure of the people. The following year, a nobleman from among them performed Hajj and met Umar, who asked about Uwais. The man replied, I left him in a modest home with little provision. Umar said, I heard the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, say, there shall come to you Uwais ibn Amir with the reinforcements from Yemen, from Murad, and then from Khan. He was afflicted with leprosy and was healed save for a spot the size of a dirham. He has a mother to whom he is deeply devoted. If he were to swear by God, God would fulfill his oath. If you are able to seek his supplication for forgiveness, then do so. So the man sought out Uwais and said,
"Seek forgiveness for me." Uwais replied, "You are more recently returned from a righteous journey. Seek forgiveness for me." The man insisted, "Seek forgiveness for me." And Uwais responded, "You are more recently returned from a righteous journey. Seek forgiveness for me." Then he asked, "Did you meet Umar?" The man said, "Yes," so Uwais sought forgiveness for him. The people began to recognize Uwais, and he departed, seeking anonymity. Usayr added, "I gifted him a cloak, and whenever someone saw him wearing it, they would ask, 'Where did Uwais get this cloak?'" The narrations of this story vary in wording, with additions and omissions, yet their essence remains harmonious, and their purpose is to convey the authentic transmission. Thus have we presented them alongside other narrations in their shared meaning and intent. O reader, contemplate the hidden saint Uwais, whose humility veiled his greatness, yet whose piety pierced the heavens. In his anonymity lies a profound lesson. True virtue seeks not the gaze of men, but the pleasure of the divine. His devotion to his mother and his intercession for others are a reminder that the path to paradise is paved with kindness and selflessness. 3. The agreed-upon narrations from the Musnad of Uthman ibn Affan, may God be pleased with him, 100. The first narration, on purification after intimacy, from Zayd ibn Khalid al-Juhani, who said, "I asked Uthman ibn Affan, may God be pleased with him, 'What is your view if a man approaches his wife but does not emit?' Uthman replied, he should perform ablution as he does for prayer and wash his private part. He added, I heard this from the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. In the narration of Bukhari, it is added that Zayd inquired of Ali ibn Abi Talib, Zubair ibn al-Awam, Talha ibn Ubaidullah, and Ubay ibn Ka'b, and they too instructed him likewise. This ruling is also found in both collections from Urwa ibn al-Zubair, from Abu Ayyub, who heard it from the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and in Bukhari from Abu Ayyub, from Ubay ibn Ka'b, from the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, with the same meaning. How intricate is the law of purity, a reflection of the soul's need to return to a state of sanctity after the intimacy of the earthly. This guidance from the Prophet, conveyed through his noble companions, reminds us that even in the most personal of acts, there lies a pathway to spiritual renewal through adherence to divine command. 101. The second narration on the ablution of Uthman from Humran IBN. Aban, the freed slave of Uthman, concerning the narration of ablution, transmitted through various narrators, Atta ibn Yazid al-Laythi, Urwa ibn al-Zubair, Mu'ad ibn Abd al-Rahman, Muhammad ibn al-Munkadir, Zayd ibn Aslam, Bukar ibn Abdullah ibn al-Ashaj, and Jami ibn Shaddad with differing wordings. Muslim alone narrates from Humran through Muhammad ibn al-Munkadir, Zayd ibn Aslam, Bukar and Jami, while both Bukhari and Muslim agree on the rest. In the narration of Atta, it is said that Uthman called for a vessel, poured water over his hands 3 times, washing them, then inserted his right hand into the vessel, rinsed his mouth and cleared his nose. He washed his face thrice, his hands up to the elbows thrice, wiped over his head, and washed his feet thrice up to the ankles. Then he said, I saw the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, perform ablution as I have done, and he said, Whoever performs ablution as I have done, then prays 2 units of prayer without distracting himself with worldly thoughts, shall have his past sins forgiven. In Muslim's narration, Uthman said, I heard the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, say, Whoever performs ablution for prayer, perfecting it, then walks to the prescribed prayer and prays it with the people, or in congregation, or in the mosque, God will forgive his sins. In the narration of Ibn al-Munkadir, Uthman said, The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, declared, Whoever performs ablution and perfects it, his sins will depart from his body, even from beneath his fingernails. In the narration of Zayd ibn Aslam, Uthman performed ablution and said, I saw the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, perform ablution like this, and he said, Whoever performs ablution thus shall have his past sins forgiven, and his prayer and walking to the mosque will be counted as additional good deeds. In Bukhaya's narration, Uthman performed a beautiful ablution and said, I saw the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, perform ablution and perfect it. Then he said, whoever performs ablution thus, then goes to the mosque, driven solely by the intent of prayer, shall have his past sins forgiven. In the narration of Abu Sakr Jami ibn Shaddad from Humran, it is said, I used to prepare water for Uthman's purification, and not a day passed without him pouring water over himself. He said, the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, spoke to us as we returned from our prayer, I believe it was the ASR prayer, and said, I do not know whether to tell you or remain silent. We replied, O messenger of God, if it is good, then tell us. If otherwise, God and his messenger know best. He said, there is no Muslim who purifies himself, completing the purification prescribed by God, and prays the 5 daily prayers, except that they become an expiation for the sins committed between them. In Muslims' unique narrations from Abu Anas Malik ibn Abi Amir al-Asbahi from Uthman, he said, shall I not show you the ablution of the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him? Then he performed ablution, washing each part thrice. Qutayba, via Sufyan, added that there were men from the companions of the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, present. Abu Bakr al-Bakani, in his narration through Sufyan, added that Uthman said, did you not see the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, perform ablution thus? And they replied, yes. In another of Muslims' unique narrations from Amr ibn Sa'id ibn al-As, Uthman called for water for purification and said, I heard the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, say, there is no Muslim upon whom a prescribed prayer becomes due, who then perfects its ablution, humility and bowing, except that it becomes an expiation for the sins before it, so long as he does not commit a major sin, and this is for all time. O seeker, ponder the sanctity of ablution, a ritual of renewal, a washing away of the stains of the world, preparing the soul to stand before its Creator. Each drop of water is a mercy, each act a step closer to divine forgiveness. Uthman, the noble companion, mirrors for us the Prophet's meticulous care, teaching that purity of body precedes purity of heart. 102. The third narration on building a mosque for God's sake from Ubaidullah ibn al-Aswad from Uthman, who said, I heard the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, say, whoever builds a mosque for God. Bukair said, I believe he added, seeking thereby the countenance of God, God shall build for him a like abode in paradise. In Muslims' unique narration from Mahmud ibn Labid, from Uthman, he said, I heard the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, say, whoever builds a mosque for God, God shall build for him a like abode in paradise. Consider, O reader, the eternal transaction of faith. To erect a house for God's worship is to secure a mansion in the gardens of eternity. This is not merely brick and mortar, but a covenant with the divine, a testament to one's longing for his nearness, rewarded with a home in the realm of unending light. Unique narrations of Bukhari. 103. The first narration on preserving the Quran's order. From Abdullah ibn al-Zubair, who said, I said to Uthman, this verse in Surah al-Baqarah, and those of you who die and leave behind wives, up to without turning them out, Al-Baqarah 2:240, has been abrogated by another verse, so why do we not omit it? Uthman replied, leave it as it is, O son of my brother, for I shall not alter anything from its place. O seeker of knowledge, behold the reverence of Uthman for the divine text, a guardian of the Quran's sanctity, unwilling to tamper with its sacred arrangement. His steadfastness teaches us that even in the face of abrogation, the words of God retain their sanctity, for they are a trust from the divine to be preserved in their entirety. 104. The second narration. On the compilation of the Quran, from Anas ibn Malik concerning the compilation of the Quran, that Hudhaifa came to Uthman, and this has been mentioned earlier in the Musnad of Abu Bakr, connected to the narration of Zayd ibn Thabit. 105. The third narration, on the pulpit of the Prophet from Al-Sa'ib ibn Yazid, who said, I heard Uthman ibn Affan on the pulpit of the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. He mentioned no more, and this is recorded in Bukhari's book Al-Itisam, in the context of mentioning the pulpit.
106. The fourth narration, on advising the leader, from Ubaidullah ibn Adi ibn al-Qiyar, who said, Al-Miswar ibn Makrama and Abd ar-Rahman. Ibn al-Aswad said to me, What prevents you from speaking to the commander of the faithful, Uthman, concerning his brother al-Walid ibn Uqba, for the people have spoken much about him? So I approached Uthman as he went out for prayer and said, I have a need, and it is sincere advice. He said, O man, I seek refuge in God from you. So I turned away. Then a messenger from Uthman came to me, and I went to him. He asked, What is your advice? I said, God the exalted and glorious sent Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, with the truth, and revealed to him the book. I was among those who responded to God and his messenger, migrated twice, accompanied the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and witnessed his guidance. The people have spoken much concerning al-Walid. He asked, Did you meet the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him? I replied, No, but his knowledge reached me as it reaches a virgin in her seclusion. He said, To proceed, God, blessed and exalted, sent Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, with the truth. I was among those who responded to God and his messenger, believed in what he was sent with, migrated twice, as you mentioned, accompanied the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and, in another narration, became his son-in-law and pledged allegiance to him. By God, I neither disobeyed him nor deceived him until God took him. Then came Abu Bakr, and it was the same. Then Umar, and it was the same. Then I was appointed as Caliph. Do I not have the same rights as they had? I said, Indeed. He said, Then what are these reports that reach me from you? As for what you mentioned concerning al-Walid, we shall take the rightful course, God willing. Then he called Ali and ordered him to flog al-Walid, and he flogged him 80 lashes. In Muslim's unique narration in the Musnad of Ali, peace be upon him, from Hadhain ibn al-Mundir, it is said that when al-Walid was flogged 40 times, Ali said, Stop. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, flogged 40, Abu Bakr flogged 40, and Umar flogged 80, and all are sunnah. But this is more beloved to me. O reader, reflect on the balance of justice and mercy in leadership. Uthman, though burdened by calumny, listens to counsel and upholds the law, yet his recounting of his fidelity to the Prophet's path reveals a soul anchored in righteousness. Let this be a guide. To advise a leader is a duty, but to do so with sincerity and respect is the mark of true wisdom. 107. The fifth narration, on prayer during fitna, from Ubaidullah ibn Adi, who also said, I entered upon Uthman ibn Affan when he was besieged, and said to him, You are the Imam of the people, and what has befallen you is evident. This man leads us in prayer, an Imam of fitna, and I am uneasy about praying with him. Uthman replied, Prayer is the best of what people do. If the people do good, then do good with them, and if they do wrong, avoid their wrongdoing. How profound is this counsel in times of discord! Uthman teaches that the sanctity of prayer transcends the flaws of its leader, urging unity in worship while safeguarding one's soul from complicity in error. This is the path of equilibrium, to stand firm in faith amidst the storms of tribulation. 108. The sixth narration, on learning and teaching the Quran, from Abu Abd ar-Rahman al-Sulami, from Uthman, who said, The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, declared, The best of you is he who learns the Quran and teaches it. O seeker, know that the Quran is the eternal speech of God, a light for the heart and a guide for the wayfarer. To learn it is to drink from the fountain of divine wisdom, and to teach it is to share that nectar with others, earning the title of best in the sight of the Creator. 109. The seventh narration, on Uthman's merits, from Abu Abd ar-Rahman also, who said, When Uthman was besieged, he looked out upon them and said, I adjure you by God, and I adjure only the companions of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him. Do you not know that the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, Whoever equips the army of hardship shall have paradise? And I equipped them. Do you not know that he said, Whoever digs the well of rumour shall have paradise? And I dug it, and they affirmed what he said. In the face of adversity, Uthman recalls his service to the cause of Islam, not as boast, but as a plea for recognition of his sincerity.
O reader, let this remind you that deeds done for God's sake are never forgotten, and their reward is assured, even when the world turns against the doer. 110. The eighth narration, on appointing a successor, from Marwan ibn al-Hakam, who said, Uthman ibn Affan suffered a severe nosebleed in the year of the nosebleeds, which prevented him from performing Hajj, and he made a will. A man from Quraysh entered upon him and said, Appoint a successor, O commander of the faithful. He said, Yes. The man asked, And who? Uthman remained silent. Then another man entered and said, Appoint a successor, O commander of the faithful. Uthman said, Have they said so? The man replied, Yes. Uthman asked, And who is it? The man remained silent. Uthman said, Perhaps they mentioned Az-Zubayr? The man said, Yes. Uthman declared, By him in whose hand is my soul, he is indeed the best of them as far as I know, and he was among the most beloved to the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. Even in his final moments, Uthman's concern is for the Ummah's welfare, his silence a veil over his wisdom, his praise for Az-Zubayr a testament to his fairness. Let us learn from this, leadership is not about self, but about safeguarding the trust of the community, even unto the last breath. Unique narrations of Muslim beyond those mentioned. 111. The first narration, on marriage during Ihram. From Aban ibn Uthman, from Uthman, who said, The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, The one in the state of Ihram shall neither marry, nor arrange a marriage, nor propose. 112. The second narration, on treating eyes. During Ihram, it is narrated that Umar ibn Ubaidullah ibn Mamar complained of his eye while in Ihram and wished to apply kohl to it. Aban ibn Uthman forbade him and instructed him to apply aloe instead, narrating from Uthman from the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, that he used to do so. 113. The third narration, on prohibited transactions, from Malik ibn Abi Malik al-Asbahi, from Uthman, may God be pleased with him, who said, The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, Do not sell 1 dinar for 2 dinars, nor 1 dirham for 2 dirhams. 114. The fourth narration, on the modesty of Uthman, from Sa'id ibn al-As, who said, Uthman and Aisha narrated to me that Abu Bakr as-Siddiq, may God be pleased with him, sought permission to enter upon the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, while he was lying on his bed, wearing a cloak of Aisha. He granted permission to Abu Bakr in that state, and Abu Bakr fulfilled his need and left. Then Umar sought permission and was admitted in the same state, fulfilled his need, and left. Uthman said, Then I sought permission, and he sat up and said to Aisha, Gather your garments around you. I fulfilled my need and departed. Aisha then said, O Messenger of God, why did I not see you hasten for Abu Bakr and Umar as you did for Uthman? The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, replied, Indeed, Uthman is a shy man, and I feared that if I admitted him in that state, he might not express his need to me. 115. The fifth narration, on the reward of congregational prayer, from Abd ar-Rahman ibn Abi Umrah, who said, Uthman ibn Affan narrated, I heard the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, say, Whoever prays the Isha prayer in congregation, it is as if he has prayed half the night, and whoever prays the Fajr prayer in congregation, it is as if he has prayed the entire night. O seeker, let these narrations be lanterns on your path. The sanctity of Ihram, the ethics of trade, the beauty of modesty, and the reward of communal worship, all are threads in the divine tapestry of guidance. Embrace them, for they lead to the ultimate abode of peace. 4. The agreed-upon narrations, from Ali ibn Abi Talib, may God be pleased with him, 116. The first narration on night prayer, from Al-Husayn ibn Ali, who said, Ali informed me that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, came to him and Fatima at night and said, Will you not pray? Ali replied, O Messenger of God, our souls are in the hand of God. If he wishes to awaken us, he will do so. The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, turned away when I said this without responding, and I heard him, as he departed, striking his thigh and saying, And man is ever disposed to contention. Al-Kahf 1854. O reader, reflect on this gentle reminder from the Prophet to his beloved family, a call to rise in the stillness of night for communion with the divine. Even in Ali's response there is a profound trust in God's decree, yet the Prophet's words remind us that the human tendency to argue must not deter us from the pursuit of worship. 117, the second narration on the incident with Hamza, from Al-Hussein. Ibn Ali also, who said, Ali, may God be pleased with him, said, I had a she-camel from my share of the spoils on the day of Badr, and the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, had given me another she-camel from the Combs that day. When I intended to marry Fatima, the daughter of the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, I made an agreement with a goldsmith from Banu Kainuka to travel with me to bring some grass, which I intended to sell to the goldsmiths to help with the expenses of my wedding feast. While I was gathering equipment for my she-camels, saddles, sacks and ropes, with the camels resting beside the house of a man from the Ansar, I returned after gathering to find that my camels' humps had been cut off, their sides slit open and parts of their livers taken. I could not hold back my tears at the sight. I asked, "Who did this?" They replied, "Hamza did it, and he is in that house with a group of Ansar, drinking," while a singer sang to them and their companions, and she said in her song, "O Hamza, to the lofty she-camels." So Hamza leapt up with a sword, cut off their humps, slit their sides, and took from their livers. Ali continued, I went to the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and Zayd ibn Haritha was with him. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, saw in my face what I had encountered and asked, "What is the matter with you?" I said, "O messenger of God, Hamza attacked my she-camels, cut off their humps, slit their sides, and he is there in a house with a group drinking." The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, called for his cloak, donned it, and set out walking with Zayd ibn Haritha and me following until he reached the house where Hamza was. He sought permission to enter, and they admitted him. They were drinking, and the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, began to reproach Hamza for what he had done. Hamza, intoxicated, his eyes red, looked at the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, gazing from his knees, then to his navel, then to his face, and said, "Are you not but slaves of my father?" The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, recognized that he was intoxicated, so he stepped back on his heels and left, and we left with him. In another narration it is added that this occurred before the prohibition of intoxicants. 118, the third, narrated by Ibn Abbas, who said, Umar was laid upon his bier, and the people gathered around him, invoking blessings and offering prayers before he was lifted, and I was among them. Suddenly a man grasped my shoulder, startling me. I turned to see it was Ali ibn Abi Talib. He spoke words of mercy for Umar, saying, "I never thought there was anyone whose deeds I would more dearly wish to present before God than yours. By God, I always believed that God would unite you with your two companions, for I often heard the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, say, I went with Abu Bakr and Umar. I entered with Abu Bakr and Umar. I departed with Abu Bakr and Umar. Thus I hoped, or rather believed, that God would place you alongside them." 119. The fourth, narrated by Abdullah ibn Jafar ibn Abi Talib, who said, I heard Ali declare, I heard the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, say, the best of women is Maryam, daughter of Imran, and the best of women is Khadija, daughter of Khuwaylid. 120. The fifth, narrated by Muhammad ibn Ali ibn al-Hanafiya, who said that Ali, may God be pleased with him, told Ibn Abbas, the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, forbade the temporary marriage of women on the day of Kaaba, as well as the consumption of the meat of domesticated donkeys. 121. The sixth, narrated by Ibn al-Hanafiya from his father, who said, I was afflicted with a discharge, and I felt shy to ask the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, directly due to my relationship with his daughter. So I instructed al-Miqdad ibn al-Aswad to ask on my behalf. He did, and the Prophet replied, let him wash his private part and perform ablution. This narration is found uniquely in Al-Bukhari through Abu Abd ar-Rahman as-Sulami, though he said, I instructed a man to ask the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him. And in it, the Prophet said, wash your private part and perform ablution as recorded in the compendiums. It's also uniquely in Muslim through Abdullah ibn Abbas, who said, Ali ibn Abi Talib stated, we sent al-Miqdad to the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, to ask about the discharge that comes from a person. What should be done? The Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, replied, perform ablution and sprinkle water on your private area. 122. The seventh, narrated by Sa'id ibn al-Musayyib, who said, Ali and Uthman met at Usfan. Uthman was prohibiting temporary marriage or performing Umrah alongside Hajj, whereupon Ali said, why do you forbid the people from a matter that the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, himself performed? Uthman replied, leave us be. Ali responded, I cannot leave you be. Seeing this, Ali then performed both rites together. This meaning is also found uniquely in Al-Bukhari through Marwan ibn al-Hakam, from the narration of Ali ibn al-Husayn, who said, I witnessed Uthman and Ali between Makkah and Medina, and Uthman was prohibiting temporary marriage and combining the two rites. When Ali saw this, he performed both, declaring, Labaik for Umrah and Hajj. Uthman said, you see me forbidding the people, yet you do it? Ali replied, I would not abandon the sunnah of the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, for the words of anyone. This same meaning is also uniquely in Muslim through Abdullah ibn Hakik, who said Ali would command the performance of temporary marriage, while Uthman forbade it. Uthman spoke a word, and Ali said, you know well that we performed temporary marriage with the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him. Uthman replied, indeed, but we were in a state of fear. 123. The eighth, narrated by Ubaidullah ibn Abi Rafi, who was a scribe for Ali, and by Abu Abd ar-Rahman as Sulami from Ali, who said, Ubaidullah recounted, I heard Ali, may God be pleased with him, say, the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, sent me Az-Zubayr and al-Miqdad, saying, go forth until you reach the meadow of Kark, for there is a woman traveller with a letter. Take it from her. We set out, our horses hastening beneath us, until we reached the meadow. There we found the woman traveller. We said, produce the letter, or we shall strip your garments. She brought it forth from her braided hair, and we delivered it to the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him. It read, from Hatib ibn Abi Balta'a to some polytheists among the people of Makkah, informing them of some of the affairs of the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him. The Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, O Hatib, what is this? He replied, O Messenger of God, do not hasten to judge me. I was but an outsider among Quraysh, not of their lineage. Those of the emigrants with you have kin who protect their wealth and families in Makkah. Since I lacked such ties of kinship among them, I wished to create a bond with them so they might safeguard my relatives. I did not do this out of disbelief, nor did I apostatize from my faith, nor did I consent to disbelief after embracing Islam. The Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, he has spoken the truth to you. Umar then said, Allow me, O Messenger of God, to strike the neck of this hypocrite." The Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, replied, "He was present at Badr." "How do you know?" "Perhaps God has looked upon the people of Badr and said, 'Do as you will, for I have forgiven you.'" Thereupon God, the exalted and majestic, revealed, "O you who have attained to faith, do not take my enemies and your enemies as allies." Quran 61, Surat al-Mumtahana. In the narration of Abu Abd ar-Rahman from Ali, he said, "The Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, sent me as Zubair ibn al-Awwam and Abu Marthad, all of us mounted, and then narrated the same meaning, though he did not mention the revelation of the verse, nor did some narrators in the account of Ubaidullah mention it. Some attributed it to the recitation of Sufyan, who said, "I do not know whether the verse is part of the hadith or from the words of Ammar, meaning Ibn Dinar." 124, the 9th, narrated by Ubaidah. Ibn Amr as-Salmani from Ali, who said, "The Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said on the day of the Confederates, or in another narration, the day of the trench, 'May God fill their graves and their houses with fire, for they distracted us from the middle prayer until the sun had set.'" Uniquely in Muslim through Yahya ibn al-Jazar and Shuta ibn Shakal, both from Ali, may peace be upon him, it is said, "They distracted us from the middle prayer, the Asr prayer," and the narration continues similarly. Shuta added, "Then he prayed it between Maghrib and Isha." A similar narration is found in the Musnad of Ibn Masud, 125, the 10th, narrated by Zayd ibn Wab from Ali, who said, "The Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, gifted me a striped garment. I wore it and went out, but I saw anger in his face, so I tore it and distributed it among my womenfolk." Uniquely in Muslim through Abu Salim Mahan, whose name is Abd ar-Rahman ibn Qais, from Ali, it is said, "Aqaidah of Duma gifted the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, a silken robe which he gave to Ali, saying, 'Tear it into headscarves for the women of Fatima's household.'" In another narration through Abu Salih, he said, "A striped garment was gifted to the Messenger of God. May God's peace and blessings be upon him, and he sent it to me. I wore it, but I saw anger in his face. He said, 'I did not send it to you to wear. I sent it to you to tear it into headscarves for the women.'" 126, the 11th, narrated by Abdullah ibn Shaddad. Ibn al-Had from Ali, who said, "I never heard the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, invoke both his parents for anyone except Sa'd ibn Malik. On the day of Uhud I heard him say, 'O Sa'd, shoot, may my father and mother be your ransom.'" 127, the 12th, narrated by Rabi ibn Kirash from Ali, who said, "The Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, 'Do not lie about me, for whoever lies about me shall enter the fire.'" 128, the 13th, narrated by Al-Harith ibn Suwaid from Ali, who said, "The Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, forbade fermenting drinks in gourds and pitched vessels." 129, the 14th, narrated by Abd ar-Rahman ibn Abi Layla from Ali, "May God be pleased with him," who said, "The Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, commanded me to oversee his sacrificial animals, to give their meat, hides, and gear in charity, and not to give any portion to the butcher, saying, 'We shall give him from our own resources.'" 130, the 15th, narrated by Ibn Abi Layla from Ali, who said, "Fatima came to the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, seeking a servant. He said, 'Shall I not inform you of something better for you? Glorify God 33 times, praise him 33 times, and magnify him 34 times. In another narration, Ali said, "The Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, came to us while we were in our beds. He sat between us until I felt the coolness of his feet on my chest, and he said, 'Shall I teach you something better than what you asked for? When you lie down to sleep, magnify God 34 times. And he mentioned the rest, saying, "This is better for you than a servant." Sufyan noted, "One of them is 34. In the narration of Ibn Sirin, the glorification is 34. Ali said, "I have not abandoned it since I heard it from the Messenger of God. May God's peace and blessings be upon him." It was asked of him, "Not even on the night of Siffin?" He replied, "Not even on the night of Siffin." 131. The 16th, narrated by Abu Abd ar-Rahman as-Sulami from Ali, who said, "We were at a funeral in Baqi al-Gharqad when the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, came to us. He sat, and we sat around him. He had a stick with him, and he lowered his head, striking the ground with it. Then he said, 'There is none among you but that his seat in the fire and his seat in paradise have been written.' They said, 'O Messenger of God, shall we not then rely on what has been written for us?' He replied, 'Act, for each is made easy for that for which he was created. As for the one destined for felicity, he will be led to the deeds of felicity. As for the one destined for misery, he will be led to the deeds of misery.' Then he recited, 'As for him who gives and is conscious of God and believes in the ultimate good, we will indeed make smooth for him the path to ease.' Quran 92, 5, 7, Surat al-Layl. 132. The 17th, narrated also by Abu Abd ar-Rahman as-Sulami from Ali, who said, 'The Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, sent out an expedition and appointed a man from the Ansar as their leader, commanding them to listen to him and obey. They angered him over something, and he said, 'Gather firewood for me.' They did so. Then he said, 'Light a fire.' They did. Then he said, 'Did not the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, command you to listen and obey?' They said, 'Indeed.' He said, 'Then enter it.' They looked at one another and said, 'We only fled to the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, to escape the fire.' They remained thus until his anger subsided and the fire was extinguished. When they returned, they mentioned this to the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, who said, had they entered it, they would never have emerged from it. And he added, 'There is no obedience to a created being in disobedience to God. Obedience is only in what is right.' 133, the 18th, narrated by Yazid ibn Sharik ibn Tariq at-Taymi, who said, 'I saw Ali on the pulpit delivering a sermon, and I heard him say, "By God, we have no book to read except the book of God and what is in this scroll." He then unfolded it, and therein were matters concerning the ages of camels, rulings on injuries, and it contained the saying of the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him. Medina is a sanctuary from air to thaw. Whoever innovates an evil therein or shelters an innovator, upon him is the curse of God, the angels, and all of humanity. God will not accept from him on the day of resurrection any ransom or compensation. The protection of the Muslims is one. Even the least among them can extend it. Whoever betrays a Muslim, upon him is the curse of God, the angels, and all of humanity. God will not accept from him on the day of resurrection any ransom or compensation, and whoever aligns with a people without the permission of his protectors, or in another narration, whoever claims lineage to other than his father or affiliates with other than his protectors, upon him is the curse of God, the angels, and all of humanity. God will not accept from him on the day of resurrection any ransom or compensation. This is found in a summarized form uniquely in Al-Bukhari through Abu Juhayfa Wahb ibn Abdullah as-Suwa'i, who said, "I asked Ali, 'Do you have anything of revelation that is not in the Quran?' He replied, 'No, by the one who split the grain and created the soul, except an understanding that God grants to a man regarding the Quran and what is in this scroll.' I asked, 'And what is in this scroll?' He said, 'Matters of compensation, the freeing of captives, and that a Muslim should not be killed in retaliation for a disbeliever.' 134, the 19th, narrated by Suwaid ibn Ghafla, who said, 'Ali, may God be pleased with him, declared, when I narrate to you a hadith from the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, by God, I would rather fall from the heavens than lie about him.' In another narration, than to attribute to him what he did not say. And when I speak to you of matters between us, know that war is deception. I heard the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, say, there will emerge in the latter days a people young in age, foolish in understanding, speaking with the words of the best of creation. They will recite the Quran, but their faith will not pass beyond their throats. They will stray from the religion as an arrow strays from its target. Wherever you encounter them, slay them, for in their slaying is a reward for whoever slays them before God on the day of resurrection. 135. The 20th, narrated by Umayyah ibn Sa'd an-Nakhai from Ali, may God be pleased with him, who said, I would not impose a legal penalty on anyone such that he dies and feel remorse in my soul, except for the one who drinks wine. If he were to die, I would pay his blood money. For the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, did not prescribe it as a fixed penalty. Unique narrations in Al-Bukhari 136, the first. Narrated by Abdullah ibn Abbas, through the narration of Abdullah ibn Ka'b ibn Malik from him, that Ali emerged from the presence of the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, during the illness in which he passed away. The people asked, O Abu al-Hasan, how is the Messenger of God? May God's peace and blessings be upon him this morning. He replied, by the praise of God he is recovering. Al-Abbas ibn Abd al-Muttalib took him by the hand and said, by God, after 3 days you will be under the rod of authority. By God, I see that the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, will pass away in this illness of his. I recognize the faces of the Banu Abd al-Muttalib at the time of death. Let us go to the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, and ask him in whose hands this matter shall be. If it is with us, we will know it. If it is with others, we will speak to him so he may entrust us. Ali replied, by God, if we ask the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, for it and he denies us, the people will never grant it to us after him. By God, I will not ask the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him for it. 137. The second, narrated by An-Nazal ibn Subra, who said, Ali came to the door of our Rakhba, drank while standing, and said, indeed I saw the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, do as you have seen me do. 138. The third, narrated by Abu at-Tufail, Amir ibn Wathila, who said, I heard Ali say, narrate to the people only what they recognize. Do you wish for God and his messenger to be belied? 139. The fourth, narrated by Muhammad ibn Ali ibn al-Hanafiya, who said, if Ali had intended to speak ill of Uthman, he would have done so on the day when people came to him complaining about Uthman's agents. Ali said to me, take this letter to Uthman and inform him that it contains the charity rulings of the Messenger of God. May God's peace and blessings be upon him. Command his agents to act by it. I took it to him, and he said, we have no need of it. I returned with it to Ali, who said, no matter, place it where you found it. Some narrators, through Sufyan ibn Uyayna, said Ali had no choice, since he possessed knowledge of it, but to convey it to him. We believe Uthman returned it only because he already had knowledge of it, and thus felt no need for it. This was narrated by Abu Mas'ud ad-Dimashqi in the compendiums. 140. The fifth, narrated by Ibn al-Hanafiya, who said, I asked my father, who is the best of people after the Messenger of God? May God's peace and blessings be upon him. He replied, Abu Bakr. I asked, then who? He said, Umar. I feared to ask, then who? Lest he say, Uthman. I said, then you? He replied, I am but a man among the Muslims. 141. The sixth, narrated by Ubaidah ibn Amr as-Salmani, who said, Ali, may God be pleased with him, declared, judge as you used to judge, for I dislike discord until the people are united as one, or until I die as my companions died. Ibn Sirin considered most of what was narrated from Ali to be falsehood. 142. The seventh, narrated by Ash-Shabi, whose name is Amir ibn Sharahil, that when Ali stoned a woman, he flogged her on Thursday and stoned her on Friday, saying, I flogged her by the Book of God, and I stoned her by the Sunnah of the Messenger of God. May God's peace and blessings be upon him. 143. The eighth, narrated by Qais ibn Abad from Ali, who said, I will be the first to kneel for judgment before the Most Merciful on the day of resurrection. Qais said, concerning them was revealed, these are two adversaries who have disputed over their sustainer. Quran 22:19, Surat al-Hajj. He said, "They are those who duelled on the day of Badr, Ali, Hamza and Ubaidah ibn al-Harith against Shayba ibn Rabi'ah, Utbah ibn Rabi'ah and al-Walid ibn Utbah." In another narration, Ali said, "This verse was revealed about us regarding our duel on the day of Badr. These are two adversaries who have disputed over their sustainer." This descent of the verse concerning them is also in the Sahih through Qais ibn Abad from Abu Dar. 144. The ninth, narrated by Abdullah ibn Muqil ibn Muqarrin al-Muzani, that Ali prayed over Sahl ibn Hunayf, pronouncing the takbir and saying, "Indeed, he was present at Badr." Abu Bakr al-Bakani said, Al-Bukhari did not specify the number of takbirs, but it is with Ibn Uyayna in his chain, stating that he pronounced 6 takbirs. Unique narrations in Muslim 145, the first narrated by Abdullah ibn al-Abbas from Ali, and by Abdullah ibn Hanin from Ali, the latter being more complete, who said, "The Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, forbade me from wearing a gold ring, from wearing garments of Kasi silk, and from reciting Quran during bowing or prostration." In a narration through Abdullah ibn Hanin from Ibn Abbas, he said, "I was forbidden to recite while bowing without mentioning Ali in the chain." In the compendiums it is noted that in the narration of Ibn Abbas from Ali there is the prohibition of a gold ring, wearing Kasi silk, dyed saffron garments, and reciting during bowing and prostration. This is not found in our copy of Muslim's book, though it may exist in another manuscript, and God knows best. 146. The second narration from Abu al-Tufail, Amir ibn Wathila, who said, "I was in the presence of Ali ibn Abi Talib, may peace be upon him, when a man approached and inquired, 'What did the Prophet confide to you in secret?' At this Ali's countenance darkened with displeasure, and he replied, 'The Prophet, may God's blessings and peace be upon him, did not whisper to me anything that he withheld from the people save for 4 utterances he imparted to me.' The man pressed, 'What are they, O Commander of the Faithful?' Ali responded, he said, 'Cursed be the one who curses his parents. Cursed be the one who slaughters for other than God. Cursed be the one who shelters an innovator in wrongdoing. And cursed be the one who alters the landmarks of the earth.' 147. The third narration from Ubaid God ibn Abi Rafi, narrating from Ali, who said, "Whenever the Prophet, may God's blessings and peace be upon him, rose for prayer, he would proclaim, 'I have turned my face towards him who created the heavens and the earth in pure devotion, and I am not of those who associate partners with him. Verily my prayer, my sacrifice, my living and my dying are for God, the sustainer of the worlds, who has no partner. Thus have I been commanded, and I am the first of those who submit. O God, you are the sovereign. There is no deity save you. You are my sustainer, and I am your servant. I have wronged myself and confess my sins. Forgive me all my transgressions, for none forgives sins but you. Guide me to the noblest of morals, for none guides to their nobility save you. Turn away from me their baseness, for none turns their baseness away save you. I am at your service, and all good lies in your hands. Evil is not attributed to you. I am through you and unto you. Blessed and exalted are you. I seek your forgiveness and turn to you in repentance." And when he bowed in prayer, he would say, "O God, to you I bow, in you I believe, and to you I submit. My hearing, my sight, my mind, my bones, and my sinews are humbled before you." And when he raised his head, he would declare, "O God, our sustainer, to you belongs praise, filling the heavens and the earth, and all that lies between them, and filling whatever else you will beyond that." And when he prostrated, he would utter, "O God, to you I prostrate, in you I believe, and to you I submit. My face prostrates to him who created it, fashioned it, and cleft its hearing and sight. Blessed is God, the best of creators." Then, among the last words he would say between the testimony of faith and the salutation of peace were, "O God, forgive me for what I have sent forth and what I have held back, for what I have concealed and what I have declared, and for what you know of me better than I. You are the one who advances and the one who delays. There is no deity save you." 148. The fourth narration from Ubaid God ibn Abi Rafi, who recounted, When the Haruriya rebelled against Ali ibn Abi Talib while he was among them, they proclaimed, "There is no rule but God's." Ali responded, "A word of truth, yet intended for falsehood. Verily the messenger of God, may God's blessings and peace be upon him, described to us a people, and I recognize their traits in these ones. They speak the truth with their tongues, but it does not pass beyond their throats," as he gestured to his neck. "They are among the most despised of God's creation to him. Among them is a black man, one of whose hands resembles the udder of a sheep or the nipple of a breast." When Ali ibn Abi Talib defeated them, he commanded, "Look for him." They searched, but found nothing. He urged them again, "Return, for by God I have not lied, nor have I been lied to," repeating this 2 or 3 times. At last they found him in a ruin, and they brought him forth and placed him before Ali. Ubayd God said, "I was present at that moment, witnessing their affair and Ali's words concerning them." 149, the 5th narration from Ubaidah ibn Amr, narrating from Ali, who mentioned the Khawarij and said, "Among them is a man with a deformed hand, or a stunted hand, or a shriveled hand. Were it not that you might become overconfident, I would have told you of the promise God has made upon the tongue of Muhammad. May God's blessings and peace be upon him to those who slay them." I asked, "Did you hear this from Muhammad? May God's blessings and peace be upon him?" He replied, "Yes, by the sustainer of the Kaaba," affirming it thrice. 150, the 6th narration from Zayd ibn Wahb, who said, "He was among the army that marched with Ali against the Khawarij. Ali addressed them, saying, 'O people, I heard the messenger of God, may God's blessings and peace be upon him, say, there will emerge from my community a people who recite the Quran, but your recitation compared to theirs is nothing, your prayer compared to theirs is nothing, and your fasting compared to theirs is nothing. They recite the Quran, thinking it is for them, yet it is against them. Their prayer does not pass beyond their collarbones. They will pass through Islam as an arrow passes through its target. If the army that encounters them knew what has been decreed for them upon the tongue of their prophet, may God's blessings and peace be upon him, they would refrain from further action. And the sign of this is that among them is a man with an upper arm but no forearm, and on his arm is something like the nipple of a breast with white hairs upon it. You go to Muawiyah and the people of Syria, leaving these ones to prey upon your offspring and your wealth. By God, I hope these are indeed the people, for they have shed forbidden blood and raided the flocks of the people. So march forth in the name of God." Salama ibn Kuhail said, "Zayd ibn Wahb took me through each stage of the journey until he recounted, 'We passed by a bridge, and when we met them, and the leader of the Khawarij that day was Abd God ibn Wahb al-Rasibi, he said to them, "Cast down your spears and draw your swords from their sheaths, for I fear they will appeal to you as they did on the day of Harura." So they turned back, brandished their spears, drew their swords, and the people engaged them with spears. Some were killed upon others, and on that day only 2 of our people were struck. Ali said, "Seek out the deformed one." They searched, but did not find him. Then Ali himself rose and approached a group of the fallen, piled upon one another, and said, "Move them aside." They found him beneath, closest to the ground. Ali exclaimed, "God is great," and declared, "God has spoken the truth, and his messenger has conveyed it." Then Ubaidah al-Salmani stood before him and asked, "O Commander of the Faithful, by God who has no partner, did you hear this hadith from the messenger of God? May God's blessings and peace be upon him." Ali replied, "Yes, by God who has no partner," swearing to it 3 times as Ubaidah pressed him for confirmation. 151, the 7th narration from Abu Abd al-Rahman al-Sulami, who said, Ali recounted, "I said, 'O Messenger of God, why do you favour Quraysh over us and leave us aside?' He responded, 'And is there something with you?' I replied, 'Yes, the daughter of Hamza.' The Messenger of God, may God's blessings and peace be upon him, said, 'She is not lawful for me, for she is the daughter of my brother through suckling.' 152, the 8th narration from Abu Abd al-Rahman, who said, Ali delivered a sermon and declared, 'O people, enforce the prescribed punishments upon your slaves, whether they are married or unmarried, For a slave woman of the messenger of God, may God's blessings and peace be upon him, committed adultery, and he ordered me to flog her. I went to her and found she had recently given birth. I feared that if I flogged her, I might kill her. I mentioned this to the messenger of God, may God's blessings and peace be upon him, and he said, "You have done well. Leave her until she recovers." 153. The ninth narration from Zir ibn Hubaysh, who said, Ali declared, "By him who split the grain and created the soul, it is indeed a covenant from the unlettered prophet. May God's blessings and peace be upon him, to me, that none shall love me save a believer, and none shall hate me save a hypocrite." 154. The 10th narration from Shurai ibn Hani, who said, "I came to Aisha, may God be pleased with her, to ask about wiping over leather socks. She replied, 'Seek out Ibn Abi Talib and ask him, for he used to travel with the messenger of God. May God's blessings and peace be upon him.' So we asked him, and he said, 'The messenger of God, may God's blessings and peace be upon him, set a limit of 3 days and their nights for the traveller, and 1 day and its night for the resident.' 155. The 11th narration from Abu Burda, Amir ibn Abi Musa, Abdgod ibn Qais al-Ash'ari, who said, Ali, may God be pleased with him, stated, "He forbade me," meaning the Prophet, may God's blessings and peace be upon him, "from placing my ring on this finger or the one beside it." Some narrators said, "He forbade me from wearing a ring on this finger or this one," pointing to the middle finger and the one next to it. "He also forbade me from wearing kasi garments and sitting on my yathir." As for kasi, they are striped garments brought from Egypt or Syria, and as for mayathir, they are something women used to make for their husbands on saddles, like purple cushions. Bukhari extracted only the explanation of kasi and mayathir without a chain of narration, stating, Asim said, narrating from Abu Burda, "We asked Ali, 'What are kasi?' He replied, 'Garments brought to us from Syria or Egypt, striped with silk in them, resembling citrons.' And mayathir, he said, were things women made for their husbands, like cushions." Bukhari also said, Jarir, in his narration, described kasi as striped garments brought from Egypt, and mayathir as the hides of beasts. 156. The 12th narration from Abu Burda as well, who said, Ali recounted that the messenger of God, may God's blessings and peace be upon him, said to me, "Say, O God, guide me and make me steadfast." In another narration, "O God, I ask you for guidance and steadfastness. And remember, by guidance I mean guiding me on the path, and by steadfastness I mean the straightness of an arrow." 157. The 13th narration from Masud ibn al-Hakam al-Zurki, who said, Ali, may God be pleased with him, said, "We saw the Prophet, may God's blessings and peace be upon him, stand, so we stood. And when he sat, we sat," meaning during a funeral. 158. The 14th narration from Abu al-Hayyaj, Hayyan ibn Hussein al-Asadi, who said, Ali declared, "Shall I not send you on the same mission upon which the messenger of God, may God's blessings and peace be upon him, sent me? That you leave no statue but that you efface it, and no elevated grave but that you level it." In another narration, "And no image but that you obliterate it." 159. The 15th narration from Abu Sasan, Hudayn ibn al-Mundir, who said, "I witnessed Uthman ibn Affan when al-Walid was brought before him. He had prayed the morning prayer with 2 units, then said, 'Shall I add more for you?' 2 men testified against him, one of them Hamran, that he had drunk wine, and the other that he saw him vomiting. Uthman said he would not have vomited unless he had drunk it. Then he said, 'O Ali, rise and flog him.' Ali said, 'O Hassan, rise and flog him.' Hassan replied, 'Let the one who kindled its heat bear its cold,' as if he resented it. So Ali said, 'O Abdgod ibn Jafar, rise and flog him.' He flogged him, while Ali counted until he reached 40, then said, 'Stop.' He added, 'The Prophet, may God's blessings and peace be upon him, flogged 40, Abu Bakr flogged 40, and Umar flogged 80, and each is a sunnah, but this is more beloved to me.'" It was previously mentioned in the individual narrations of Bukhari from the Musnad of Uthman through the narration of Ubayd God ibn al-Qiyar in the story of al-Walid that he was flogged 80 times, 5. Agreed upon narrations from Abd al-Rahman ibn Auf, may God be pleased with him, 160, the first narration from Abd ibn Abbas in its entirety, and from Abd ibn Amir ibn Rabia in brief. This is the narration of Ibn Abbas. Umar ibn al-Khattab set out for Syria, and when he reached Sarg, the commanders of the armies, Abu Ubaidah ibn al-Jarrah and his companions, met him and informed him that a plague had broken out in Syria. Ibn Abbas said, Umar declared, "Summon for me the early Muhajirun." I called them, and he consulted them, informing them of the plague in Syria. They differed. Some said, "You have set out for a purpose, and we do not think you should turn back from it." Others said, "With you are the remnant of the people and the companions of the messenger of God. May God's blessings and peace be upon him, and we do not think you should lead them into this plague." He said, "Withdraw from me." Then he said, "Summon the Ansar." I called them, and he consulted them. They followed the path of the Muhajirun and differed as they did. He said, "Withdraw from me." Then he said, "Summon for me the elders of Quraysh, who are here from the emigrants of the conquest." I called them, and not two among them differed. They said, "We think you should turn back with the people and not lead them into this plague." So Umar called out to the people, "I shall depart in the morning, so prepare to depart as well." Abu Ubaidah ibn al-Jarrah said, "Are you fleeing from the decree of God?" Umar replied, "If only another had said this, O Abu Ubaidah." For Umar disliked disagreement with him, he continued, "Yes, we flee from one decree of God to another decree of God. Do you not see? If you had camels descending into a valley with two slopes, one fertile and the other barren, would you not, if you grazed in the fertile one, do so by God's decree? And if you grazed in the barren one, do so by God's decree?" Ibn Abbas said, "Then Abd al-Rahman ibn Auf arrived, having been absent attending to some need, and he said, 'I have knowledge of this matter. I heard the messenger of God, may God's blessings and peace be upon him, say, if you hear of it in a land, do not approach it, and if it breaks out in a land where you are, do not flee from it.'" Umar praised God and then departed. In the narration of Mamar, he journeyed until he reached Medina and said, "This is the place," or he said, "This is the abode, if God wills, the exalted." As for the narration of Abd ibn Amir, it is concise, stating that Umar set out for Syria, and when he reached Sarg, he was informed that the plague had broken out there. Abd al-Rahman ibn Auf told him that the messenger of God, may God's blessings and peace be upon him, said the same as above. In Muslim's book from al-Zuri through Salim, it is mentioned that Umar only turned back with the people based on the narration of Abd al-Rahman ibn Auf. 161. The second narration from Ibrahim ibn Abd al-Rahman ibn Auf, from his father, who said, "I was standing in the ranks on the day of Badr, and I looked to my right and my left, and behold, I was between two young lads from the Ansar, their teeth still fresh with youth. I wished I were between stronger flanks than theirs. One of them nudged me and said, 'O uncle, do you know Abu Jahl?' I replied, 'Yes.' 'What do you want with him, O nephew?' He said, 'I have been told he insults the messenger of God. May God's blessings and peace be upon him. By him in whose hand is my soul, if I see him, I shall not part from his shadow until the swifter of us meets death.' I marvelled at that. Then the other nudged me and said the same. Soon after I saw Abu Jahl among the people, and I said, 'Do you not see? This is the man you asked me about.' They rushed at him with their swords and struck him until they killed him. Then they returned to the Prophet, may God's blessings and peace be upon him, and informed him. He asked, 'Which of you killed him?' Each of them said, 'I killed him.' He asked, 'Have you wiped your swords?' They said, 'No.' He looked at the swords and said, 'Both of you killed him.' And he awarded his spoils to Mu'ad ibn Amr ibn al-Jamu. The two men were Mu'ad ibn Amr ibn al-Jamu and Mu'ad ibn Afra, individual narrations of Bukhari. 162. The first narration from Ibrahim ibn Abd al-Rahman ibn Auf, from his father, who said, "I made a written pact with Umayyah ibn Khalaf that he would protect me in his domain in Mecca, and I would protect him in my domain in Medina. When I mentioned al-Rahman, the Most Gracious, he said, 'I do not know al-Rahman. Write to me in the name you had in the days of ignorance.' So I wrote to him as Abd Amr. On the day of Badr, I went out to safeguard him, but Bilal saw him and went to a gathering of the Ansar, saying, O assembly of Ansar, Umayyah ibn Khalaf, I shall not survive if Umayyah survives. A group of Ansar pursued us, and when I feared they would catch us, I left his son behind to distract them. They killed him, then came after us until they reached us. Umayyah was a heavy man, so I said, dismount, and he did. I threw myself over him to protect him, but they pierced him with their swords from beneath me until they killed him, and one of them struck my foot with his sword. Abd al-Rahman would show us that mark on the back of his foot, 163. The second narration from Ibrahim as well from his father, who said, When we arrived in Medina, the messenger of God, may God's blessings and peace be upon him, established brotherhood between me and Sa'd ibn al-Rabi. Sa'd said, I am the wealthiest of the Ansar in property, so I shall divide half my wealth with you. Look at which of my wives you desire, and I will step aside for you. When she is lawful, marry her. Abd al-Rahman replied, I have no need of that. Is there a market for trade? He said, the market of Bani Kainuka. So Abd al-Rahman went there the next day and returned with cheese and clarified butter. He continued to go there regularly. Soon after, Abd al-Rahman came with traces of yellow perfume on him, and the messenger of God, may God's blessings and peace be upon him, asked, Have you married? He said, Yes. The Prophet asked, And whom? He replied, A woman from the Ansar. The Prophet asked, How much did you give as dowry? He said, The weight of a date stone in gold, or a date stone of gold. The Prophet said, Hold a wedding feast, even if only with a sheep. 164. The third narration from Ibrahim, who said, Food was brought to Abd al-Rahman while he was fasting. And he said, Musab ibn Umair was killed, and he was better than I, yet he was shrouded in a cloak. If his head was covered, his feet were exposed, and if his feet were covered, his head was exposed. And Hamza was killed, or another man, Ibrahim was unsure, and in some narrations it is Hamza without doubt. He was better than I, and nothing was found to shroud him except a cloak. Then the world was spread out for us as it was, or he said, We were given of the world as we were given. I fear that our good deeds have been hastened for us in this worldly life. Then he began to weep until he left the food untouched. 165. The fourth narration from Ibrahim ibn Abd al-Rahman ibn Auf, who said to Suhaib, Fear God and do not attribute yourself to other than your father. Suhaib replied, It would not please me to have such and to have done that, but I was stolen as a child. 166. The fifth narration from Bajalah ibn Abd, or Ibn Abdah, who said, I was a scribe for Jaz ibn Muawiyah, the uncle of Al-Anaf. A letter came from Umar, a year before his death, ordering, Kill every sorcerer and sorceress, separate every close relative among the Magians who are forbidden to marry, and prohibit them from murmuring during eating or drinking. So we killed 3 sorceresses, and began separating men from their forbidden kin according to the Book of God. We prepared abundant food for them, placed the sword on his thigh, and invited them to eat. They cast aside the load of a mule or 2 mules and ate without murmuring. Umar had not taken the jizya from the Magians until Abd al-Rahman ibn Auf testified that the messenger of God, may God's blessings and peace be upon him, had taken it from the Magians of Hajar. Bukhari summarized it, extracting only the directive to separate close relatives among the Magians. Abu Bakr al-Barkani narrated it in full as we have presented it, and it is well known from the narration of Ibn Uyayna as such. 6. Agreed upon narrations from the Musnad of Talha. Ibn Ubaid. God al-Taimi, may God be pleased with him, 167. The first narration from Malik ibn Abi Amir, through the narration of his son Abu Suhail ibn Malik, from his father, who said, I heard Talha ibn Ubaid God say, A man came to the messenger of God, may God's blessings and peace be upon him, from the people of Najd, his hair dishevelled, his voice buzzing such that we could not discern his words until he drew near to the messenger of God, may God's blessings and peace be upon him. Behold, he was asking about Islam. The messenger of God, may God's blessings and peace be upon him, said, 5 prayers in the day and night, He asked, "Is there anything else upon me?" The Prophet replied, "No, unless you volunteer more." The Messenger of God, may God's blessings and peace be upon him, said, "And fasting the month of Ramadan." He asked, "Is there anything else upon me?" He said, "No, unless you volunteer more." He mentioned to him the zakat, and he asked, "Is there anything else upon me?" He said, "No, unless you volunteer more." The man turned away, saying, "By God, I shall neither add to this nor diminish from it." The Messenger of God, may God's blessings and peace be upon him, said, "He will prosper if he is truthful." 168, the second narration from Abu Uthman al-Nahdi, whose name is Abd al-Rahman ibn Mul, who said, "No one remained with the Prophet, may God's blessings and peace be upon him, during some of those days in which the Messenger of God, may God's blessings and peace be upon him, fought, except Talha and Sa'd, as per their narration." In another version, I said to Abu Uthman, "And how do you know this?" He replied, "From their narration." 169, the first from As-Sa'ib ibn Yazid, may he be counted among the companions, who said, "I accompanied Talha ibn Ubaydgod, Sa'd, al-Miqdad, and Abd ar-Rahman ibn Auf. Yet I heard none of them narrate from the Messenger of God. Peace and blessings be upon him, save that I heard Talha recount the events of the day of Uhud." 170, the second, from Qais ibn Abi Hazim, who said, "I saw the hand of Talha ibn Ubaydgod paralyzed and lifeless, for with it he shielded the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, on the day of Uhud, and God knows best." Individuals narrated by Muslim 171, the first from Abd ar-Rahman ibn Uthman ibn Ubayd God at-Taimi, a companion and the nephew of Talha, who said, "We were with Talha while in the state of Iram, and a bird was presented to us as a gift. Talha was resting at the time. Some of us ate of it, while others refrained out of piety. When Talha awoke, he approved of those who ate, and said, 'We ate such with the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him.' 172, the second from Musa ibn Talha, from his father, who said, "The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, declared, 'If one of you places before himself something akin to the back of a saddle, let him pray, and care not for whoever passes behind it.'" 173, the third, from Musa ibn Talha, from his father, who said, "I passed with the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, by a group of people atop palm trees. He inquired, 'What are these people doing?' They replied, 'They are pollinating them, placing the male into the female so that it bears fruit.' The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, 'I do not think this avails anything.' They were informed of this and ceased the practice. Later, the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, was told of their cessation, and he said, 'If it benefits them, let them do it. I merely expressed a supposition, so do not hold me to account for a mere thought. But when I convey to you something from God, take hold of it, for I shall never utter falsehood concerning God, the Exalted.' 7. Agreed upon from the Musnad of Az-Zubair ibn al-Awwam, may God be pleased with him, 174, the first from Abdullah ibn Az-Zubair, from his father, through the narration of Urwa from him. A man from the Ansar disputed with Az-Zubair before the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, concerning the irrigation channels of Al-Hara, which they used to water their date palms. The Ansari said, 'Let the water flow freely,' but Az-Zubair refused. Their dispute reached the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, who said to Az-Zubair, 'Water your land, O Zubair, then release the water to your neighbour.' The Ansari grew angry and said, 'O Messenger of God, is it because he is the son of your aunt?' The face of the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, changed colour, and he said to Az-Zubair, 'Water your land, O Zubair, then withhold the water until it returns to the wall.' Az-Zubair said, 'By God, I believe this verse was revealed concerning that matter. But nay, by thy sustainer, they do not truly believe unless they make thee, O Prophet, a judge of all on which they disagree among themselves.' Surah An-Nisa 4:65. This hadith is also among the individual narrations of Al-Bukhari through the narration of Urwa. without mentioning Abdullah ibn az-Zubayr. Urwa said, Az-Zubayr disputed with a man and narrated similarly. He added, at that moment the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, ensured Az-Zubayr's full right. Before that, the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, had advised Az-Zubayr with an opinion that sought ease for both him and the Ansari. But when the Ansari provoked the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, he affirmed Az-Zubayr's right with clear judgment. Urwa said, Az-Zubayr declared, By God, I believe this verse was revealed only concerning this, but nay, by thy sustainer. Surah An-Nisa 4:65. 175. The second, from Abdullah ibn az-Zubayr, who said, On the day of the trench, I and Umar ibn Abi Salama were placed with the women, meaning the wives of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, in the fortress of Hassan ibn Thabit. I looked out and saw Az-Zubayr on his horse, going back and forth toward Banu Qurayza. When he returned, I said, O my father, I saw you going to and fro. He said, Did you see me, my son? I said, Yes. He replied, By God, the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, gathered for me my parents, saying, May my father and mother be a ransom for you. Some narrators added, The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, had said, Who will go to Banu Qurayza and bring me news of them? So I went, and when I returned, he gathered for me my parents. Individuals. Narrated by Al-Bukhari, 176, the first, the will of Az-Zubayr, from Abdullah ibn az-Zubayr, who said, When Az-Zubayr stood on the day of the camel, he called me to his side, and I stood by him. He said, O my son, none shall be slain this day, save an oppressor or one oppressed, and I see myself being slain today as one oppressed. My greatest concern is my debt. Do you think our wealth will leave anything after it is settled? Then he said, O my son, sell our property and settle my debt. He bequeathed 1/3 of his estate and 1/3 of that third to his sons, meaning the sons of Abdullah. He said, If anything remains of our wealth after settling the debt, 1/3 of it is for your children. Abdullah ibn az-Zubayr said, He kept instructing me regarding his debt, saying, O my son, if you are unable to settle any part of it, seek help from my protector. I swear by God I did not know whom he meant until I asked, O father, who is your protector? He replied, God the Exalted. By God, whenever I fell into distress over his debt, I would say, O protector of Az-Zubayr, settle his debt on his behalf, and it would be settled. He said, Az-Zubayr was killed, leaving neither a dinar nor a dirham, only lands. Among them Al-Gaba and 11 houses in Medina, 2 houses in Basra, a house in Kufa, and a house in Egypt. His debt arose because a man would come to him with wealth to deposit. And Az-Zubayr would say, No, rather, let it be a loan, for I fear its loss. He never held a governorship, nor collected taxes or tribute, nor anything save that he was in a military expedition with the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, or with Abu Bakr, Umar, or Uthman. Abdullah ibn az-Zubayr said, I calculated his debt and found it to be 2,200,000. Hakim ibn Hizam met Abdullah ibn az-Zubayr and said, O son of my brother, how much debt is upon my brother? I concealed it and said, 100,000. Hakim said, By God, I do not know if your wealth can cover this. Abdullah said, What if it were 2,200,000? He replied, I do not see you able to bear this. If you are unable, seek my help. He said, Az-Zubayr had bought Al-Gaba for 170,000, and Abdullah sold it for 1,600,000. Then he stood and proclaimed, Whoever has a claim on Az-Zubayr, let him meet us at Al-Gaba. Abdullah ibn Jafar came to him, having a claim of 400,000 on Az-Zubayr. He said to Abdullah, If you wish, I will forego it for you. Abdullah said, No. He said, If you wish, include it among what you defer, if you defer anything. Abdullah said, No. He said, Then allocate a portion for me. Abdullah said, For you, from here to here. Abdullah sold from it and settled his debt in full, and there remained 4.5 shares. He said, Then he came to Muawiyah, while Amr ibn Uthman, al-Mundir ibn az-Zubayr, and ibn Zama were with him. Muawiyah asked him, How much did you value Al-Gaba? He said, Each share at 100,000. He asked, How much remains of it? He said, 4.5 shares. Al-Mundir ibn az-Zubayr said, I have taken a share for 100,000. Amr ibn Uthman said, I have taken a share for 100,000. Ibn Zama said, I have taken a share for 100,000. Muawiyah said, how much remains? He said, 1.5 shares. Muawiyah said, I take it for 150,000. Abdullah ibn Jafar sold his share to Muawiyah for 600,000. He said, when Ibn az-Zubayr finished settling the debt, the sons of az-Zubayr said, divide our inheritance among us. He said, by God, I will not divide it among you until I proclaim at the Hajj season for 4 years. Whoever has a claim on az-Zubayr, let him come to us and we shall settle it. Each year he proclaimed at the Hajj season, and when 4 years had passed, he divided it among them and distributed the third. Az-Zubayr had 4 wives, and each wife received 1,200,000. The total of his wealth was 50,200,000, 177. The second, from Abdullah ibn az-Zubayr, who also said, I said to az-Zubayr, why do I not hear you narrate from the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, as so-and-so and so-and-so do? He replied, indeed, I never parted from him since I embraced Islam, but I heard him say, whoever lies about me, let him prepare his seat in the fire. 178. The third, from Urwa ibn az-Zubayr, from az-Zubayr, who said, the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, for one of you to take his rope, go to the mountain, and bring back a bundle of firewood on his back to sell it, and thereby God preserves his dignity, or in another narration, to aid himself with its price, is better than asking people whether they give or withhold. 179. The fourth, from Urwa, who also said, az-Zubayr ibn al-Awwam said, on the day of Badr I encountered Ubaidah, or it is said Abda ibn Sa'id ibn al-As, who was fully armoured, with nothing visible save his eyes. He was known as Abu Dat al-Karsh. He said, I am Abu Dat al-Karsh. I charged at him with my spear and struck him in his eye, and he died. Hisham ibn Urwa said, I was informed that az-Zubayr said, I placed my foot on him, then stretched myself, and it was with great effort that I pulled out the spear, its tip having bent. Urwa said, the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, asked him for it, and he gave it to him. When he passed away it was taken. Then Abu Bakr requested it, and he gave it to him. When Abu Bakr passed away, Umar requested it, and he gave it to him. When Umar passed away it was taken. Then Uthman requested it from him, and he gave it to him. When Uthman was killed, it fell to the family of Ali, and Abdullah ibn az-Zubayr requested it, and it remained with him until he was killed. 180. The fifth, from Urwa. The companions of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said to az-Zubayr ibn al-Awwam on the day of Yarmouk, will you not charge, so we may charge with you? He said, if I charge, you will lie, that is, fail to follow. They said, we will not. So he charged at them until he broke through their ranks, passing beyond them with no one accompanying him. Then he returned, facing them, and they seized his reins and struck him 2 blows on his shoulder, between which was a blow he received on the day of Badr. Urwa said, I used to insert my fingers into those wounds, playing with them as a child. Urwa said, Abdullah was with him, a boy of 10 years, and he placed him on a horse and assigned someone to watch over him. 181. The sixth, from Urwa ibn az-Zubayr from his father, who said, I was allotted 100 shares for the Muhajirun on the day of Badr. 182. The seventh, from Hisham ibn Urwa, who said, Urwa said, the sword of az-Zubayr was adorned with silver. Hisham said, and the sword of Urwa was adorned with silver. 8. Agreed upon from Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas, may God be pleased with him. 183. The first, from Jabir ibn Samura as-Suwa'i, concerning him, both Al-Bukhari and Muslim narrated it briefly regarding prayer, and Al-Bukhari alone narrated it in full from the hadith of Jabir ibn Samura as well. He said, the people of Kufa complained about Sa'd to Umar, so he dismissed him and appointed Ammar over them. They complained until they mentioned that he did not know how to pray. So Umar sent for him and said, O Abu Ishaq, these people claim that you do not know how to pray. Sa'd replied, as for me, by God, I used to pray with them the prayer of the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, without diminishing it. I pray the evening prayer, lengthening the first 2 rakas and shortening the last 2. Umar said, "That is what I thought of you, O Abu Ishaq. He sent a man or men with him to Kufa to inquire about him among the people of Kufa. He did not leave a mosque without asking about him, and they spoke well of him, until he entered a mosque of Banu Abs. A man among them named Usama ibn Qatada, known as Abu Sadar, stood up and said, 'Since you have adjured us, Sa'd did not march with the troops, nor distribute equally, nor judge with equity.' Sa'd said, 'By God, I shall invoke three things. O God, if this servant of yours is a liar, standing for show and reputation, then prolong his life, prolong his poverty, and expose him to trials.' Afterwards, whenever he was asked, he would say, 'I am an old man, afflicted, struck by the invocation of Sa'd.' Abd-al-Malik ibn Umayr, the narrator from Jabir ibn Samurah, said, 'I saw him later, his eyebrows fallen over his eyes from old age, and indeed he would accost young women in the streets and wink at them.' In the narration of Shubah from Abu On Muhammad ibn Ubaid God ath-Thaqafi, from the words of Sa'd, he said, 'As for me, I lengthen the first two and shorten the last two, and I do not fall short of what I followed of the prayer of the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him.' Umar said, 'You have spoken truly. That is my thought of you or my opinion of you.' Abu Bakr al-Barkani narrated it in his book Al-Makhrajala as-Sahihain, in full similar to al-Bukhari's narration, and at its end he said, 'Abd-al-Malik ibn Umayr said, I saw him accosting servant girls in the alleys, and when asked, "How are you, O Abu Sadar?" he would say, "An old man, afflicted, struck by the invocation of Sa'd." 184. The second from Az-Zuri, from Amir ibn Sa'ad ibn Abi Waqas, from his father, who said, "The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, gave to a group of people while I was sitting there, and he left out a man among them who was the most beloved to me. I stood and said, 'What is it with you regarding so-and-so? By God, I see him as a believer.' The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, 'Or a Muslim.' Sa'd repeated this 3 times, and he responded similarly each time, then said, 'Indeed, I give to a man while another is more beloved to me than him, out of fear that he may be flung into the fire on his face.' In a narration, Az-Zuhri said, 'So we understand that Islam is the word, and faith is righteous action.' This is also among the individual narrations of Muslim through Ismail ibn Muhammad ibn Sa'd from his father, from his grandfather, that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, distributed a share and left out a man, and narrated similarly to the hadith of Az-Zuri from Amir ibn Sa'd. 185. The third, from Amir ibn Sa'd, from his father, through the narration of Az-Zuhri from Amir, and from Sa'd ibn Ibrahim ibn Abd ar-Rahman ibn Auf from Amir, from his father. Sa'd said, "The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, came to visit me during the year of the farewell pilgrimage, due to an illness that had intensified upon me. I said, 'O Messenger of God, my illness has reached what you see, and I possess wealth, but I have no heir save a daughter. Shall I give 2/3 of my wealth in charity?' He said, 'No.' I said, 'Then half, O Messenger of God.' He said, 'No.' I said, 'Then 1/3. He said, 'A third and 1/3 is much or great. Indeed, if you leave your heirs wealthy, it is better than leaving them in need, begging from people. And you will not spend anything seeking the face of God, but that you will be rewarded for it, even what you place in the mouth of your wife.' I said, 'O Messenger of God, shall I be left behind after my companions?' He said, 'You will not be left behind and perform a deed seeking the face of God, except that it will increase you in rank and elevation. Perhaps you will be left behind so that some people benefit from you, and others are harmed by you. O God, complete the emigration of my companions, and do not turn them back on their heels. But the unfortunate one is Sa'd ibn Khawla. The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, expressed sorrow for him that he died in Makkah.' The narration of Sa'd ibn Ibrahim is similar in meaning, but does not mention the statement of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, regarding Sa'd ibn Khawla, except that he said he disliked dying in the land from which he had emigrated. This is also among the individual narrations of Al-Bukhari through Hashim ibn Hashim from Amir ibn Sa'd, from his father, who said, 'I fell ill, and he visited me,' abbreviated, and it includes 1/3 and 1/3 is much. Also among his individual narrations through Aisha bint Sa'd from her father similarly, And among the individual narrations of Muslim, through Abd al-Malik ibn Umayyah from Musab ibn Sa'd, similarly. Among his individual narrations, through Simak ibn Harb, from Musab ibn Sa'd, from his father, similarly. And among his individual narrations, through three narrators from the children of Sa'd, from him similarly, and that Sa'd said, I feared dying in the land from which I had emigrated. The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, O God, heal Sa'd, O God, heal Sa'd. It includes mention of the bequest, and a third is much. And in it, your charity from your wealth is charity, your expenditure on your dependents is charity, and what your wife eats from your wealth is charity. 186, the fourth. Through the narration of Az-Zuhri from Amir, from him, the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, the greatest crime among Muslims against Muslims is for one to ask about something not forbidden to people, and it becomes forbidden due to his question. 187, the fifth. From Salim Abu an-Nada, the freedman of Umar ibn Ubaid, God, from Amir ibn Sa'ad, from his father, who said, I never heard the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, say to anyone walking on the earth that he is among the people of paradise, except to Abdullah ibn Salam. And concerning him, this verse was revealed, and a witness from among the children of Israel has testified. Surah Al-Ahqaf, 46:10. The narrator said, I do not know if Malik mentioned the verse or if it is in the hadith. 188, the sixth. From Hashim ibn Utbah ibn Abi Waqqas, from Amir, who said, I heard Sa'd say, I heard the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, say, whoever eats 7 ajwa dates in the morning, no poison or magic will harm him that day. Abu Bakr al-Barkani said, in the narration of Maki ibn Ibrahim, Hashim said, I do not know except that Amir mentioned ajwa from al-Aliyah. This is also among the individual narrations of Muslim, through Abu Tawala Abdullah ibn Abd ar-Rahman ibn Mamar, from Amir ibn Sa'd, from his father, that he heard the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, say, whoever eats 7 dates from what is between its 2 lava fields in the morning, no poison will harm him until the evening. 189, the seventh. Narrated from Muhammad ibn Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas through the transmission of Abd al-Hamid ibn Abd ar-Rahman ibn Zayd ibn al-Khattab from his father, who said, Umar sought permission to enter the presence of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, while there were women from Quraysh with him, speaking to him, or in another narration asking him questions, raising their voices above his, seeking more. When Umar requested entry, they hastened to the veil to cover themselves. The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, granted him permission, and as Umar entered, he found the Prophet laughing. Umar said, May God keep your smile ever bright, O Messenger of God, by my father and mother. In the narration of Al-Bukhari, he added, What has made you laugh? The Prophet replied, I marvel at these women who were with me. When they heard your voice, they rushed to the veil. Umar then said, But you, O Messenger of God, are more deserving of their awe. Turning to the women, Umar declared, O enemies of your own selves! Do you fear me and not the Messenger of God? Peace and blessings be upon him. They responded, Yes, for you are sterner and harsher than the Messenger of God. Peace and blessings be upon him. Thereupon the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, Indeed, O son of Al-Khattab, by him in whose hand is my soul, never does Satan tread a path where you walk, but he turns to another way, avoiding yours. 190, the eighth, narrated from Musab ibn Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas, through the transmission of Al-Hakam ibn Uyayna from his father, who said, The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, left Ali ibn Abi Talib behind during the expedition of Tabuk. Ali said, O Messenger of God, do you leave me behind with the women and children? The Prophet replied, Are you not content to be to me as Aaron was to Moses, except that there is no prophet after me? This narration is agreed upon by the two, Bukhari and Muslim, through the transmission of Ibrahim ibn Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas from his father, though in his version the phrase, except that there is no prophet after me, is absent. It is also found in the unique narrations of Muslim through Sa'id ibn al-Musayyib from Amir ibn Sa'd, from Sa'd, that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said to Ali, "You are to me as Aaron was to Moses, except that there is no prophet after me." It is noted that Sa'id ibn al-Musayyib also heard this directly from Sa'd. 191. The ninth, narrated from Musab as well, through the transmission of Abu Yafur and Qudama al-Abdi from his father, who said, "I prayed beside my father, and I folded my hands between my palms, placing them between my thighs. He forbade me from doing so and said, 'We used to do this, but we were prohibited from it and commanded to place our hands upon our knees.'" This is also found in the unique narrations of Muslim through Az-Zubair ibn Adi from Musab ibn Sa'd from his father in a similar manner. 192. The tenth, narrated from Ibrahim ibn Abd ar-Rahman ibn Auf from Sa'd, who said, "On the day of Uhud, I saw to the right and left of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, two men clad in white, fighting for him with the fiercest of valour. I had not seen them before, nor did I see them after." He meant Gabriel and Michael, peace be upon them. 193. The 11th, narrated from Az-Zuhri, from Sa'id ibn al-Musayyib, from Sa'd, who said, "The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, refused Uthman ibn Maz'un permission to renounce worldly life. Had he permitted him, we would have chosen celibacy." 194. The 12th, narrated through Yahya ibn Sa'id from Ibn al-Musayyib, from Sa'd, who said, "The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, gathered for me my two parents on the day of Uhud." This is found in the unique narrations of Bukhari through Hashim ibn Hashim as-Sa'di from Sa'id ibn al-Musayyib, from Sa'd, who said in it, "The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, handed me his quiver on the day of Uhud and said, 'Shoot, may my father and mother be your ransom.'" It is also in the unique narrations of Muslim through Amir ibn Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas from Bukhayr ibn Mismar from his father that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, gathered for him his two parents on the day of Uhud. He added that there was a man from the polytheists who had harmed the Muslims, so the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said to him, "Shoot, may my father and mother be your ransom." Sa'ad said, "I drew for him an arrow without a tip, struck his side, and he fell, exposing his nakedness. The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, laughed until I could see his molars." 195. The 13th, narrated from Abu Uthman an-Nakhdi from Sa'd and Abu Bakr that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "Whoever claims lineage to someone other than his father, knowing it to be untrue, paradise is forbidden to him." 196. The 14th, narrated from Qais ibn Abi Hazim from Sa'd, who said, "By God, I was the first among the Arabs to shoot an arrow in the path of God. We would go on expeditions with the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, with no food but the leaves of the hubla and samar trees, such that one of us would relieve himself as a sheep does, with no mixture in it. Then the Banu Asad criticized my Islam, saying I did not know how to pray. If my efforts were in vain, then indeed I have lost." 197. The 15th, in the agreed-upon collections from two narrations. It is in the unique narrations of Bukhari through Aisha bint Sa'd from her father, who said, "I heard the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, say, 'Whoever schemes against the people of Medina will dissolve as salt dissolves in water.'" And in the unique narrations of Muslim through Uthman ibn Hakim from Marwan, from Muawiyah, from Amir ibn Sa'd, from his father at the end of the hadith about the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, declaring as sacred what lies between the two lava fields of Medina, he said, "Whoever intends harm to the people of Medina, God will melt him in the fire as lead melts, or as salt dissolves in water." It is also in the unique narrations of Muslim through Abu Abdullah al-Karaz, from Sa'd and Abu Huraira, that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "O God, bless the people of Medina in their measure." And in it, "Whoever intends harm to its people, God, the exalted and majestic, will dissolve him as salt dissolves in water." Unique narrations of Bukhari. 198. The first, narrated from Abdullah ibn Umar, that Sa'd related to him from the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, that he wiped over his leather socks. Ibn Umar asked Umar about this, and he said, "Yes, if Sa'd narrates something to you from the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, do not ask anyone else about it." 199. The second, narrated from Hashim ibn Hashim from Amir ibn Sa'd from Sa'd, who said, "I saw myself as 1/3 of Islam." It is also in his unique narrations through Hashim ibn Hashim from Sa'id ibn al-Musayyib from Sa'd, who said, "No one embraced Islam except on the day I did." As it is in the original text of Bukhari in 2 places, he said, "I remained for 7 days, and indeed I was 1/3 of Islam." 200. The third, narrated from Abd al-Malik ibn Umayyah from Musab ibn Sa'd, that his father Sa'd used to command these 5 supplications and narrate them from the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. O God, I seek refuge with you from miserliness. I seek refuge with you from cowardice. I seek refuge with you from being returned to the lowest stage of life. I seek refuge with you from the trial of the Antichrist. And I seek refuge with you from the torment of the grave. It is also in his unique narrations through Amr ibn Maymun al-Audi, from Abd al-Malik ibn Umayyah from Sa'd, that he used to teach his children these words as a teacher teaches children to write, saying, "The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, would seek refuge with these after every prayer." He mentioned the 5, except that he said, "I seek refuge with you from the trial of this world," instead of the Antichrist. Abd al-Malik said, "I narrated this to Mus'ab and he confirmed it." 201. The fourth, narrated from Amr ibn Murrah from Mus'ab ibn Sa'd, who said, "I asked my father about the verse, say, shall we inform you of those who are most in loss as to their deeds?" Quran 18:103. "Are they the Haruriyah?" He replied, "No, they are the Jews and the Christians. The Jews denied Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, and the Christians denied paradise, claiming there is no food or drink therein. As for the Haruriyah, they are those who break God's covenant after pledging it, and Sa'd used to call them the transgressors." 202. The fifth, narrated from Talha ibn Musarrif from Musab ibn Sa'd, who said, Sa'd considered himself superior to those beneath him. So the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "Are you not granted victory and sustenance except through your weak ones?" Thus did Bukhari narrate it as disconnected and without a chain through Sulayman ibn Harb and others, but its complete chain was narrated by Abu Bakr al-Bukhari and others as connected. Unique narrations of Muslim 203. The first, narrated from Az-Zuri, from Amir ibn Sa'd, from his father, that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, ordered the killing of the gecko and called it a harmful creature. 204. The second, narrated from Amir ibn Sa'd, through his nephew Ismail ibn Muhammad ibn Sa'd, from his father, who said, "I saw the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, offering salutations to his right and to his left, until I could see the whiteness of his cheek." 205. The third, narrated from Amir through Ismail ibn Muhammad, from him, who said, Sa'd said, "Dig for me a grave and place bricks over me as was done for the Messenger of God. Peace and blessings be upon him." 206. The fourth, narrated from Ismail ibn Muhammad from his uncle Amir ibn Sa'd, that Sa'd rode to his palace at Al-Aqiq and found a slave cutting or striking a tree. He took his possessions from him. When Sa'd returned, the slave's people came and spoke to him, asking him to return to their slave or to them what he had taken. Sa'd replied, "God forbid that I return something the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, granted me as spoil." He refused to return it to them. 207. The fifth, narrated from Amir ibn Sa'd through Hakim ibn Abdullah ibn Qais ibn Makrama al-Makhzumi from Sa'd, that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "Whoever says upon hearing the caller to prayer, and I bear witness that there is no God but God alone without partner, and that Muhammad is his servant and messenger. I am content with God as my sustainer, with Muhammad as my messenger, and with Islam as my religion. His sins will be forgiven." 208. The sixth, narrated from Amir ibn Sa'd through Bukhayr ibn Mismah, who said, Muawiyah ibn Abi Sufyan ordered Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas, saying, "What prevents you from cursing Abu Turab, Ali?" Sa'd replied, "As long as I remember three things, the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said to him, I will never curse him. For one of them to be mine would be dearer to me than red camels. I heard the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, say to him, when he left him behind in one of his expeditions, and Ali said, O Messenger of God, do you leave me with the women and children? The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, Are you not content to be to me as Aaron was to Moses, except that there is no prophethood after me? And I heard him say, on the day of Khaybar, I will give the banner to a man who loves God and his messenger, and whom God and his messenger love. We stretched our necks in anticipation, and he said, Call Ali for me. He was brought, suffering from an eye ailment. The Prophet spat in his eye, handed him the banner, and God granted victory through him. And when this verse was revealed, let us call our sons and your sons, Quran 3:61. The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, called Ali, Fatima, Hassan, and Hussein, and said, O God, these are my family. 209, the seventh, narrated from Amir ibn Sa'd through Bukhayr as well, who said, Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas was among his camels when his son Umar came. Upon seeing him, Sa'd said, I seek refuge with God from the evil of this rider. Umar dismounted and said to him, Have you settled among your camels and sheep, leaving the people to dispute over rule among themselves? Sa'd struck him on the chest and said, Be silent. I heard the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, say, Indeed, God loves the servant who is pious, self-sufficient and hidden. 210, the eighth, narrated from Uthman ibn Hakim, through Abdullah ibn Numair and Marwan ibn Muawiyah, from Amir ibn Sa'd, from his father, that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, I declare as sacred what lies between the two lava fields of Medina, that its thorny shrubs not be cut, nor its game be hunted. And he said, Medina is better for them if only they knew. No one leaves it out of aversion, but God replaces him with someone better than him. And no one endures its hardships and difficulties, but I will be for him an intercessor or a witness on the day of resurrection. 211. The ninth, narrated from Uthman as well, from Amir ibn Sa'd, from his father, that he came with the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, in a group of his companions from the highlands. When they passed by the mosque of Banu Muawiyah, he entered, prayed 2 units, and we prayed with him. He supplicated to his sustainer at length, then turned to us and said, I asked my sustainer for 3 things. He granted me 2 and withheld 1. I asked my sustainer not to destroy my community with famine, and he granted it. I asked him not to destroy my community by drowning, and he granted it. I asked him not to let their strife be among themselves, and he withheld it. 212, the 10th, narrated from Yunus ibn Jubayr, from Muhammad ibn Sa'd, from his father, that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, For one of you to fill his belly with pus until it harms him is better than filling it with poetry. 213. The 11th, narrated from Ismail ibn Abi Khalid, from Muhammad ibn Sa'd, that Sa'd said, The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, struck one hand upon the other and said, The month is like this and like this. Then he reduced a finger in the 3rd gesture. 214, the 12th, narrated from Musa al-Juhani, from Musab ibn Sa'd, from Sa'd, who said, A Bedouin came to the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, and said, O Prophet of God, teach me words to say. He replied, Say, There is no God but God alone, without partner. God is the greatest, exceedingly great. Praise be to God abundantly. Glory be to God, sustainer of the worlds. There is no power or strength except with God, the mighty, the wise. The Bedouin said, These are for my sustainer, what is for me? He said, Say, O God, forgive me, have mercy on me, guide me, provide for me, and grant me well-being. The narrator expressed doubt about grant me well-being. 215. The 13th, Narrated from Musa al-Juhani as well, from Musab ibn Sa'd, from Sa'ad, who said, "We were with the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and he said, 'Is any of you unable to earn 1,000 good deeds each day?' A questioner among those seated asked, 'How can one of us earn 1,000 good deeds?' He replied, 'Glorify God 100 times, and 1,000 good deeds will be written for him, or 1,000 sins will be erased from him.' Thus it is in the Book of Muslim in all narrations from Musa, or 1,000 sins will be erased from him. Abu Bakr al-Bukhari said Shuba, Abu Awana, and Yahya ibn Sa'id al-Qattan narrated from Musa, saying, 'and erased without 1,000. 216, the 14th, narrated from Musab ibn Sa'd from his father through Simak ibn Harb from Musab that Sa'd said, 4 verses of the Quran were revealed concerning me. He said, 'My mother swore not to speak to me ever until I renounced my faith, nor to eat or drink.' She said, 'You claim that God has commanded you to honor your parents, and I am your mother, and I command you to do this.' He said, 'She remained for 3 days until she fainted from exhaustion. A son of hers named Umara stood and gave her water, and she began invoking curses upon Sa'd. Then God, the Exalted, revealed in the Quran this verse, 'And we have enjoined upon man goodness to parents,' Quran 29:8, but if they endeavour to make you associate with me that of which you have no knowledge, do not obey them but accompany them in this world with appropriate kindness.' Quran 31:15. He said, 'The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, acquired great spoils, and among them was a sword. I took it and came to the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and said, "Grant me this sword as spoil, for you know my state." He said, "Return it to where you took it." I went to cast it among the spoils, but my soul restrained me. I returned to him and said, "Give it to me." He raised his voice sternly, "Return it to where you took it." Then God, the Exalted, revealed, "They ask you about the spoils of war." Quran 8:1. I fell ill, and the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, sent for me. He came to me, and I said, "Let me distribute my wealth as I wish." He refused. I said, "Then half." He refused. I said, "Then a third." He remained silent, and thereafter a third became permissible. He said, I came upon a group of the Ansar and Muhajirun, who said, "Come, let us feed you and give you wine to drink," and this was before wine was prohibited. I went to them in an orchard, and there was a roasted camel's head with them and a skin of wine. I ate and drank with them. I mentioned the Ansar and Muhajirun among them and said, "The Muhajirun are better than the Ansar." A man took one of the jawbones of the head and struck me with it, wounding my nose. I went to the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and informed him. Then God, the Exalted, revealed concerning me, meaning himself, "Indeed, wine, gambling, stone altars, and divining arrows are but defilement from the work of Satan." Quran 5:90. In the narration of Shuba regarding the story of Sa'd's mother, he said, whenever they wanted to feed her, they would force her mouth open with a stick and make her drink. And at the end, he said, he struck Sa'd's nose and split it, and Sa'd's nose remained split. 217, the 15th, from Ibrahim ibn Sa'd ibn Malik, through the narration of Habib ibn Thabit from his father, from the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him. It is related in a manner akin to the narration of Usama ibn Zayd concerning the plague, that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "Verily this affliction is a torment, a chastisement, or a remnant of a punishment inflicted upon a people before you. Thus, if it befalls a land wherein you dwell, do not depart from it, and if you hear of its presence in a land, do not enter therein." These words, heavy with wisdom, counsel patience in the face of divine decree and caution against hastening into peril. For in restraint lies the safeguarding of life and faith. In another narration by Al-Amash through Habib from Ibrahim ibn Sa'd, it is said that Usama and Sa'd were seated in discourse, and they recounted, "The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, spoke thus, echoing the same profound guidance." 218, the 16th, from Abu Uthman an-Nakhdi, from Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas. Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas, may God be pleased with him, narrates that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, declared, The people of the West shall remain steadfast upon the truth until the hour is established. This prophecy, like a beacon across time, affirms the enduring triumph of righteousness in the lands of the setting sun, a reminder that truth, though assailed, shall never be vanquished. 219. The 17th, from Ghunaym ibn Qais al-Mazini. Ghunaym ibn Qais relates that he inquired of Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas concerning the temporary marriage during Hajj. Sa'd replied, "We performed it, while this one," pointing to a disbeliever by the houses of Makkah, meaning its structures, "was yet in disbelief." In another narration by Yahya ibn Sa'id from At-Taymi, it is clarified that he referred to Muawiyah. This recollection unveils a glimpse of a bygone practice, overshadowed now by the clarity of later divine ordinances, yet it stands as a mirror to the evolving understanding of sacred law. 220. The 18th, from Shurai ibn Hani from Sa'd Shurai. Ibn Hani narrates from Sa'd, may God be pleased with him, who said, "We were 6 in the company of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, when the polytheists demanded of him, 'Drive these men away, lest they grow bold against us.' I was among them, alongside Ibn Masud, a man from Hudayl, Bilal, and 2 others whose names I withhold. There stirred within the heart of the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, what God willed to stir, and he reflected within himself. Then God, the exalted and majestic, revealed, and do not drive away those who call upon their sustainer at morn and evening, seeking his countenance." Al-An'am 652. Verily God knows best. This verse, a divine shield, protects the humble believers from scorn, affirming that nearness to God is not measured by worldly rank, but by the sincerity of the seeking heart. 9. The agreed-upon narrations from the Musnad of Sa'id ibn Zayd ibn Amr ibn Nufail al-Qurashi, may God be pleased with him, 221. The first, from Amr ibn Hurayth. Amr ibn Hurayth relates that he heard Sa'id ibn Zayd, may God be pleased with him, say, "I heard the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, declare, the truffle is of the manna, and its water is a healing for the eye." This simple utterance unveils the hidden blessings in the earth's bounty, a reminder that even in the smallest of creations, God places remedies for his servants. 222, the second, from Urwa ibn Az-Zubayr. Urwa ibn Az-Zubayr narrates that Sa'id ibn Zayd ibn Amr ibn Nufail, may God be pleased with him, was embroiled in a dispute with Arwa bint Aus, or as some say Uwais, before Marwan ibn al-Hakam. She claimed that Sa'id had taken a portion of her land. Sa'id exclaimed, "Would I take from her land after what I heard from the messenger of God? Peace and blessings be upon him." Marwan inquired, "What did you hear?" Sa'id replied, "I heard the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, say, 'Whosoever takes even a span of land unjustly, it shall be hung around his neck down to the 7 earths.'" Marwan declared, "I shall not ask you for proof after this." Sa'id then invoked, "O God, if she lies, blind her sight and cause her death upon her land." And so it came to pass that she lost her sight before her death, and while walking upon her land, she fell into a pit and perished. This narration, found uniquely in Bukhari through Abd ar-Rahman ibn Sal from Sa'id ibn Zayd, emphasizes the gravity of injustice. "Whosoever wrongs another by taking a span of land, it shall encircle him from the 7 earths." Likewise, in a unique narration of Muslim through Sal ibn Sa'd as-Sa'idi from Sa'id ibn Zayd, the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, is reported to have said, "Whosoever seizes a span of land unjustly, God shall encircle it around him on the day of resurrection from the 7 earths." Another narration by Muhammad ibn Zayd ibn Abdullah ibn Umar from Sa'id ibn Zayd mirrors Urwa's account, though it specifies the dispute concerned a house. It recounts Sa'id's supplication against her, noting that he saw her blind, groping at walls, lamenting, "The invocation of Sa'id has struck me," and that she fell into a well within the house, which became her grave. This tale is a solemn reminder of the weight of truth and the peril of falsehood, for God's justice is ever near. 223. Unique to Bukhari, from Qais ibn Abi Hazim from Sa'id ibn Zayd case, Ibn Abi Hazim relates from Sa'id ibn Zayd, may God be pleased with him, who said, "I recall when I and my sister bound Umar to embrace Islam before he had done so. and if anyone were to renounce or forsake due to what was done to Uthman, it would be justified for them to do so. This memory, laden with the weight of early struggles, reflects the trials of faith and the profound bonds forged in the crucible of conviction. 10. A single narration from Abu Ubaidah ibn al-Jarrah, may God be pleased with him, 224. Unique to Muslim, from Abu az-Zubayr, from Jabir. Abu az-Zubayr narrates from Jabir, may God be pleased with him, who said, "The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, sent us on a mission under the command of Abu Ubaidah to intercept a caravan of Quraysh. He provided us with a sack of dates, finding naught else for our sustenance. Abu Ubaidah would give us a single date each. I asked, 'What did you do with it?' He replied, 'We would suck on it as a child suckles, then drink water upon it, and it would suffice us for the day until nightfall. We would also strike the leaves with our sticks, moisten them with water, and eat them.' We proceeded along the seashore, and there appeared before us on the coast a form like a vast mound. Approaching it, we found it to be a creature called al-Anbar, ambergris whale. Abu Ubaidah first said, 'It is carrion,' then reconsidered, declaring, 'No, rather we are emissaries of the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and in the path of God. You are in dire need, so eat of it.' We remained there for a month, 300 of us, until we grew robust. I saw us scooping oil from the hollow of its eyes with vessels, and cutting chunks from it as large as a bull or near to it. Abu Ubaidah took 13 of us, and seated us in the hollow of its eye, and he took one of its ribs, set it upright, and passed the largest of our camels beneath it. We provisioned ourselves with its flesh in strips. When we returned to Medina, we came to the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and recounted this to him. He said, 'It is a provision God has brought forth for you. Do you have any of its meat to feed us?' So we sent some to the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and he partook of it. The statement, 'We are emissaries of the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him,' is the attributed portion of Abu Ubaidah in this narration. Otherwise, it belongs to the Musnad of Jabir. It is said that Abu az-Zubayr uniquely includes this addition from Abu Ubaidah, while other narrators from Jabir omit it. This is the sole narration of Abu Ubaidah ibn al-Jarrah in the two Sahih collections. Thus concludes what is recorded in the Sahihain from the 10 promised paradise. May God's pleasure be upon them. Blank page. The second section, the Musnads of the foremost, after the 10-11. The agreed-upon narrations from the Musnad of Abdullah ibn Masud, may God be pleased with him, 225, the first from Alqamah ibn Qais al-Nakai, from him Alqamah ibn Qais narrates from Abdullah ibn Masud, may God be pleased with him, who said, "When the verse was revealed, those who believe and do not mix their belief with wrong," Al-An'am 682, it weighed heavily upon the companions of the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. They said, "O Messenger of God, which of us has not wronged himself?" The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, replied, "It is not as you suppose. Rather it is associating partners with God. Have you not heard the words of Luqman to his son? O my son, do not associate anything with God. Indeed, association with him is a great wrong." Luqman 31:13. In another narration he said, "It is not as you think, rather it is as Luqman said to his son." And in yet another, "Have you not heard the words of the righteous servant?" This elucidation lifts the veil of misunderstanding, revealing that the gravest wrong is to deny God's oneness, a sin that eclipses all others in its darkness. 226. The second from Alqamah, from him Alqamah narrates from Abdullah ibn Masud, may God be pleased with him, who said, "While I was with the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, as he leaned on a palm branch, we passed by a group of Jews. Some among them said, 'Ask him about the Spirit,' while others cautioned, 'Do not ask, lest you hear what displeases you.' They approached him and said, 'O Abu al-Qasim, tell us about the Spirit.' He stood for a moment, gazing upward, and I knew that revelation was descending upon him. I stepped back until the revelation ascended, and then he recited, 'And they ask you about the Spirit. Say, the Spirit is of the command of my sustainer.' Al-Isra 1785. This narration, unique to Muslim through Masruq from Abdullah, recounts a similar incident with a Jew posing the question, affirming the mystery of the Spirit as a matter beyond human grasp, known only to the divine. 227. The third, from him also Abdullah ibn Masud, may God be pleased with him, said, "We used to greet the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, while he was in prayer, and he would respond to us. But when we returned from the land of the Negus, we greeted him during prayer, and he did not respond. We said, 'O Messenger of God, we used to greet you in prayer, and you would reply.' He said, 'Indeed, prayer demands full attention.' This teaching unveils the sanctity of prayer, a sacred communion with the divine that brooks no distraction. 228, the fourth, from Al-Qamah narrates, "I was walking with Abdullah ibn Mas'ud at Mina when Uthman met him and conversed with him. Uthman said, 'O Abu Abd al-Rahman, shall I not wed you to a young maiden who might remind you of the vigour of days past?' Abdullah replied, 'If you say so, know that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said to us, O young men, whoever among you can afford marriage, let him marry, for it lowers the gaze and guards chastity, and whoever cannot, let him fast, for it is a shield for him.'" This narration, also found through Abd al-Rahman ibn Yazid from Ibn Mas'ud, echoes the same counsel beginning with, "O young men." It is a timeless reminder of the balance between desire and discipline, guiding the soul to purity through lawful means or steadfast restraint. 229. The fifth, from Al-Qamah, from Abdullah Al-Qamah, narrates from Abdullah ibn Masud, may God be pleased with him, who said, "A learned man came to the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and said, O Muhammad, God places the heavens on one finger, the earth on another, the mountains on another, the trees and rivers on another, and all other creation on another, then declares, I am the sovereign. The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, smiled and said, and they did not appraise God with true appraisal. Az-Zumar 39:67. Another narration through Ubaidah as-Salmani recounts similarly, adding, the water and soil on a finger, and the rest of creation on a finger, then he shakes them. It mentions that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, smiled until his molars showed, in wonder and affirmation, then recited, and they did not appraise God with true appraisal. Az-Zumar 39:67. Though the narrations vary slightly in order, their essence converges on the boundless majesty of God, far beyond the limited imaginings of man. 230, the sixth, from Al-Qamah. Al-Qamah narrates, we were in Homs when Ibn Mas'ud recited Surah Yusuf. A man said, it was not revealed thus. Abdullah replied, by God, I recited it before the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. And he said, you have done well. While he spoke to him, he detected the scent of wine on the man and said, do you drink wine and belie the book? Then he administered the prescribed punishment. This incident stands as a testament to the sanctity of divine revelation and the accountability of those who stray from its truth. 231. The seventh, from him, from Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, may God be pleased with him, said, the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, prayed and either added or omitted. Some narrators doubted, though the correct view is that he added. When he concluded with the salutation, it was said to him, O Messenger of God, has something new been introduced in the prayer? He replied, and what is that? They said, you prayed such and such. He folded his legs, faced the Qibla, prostrated twice, then gave the salutation and turned to us, saying, if something new were introduced in the prayer, I would inform you of it. But I am only a human. I forget as you forget. So if I forget, remind me. And if any of you doubts in his prayer, let him strive for correctness, build upon it, then prostrate twice. In another narration, it is said he performed the prostrations of forgetfulness after the salutation and speaking. In yet another they said, you prayed 5, and he turned, prostrated twice, then gave the salutation. A concise version in Muslim through Al-Aswad from Abdullah states, the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, prayed 5 with us. We said, O Messenger of God, has the prayer been increased? He replied, and what is that? They said, you prayed 5. He said, I am but a human like you. I remember as you remember and forget as you forget. then performed the 2 prostrations of forgetfulness. This narration, tender in its humanity, reveals the humility of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, and the mercy of divine law in accommodating human frailty. 232. The 8th, from Al-Qamar, from Abdullah Al-Qamar, narrates from Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, may God be pleased with him, that he cursed those who tattoo and those who are tattooed. In a narration he said, God has cursed those who tattoo and those who are tattooed, those who pluck their eyebrows and those who file their teeth for beauty, altering God's creation. This reached a woman from Banu Asad named Yaqub, who was versed in the Quran. She came to him and said, "What is this I hear from you, that you said such and such?" He replied, "Why should I not curse those whom the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, cursed, and it is in the book of God?" She said, "I have read what lies between the 2 covers of the Quran, and found it not." He said, "If you have read it, you have found it. God, the Exalted and Majestic, has said, and whatever the Messenger has given you, take, and whatever he has forbidden you, refrain from—" Al-Hashr 59:7. She said, "I see something of this on your wife now." He said, "Go and see." She went, saw nothing, and returned, saying, "I saw nothing." He said, "Had it been so, we would not have remained with her." This narration, also recounted by Yaqub from Abdullah and uniquely in Bukhari, underscores the sanctity of God's creation and the imperative to heed the Prophet's guidance as divine command. 233, the 9th. From him it is narrated that Al-Ash'ath ibn Qais entered upon Abdullah ibn Mas'ud on the day of Ashura while he was eating. Al-Ash'ath said, "O Abu Abd-ar-Rahman, today is the day of Ashura." Abdullah replied, "It was fasted upon before the obligation of Ramadan was revealed. When Ramadan was revealed, it was abandoned. If you are not fasting, then eat." In a unique narration of Muslim through Abd-ar-Rahman ibn Yazid from Abdullah, he said, "It was a day the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, fasted before Ramadan was revealed, and when Ramadan was revealed, it was left." Another concise version through Qais ibn Sakan states, Al-Ash'ath entered upon Abdullah on Ashura. He said, "Come closer and eat." Al-Ash'ath said, "I am fasting." Abdullah replied, "We used to fast it, then abandoned it." This narration reflects the evolution of divine law, where the greater obligation supersedes the lesser, guiding the believer to the path of submission. 234. The 10th, from Al-Aswad ibn Yazid al-Nakhai, from Abdullah al-Aswad ibn Yazid, narrates from Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, may God be pleased with him, who said, "While we were with the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, in a cave at Mina, the chapter by the emissaries sent forth, Al-Mursalat 77:1, was revealed to him. I received it directly from his mouth, and his lips were still moist with it, when a serpent sprang upon us. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, 'Kill it.' We hastened to slay it, but it escaped us. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, then said it was protected from your harm, as you were protected from its harm." The mention of at Mina is unique to Bukhari through Al-Aswad's narration, who notes that Mina is within the sacred precincts, and they saw no harm in killing the serpent. A similar narration, unique to Bukhari through Al-Qamar from Abdullah, states, "We were in a cave when by the emissaries sent forth, Al-Mursalat 77:1, was revealed, with the same meaning." This incident whispers of divine protection even in the smallest of encounters, reminding us that God's decree governs all. 235. The 11th, from Al-Aswad from Abdullah. Al-Aswad narrates from Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, may God be pleased with him, that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, recited, by the star when it descends, An-Najm 53:1, and prostrated during it, as did those with him, save for an old man of Quraysh who took a handful of pebbles or dust, raised it to his forehead and said, "This suffices me." Abdullah said, "I later saw him killed as a disbeliever." This poignant memory reveals the tragedy of rejection, where even a gesture of mockery cannot shield one from the truth of divine judgment. 236. The 12th. From him, from Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, may God be pleased with him, said, I heard the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, recite Mudkir with a dal from Surah Al-Qamar 54:15, etc. This brief note preserves a nuance of recitation, a thread in the tapestry of the Qur'an's eternal melody. 237, the 13th, from Al-Aswad. Al-Aswad narrates that Abdullah ibn Masud, may God be pleased with him, said, "Let not one of you make any part of his prayer for Satan, thinking it obligatory to turn only to his right upon concluding. I have often seen the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, turn to his left. This guidance frees the believer from baseless compulsion, affirming the simplicity and sincerity of worship." 238, the 14th, from Abd ar-Rahman, Ibn Yazid Abd ar-Rahman. Ibn Yazid, brother of Al-Aswad, narrates, Uthman ibn Affan led us in prayer at Mina with 4 rakahs. When this was mentioned to Abdullah ibn Masud, he said, "I prayed with the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, at Mina with 2 rakahs. I prayed with Abu Bakr as-Siddiq at Mina with 2 rakahs, and I prayed with Umar ibn al-Khattab at Mina with 2 rakahs. I wish that of these 4 rakahs 2 were accepted." This recollection stands as a witness to the sunnah of brevity in travel, a mercy for the wayfarer on the sacred journey. 239, the 15th, from Abd ar-Rahman ibn Yazid through Umara ibn Umayya, from Ibn Mas'ud. Abd ar-Rahman ibn Yazid narrates through Umara ibn Umayya from Ibn Mas'ud, may God be pleased with him, who said, "I never saw the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, pray a prayer outside its appointed time except for 2. He combined Maghrib and Isha at Muzdalifah, and he prayed Fajr on that day before its usual time." In a unique narration of Bukhari with added detail through Zuhair and Israel, Zuhair's account from Abu Ishaq through Abd ar-Rahman ibn Yazid states that Abdullah ibn Masud performed Hajj, and at Muzdalifah, near the time of the Isha Adhan, he ordered a man to call the Adhan an Ikama, prayed Maghrib, then 2 rakahs after it, called for supper and ate, then ordered the Adhan and Ikama again and prayed Isha with 2 rakahs. At the break of dawn, he said, "The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, would not pray at this hour except this prayer in this place on this day." Abdullah added, "These are 2 prayers shifted from their times, Maghrib after the people arrive, and Fajr at the first light of dawn. I saw the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, do so." Israel's narration from Abu Ishaq recounts similarly, adding that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "These 2 prayers are shifted from their times in this place, Maghrib and Isha, for the people do not arrive at Muzdalifah until after nightfall, and Fajr at this hour." This intricate narration unveils the flexibility of divine law in the context of sacred rites, a mercy tailored to the needs of the pilgrims. 240, the 16th, from Abd ar-Rahman ibn Yazid. Abd ar-Rahman ibn Yazid narrates, Abdullah ibn Masud threw pebbles at Jamrat al-Aqaba from the valley's heart with 7 pebbles, pronouncing the takbir with each pebble. In a narration it is added that he positioned the house on his left and Mina on his right. It was said to him, "Some people throw from above it." He replied, "This, by him besides whom there is no deity, is the place of the one upon whom Surah al-Baqarah was revealed." This act, rooted in prophetic tradition, symbolizes the rejection of evil, each pebble a declaration of fidelity to the divine. 241, the 17th, from Masruq ibn al-Ajda, who said, "We were seated in the company of Abdullah, while he reclined among us. A man approached him and said, 'O Abu Abdurrahman, there is a storyteller at the gates of Kinda, narrating tales and claiming that the sign of the smoke shall come, seizing the breaths of the disbelievers, while the believers shall be touched by it as if by a mere cold.'" At this, Abdullah sat up, his countenance marked by anger, and exclaimed, "O people, fear God. Let he who knows something speak of what he knows, and let he who does not know say, God knows best. Indeed, the most knowledgeable stance for any of you is to admit, concerning that which you do not know, God knows best. For God the Exalted said to his prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, say, I ask of you no reward for this, nor am I of those who take upon themselves burdens beyond their capacity. Surah Sa'd 38:86. When the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, saw the people turning away, he supplicated, O God, send upon them 7 years of famine as the 7 years of Joseph. In another narration it is said that when the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, called the Quraysh to faith, they belied him and resisted him, so he prayed, O God, aid me against them with 7 years like the 7 of Joseph. And thus a year of famine struck them, consuming all they had, until they ate hides and carrion out of dire hunger. One among them would gaze at the sky and behold what seemed like smoke. Then Abu Sufyan came to him and said, O Muhammad, you came commanding obedience to God and the upholding of kinship ties, yet your people are perishing. So pray to God, the mighty and majestic, for them. God the Exalted then revealed, so watch for the day when the sky will bring a visible smoke. Surah Ad-Dukhan 44:10, until his saying, indeed you will return to disbelief. Surah Ad-Dukhan 44:15. Abdullah then said, will the torment of the hereafter be lifted? On the day when we strike with the greatest assault indeed, we will take retribution. Surah Ad-Dukhan 44:16. The assault, he explained, is the day of Badr. In a narration by al-Bukhari it is said, so it will surely be inescapable. Surah Al-Furqan 25:77, referring to the day of Badr. In the two books it is narrated from Abdullah that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, 5 signs have already passed: the smoke, the inescapable, the Romans, the assault, and the moon. 242, the 18th, from Masruq, on the authority of Abdullah, that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, he is not of us who strikes his cheeks, tears his garments, or calls out with the cries of the days of ignorance. In the narration of Yahya ibn Yahya, it is stated as or. 243, the 19th, from Abdurrahman ibn Abdullah ibn Masud, who said, I asked Masruq, who informed the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, of the jinn on the night they listened to the Quran? He replied, your father, meaning Ibn Masud, told me that it was a tree that informed him of their presence. 244, the 20th, from Masruq, on his authority that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, there is no soul unjustly killed except that a share of its burden falls upon the first son of Adam, for he was the first to initiate the act of killing. In another narration it is said, for he was the first to establish the precedent of killing. 245, the 21st, from Masruq, who said that Abdullah reported, the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, the most severely punished among people on the day of resurrection will be the image makers. In a narration by Muslim it is stated, among those who will suffer the harshest torment in the fire on the day of resurrection are the image makers. And in a narration by al-Bukhari from the hadith of Ibn Abi Umayyah on the authority of Sufyan, the most severely punished among people on the day of resurrection will be a man killed by a prophet or an image maker who crafts these idols. 246, the 22nd, from Masruq on the authority of Abdullah, who said, the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, declared, the blood of a Muslim who testifies that there is no God but God, and that I am the messenger of God is not lawful to shed except for one of 3 reasons: the married adulterer, a life for a life, or the one who abandons his religion and separates from the community. 247, the 23rd, from Amr ibn Maymun, on the authority of Abdullah, who said, we were with the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, in a tent numbering around 40. He asked, would you be pleased to be a quarter of the inhabitants of paradise? We replied, yes. He then said, would you be pleased to be a third of the inhabitants of paradise? We replied, yes. He continued, by the one in whose hand is the soul of Muhammad, I hope that you will be half of the inhabitants of paradise. For paradise will not be entered except by a Muslim soul, and you, among the people of polytheism, are but like a white hair on the hide of a black bull, or a black hair on the hide of a red bull. 248. The 24th, from Amr ibn Maymun, on his authority, who said, while the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, was praying near the house, Abu Jahl and his companions were seated nearby. A camel had been slaughtered the day before, and Abu Jahl said, which of you will go to the entrails of the camel of so-and-so's clan, take them and place them on Muhammad's shoulders when he prostrates? The most wretched among them arose, took the entrails, and when the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, prostrated, placed them between his shoulders. They burst into laughter, leaning upon one another in mockery, while I stood watching. Had I the strength to protect him, I would have removed it from the back of the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. The Prophet remained in prostration, not raising his head until someone went and informed Fatima. She came, though still a young girl, and removed it from him, then turned to them, rebuking them with sharp words. When the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, completed his prayer, he raised his voice and invoked against them. It was his custom to supplicate thrice when he prayed, and to ask thrice when he sought something. He said, O God, deal with the Quraysh, repeating it 3 times. When they heard his voice, their laughter ceased, and fear of his supplication gripped them. Then he said, O God, deal with Abu Jahl ibn Hisham, Uqba ibn Rabia, Shayba ibn Rabia, al-Walid ibn Utbah, Umayyah ibn Khalaf, and Uqba ibn Abi Mu'ayt. He mentioned a 7th, though I do not recall his name. The narrator said, by the one who sent Muhammad with the truth, I saw those he named struck down, then dragged to the well of Badr. In another narration, I bear witness by God that I saw them struck down, their faces altered by the sun, for it was a scorching day. In a narration by al-Barqani, the 7th is named as Ammara ibn al-Walid, though some narrators stated that mentioning al-Walid ibn Utbah in this hadith is an error. 249, the 25th, from Abu Mama Abdullah ibn Sakbara on the authority of Ibn Masud, who said, the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, entered Makkah on the day of its conquest, while around the Kaaba stood 360 idols. He began to strike them with a stick in his hand, proclaiming, the truth has come and falsehood has perished. Indeed, falsehood is ever bound to perish. The truth has come, and falsehood can neither initiate nor repeat. Surah Al-Isra, 17:81. 250, the 26th, from Abu Ma'mar, on his authority concerning the saying of God, the Mighty and Majestic. Those whom they invoke seek means of access to their sustainer. Surah Al-Isra, 17:57. He said, there was a group of humans who worshipped a group of jinn. The jinn embraced Islam, but the humans persisted in their worship of them. Thus, this verse was revealed. Those whom they invoke seek means of access to their sustainer. Surah Al-Isra, 1757. In a narration unique to Muslim from Abdullah ibn Utbah ibn Masud, on the authority of his uncle Abdullah, a similar account is given. 251, the 27th, from Abu Ma'mar, on the authority of Abdullah, who said, the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, taught me the tashahhud, holding my hand between his hands as if teaching me a surah from the Quran. All greetings, prayers and pure words are for God. Peace be upon you, O Prophet, and the mercy of God and his blessings. Peace be upon us and upon the righteous servants of God. I bear witness that there is no God but God, and I bear witness that Muhammad is his servant and messenger. This was also narrated in the 2 books from the report of Shakik ibn Salama, on the authority of Abdullah, that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, when one of you sits in prayer, let him say, all greetings are for God. And he mentioned it, adding at the mention of the righteous servants of God. For when you do this, you have extended peace to every righteous servant of God in the heavens and the earth. And at the end he said, then let him choose whatever supplication he wishes. 252, the 28th, from Abu Ma'mar, on the authority of Ibn Masud, concerning the splitting of the moon, with words of similar meaning. Among them he said, the moon split into 2 parts during the time of the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, bear witness. In another narration, we were with him, and he said, bear witness, bear witness. In yet another, While we were with the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, at Mina the moon split into two halves, one half behind the mountain and the other before it. The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said to us, "Bear witness." In a narration unique to Al-Bukhari, Abu ad-Duha reported from Masruq, on the authority of Abdullah, that this occurred in Makkah. The authentic collections also contain narrations of the splitting of the moon from Ibn Umar, Ibn Abbas, and Anas ibn Malik. 253, the 29th from Abu Ma'mar, on the authority of Abdullah, who said, 3 men gathered near the house, 2 from Thaqif and 1 from Quraysh, or 2 from Quraysh and 1 from Thaqif. Their bellies were heavy with fat, but their hearts were light in understanding. One of them said, "Do you think God hears what we say?" Another replied, "He hears if we speak aloud, but not if we conceal it." The third said, "If he hears when we speak aloud, then he hears when we conceal it." Thus God, the mighty and majestic, revealed, "And you did not cover yourselves, lest your hearing, your sight, and your skins should testify against you." Surah Fussilat 41:22. In a narration unique to Muslim, from Wahb ibn Rabi'ah, on the authority of Abdullah, a similar account is given. 254, the 30th, from Al-Harith ibn Suwaid, on the authority of Abdullah, who said, "I entered upon the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, while he was suffering from fever. I touched him with my hand and said, 'Indeed, you are enduring a severe fever.' He replied, 'Yes, I suffer as much as 2 of you would.' I said, 'That is because you have a twofold reward.' He said, 'Indeed, no Muslim is afflicted with harm, be it illness or otherwise, except that God expiates his sins thereby, as a tree sheds its leaves.' 255, the 31st, from Al-Harith ibn Suwaid, who said, Abdullah ibn Mas'ud narrated to us 2 hadiths, one from the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and the other from himself. He said, 'The believer sees his sins as if he sits beneath a mountain, fearing it will collapse upon him, while the wicked sees his sins as a fly that passes over his nose, and he brushes it away like this, gesturing with his hand.' Then he said, 'I heard the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, say, God rejoices more at the repentance of his believing servant than a man who in a barren and perilous land has with him his mount carrying his food and drink. He lays down his head and sleeps for a while, then awakens to find his mount gone. He searches for it until the heat and thirst, or whatever God wills, overwhelm him. He says, I will return to the place where I was and sleep until I die. He rests his head on his forearm, awaiting death, but awakens to find his mount beside him with his provisions and drink. So God is more joyful at the repentance of his believing servant than this man is at recovering his mount and provisions. Muslim narrated only the transmitted portion of this hadith. 256, the 32nd, from Qais ibn Abi Hazim on the authority of Abdullah, who said, The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, There is no envy except in 2 cases, a man to whom God has given wealth, and he is enabled to spend it in the cause of truth, and a man to whom God has given wisdom, and he judges by it and teaches it. 257, the 33rd, from Qais on his authority, who said, We would go on expeditions with the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, without women among us. We said, Shall we not castrate ourselves? But he forbade us from doing so. Later he permitted us to marry a woman temporarily with a garment as dowry for a fixed term. Then Abdullah recited, O you who have believed, do not prohibit the good things which God has made lawful to you. Surah Al-Ma'idah 587. 258, the 34th, from Zir ibn Hubaysh concerning the saying of God, the mighty and majestic, and he was at a distance of 2 bow lengths or nearer, Surah An-Najm 53:9, and his saying, the heart did not lie about what it saw, Surah An-Najm 53:11, and his saying, he certainly saw of the greatest signs of his sustainer, Surah An-Najm 53:18. He said regarding all of these, Ibn Mas'ud stated that he saw Gabriel upon him be peace, possessing 600 wings. He added concerning he certainly saw of the greatest signs of his sustainer, Surah An-Najm 53:18, that he saw Gabriel in his true form. This is as narrated by Muslim in Al-Bukhari regarding the saying of God, the Exalted, and he was at a distance of 2 bow lengths or nearer, so he revealed to his servant what he revealed. Surah An-Najm 53:9-10, Ibn Mas'ud said, he saw Gabriel with 600 wings. He did not mention this in connection with the other verses, nor did he add anything beyond what we have cited. Abu Mas'ud in Al-Atraf regarding the hadith of Abdul-Wahid mentioned, and he had certainly seen him in another descent, Surah An-Najm 53:13, stating that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, I saw Gabriel in his true form with 600 wings. However, this is not found in the copies we have seen, nor did al-Barqani mention it in what he transmitted in the 2 books. God knows best. What is found in the hadith of Abdul-Wahid in Al-Bukhari concerning, and he was at a distance of 2 bow lengths or nearer, so he revealed to his servant what he revealed, Surah An-Najm 53:9-10, is that Ibn Mas'ud narrated that he saw Gabriel with 600 wings, 259, the 35th. From Zayd ibn Wahb al-Juhani on the authority of Ibn Mas'ud, that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, After me there will be favoritism and matters you will disapprove of. They asked, O Messenger of God, what do you command us to do? He replied, Fulfill the rights that are upon you and ask God for what is due to you. 260, the 36th. On his authority from Abdullah, who said, The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, the truthful, the trusted, narrated to us, the creation of each of you is gathered in his mother's womb for 40 days, then becomes a clinging clot for a like period, then a lump of flesh for a like period. Then God sends an angel with 4 decrees. He writes down his provision, his lifespan, his deeds, and whether he will be wretched or blessed. Then the soul is breathed into him. By the one besides whom there is no God, one of you may perform the deeds of the people of paradise until there is but an arm's length between him and it. Yet the decree overtakes him, and he performs the deeds of the people of the fire and enters it. And one of you may perform the deeds of the people of the fire until there is but an arm's length between him and it. Yet the decree overtakes him, and he performs the deeds of the people of paradise and enters it. 261. The 37th. From Ubaidah as-Salmani on the authority of Abdullah, who said, The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, The best of people are my generation, then those who follow them, then those who follow them. After them will come a people whose testimony will precede their oaths, and their oaths will precede their testimony. 262. The 38th. From Ubaidah, on his authority, who said, The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said to me, Recite the Quran to me. I replied, O Messenger of God, shall I recite to you when it was revealed to you? He said, Indeed, I love to hear it from another. So I recited Surah An-Nisa to him until I reached this verse. So how will it be when we bring from every nation a witness, and we bring you, O Muhammad, as a witness against these people? Surah An-Nisa 4:41. He said, That is enough for now. I turned to him and saw tears flowing from his eyes. In a narration unique to Muslim from Amr ibn Hurayth, on the authority of Ibn Mas'ud, the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, A witness as long as I am among them, or as long as I was among them, with doubt from Mis'ar. 263. The 39th, from Ubaidah on the authority of Abdullah, who said, The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, I know the last of the inhabitants of the fire to emerge from it, and the last of the inhabitants of paradise to enter it, a man who will crawl out of the fire. God, the mighty and majestic, will say to him, Go and enter paradise. He will approach it, but it will seem to him that it is full. He will return and say, O Sustainer, I found it full. God, the mighty and majestic, will say to him, Go and enter paradise. He will approach it again, and it will seem to him that it is full. He will return and say, O Sustainer, I found it full. God, the mighty and majestic, will say, "Go and enter paradise, for you shall have the like of the world and 10 times its like, or 10 times the world." He will say, "Do you mock me or laugh at me while you are the sovereign?" The narrator said, "I saw the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, laugh until his molars were visible. And it was said, that is the lowest in rank among the inhabitants of paradise." In a narration unique to Muslim, a lengthy hadith from Anas ibn Malik, on the authority of Ibn Masud concerning the last to enter paradise, is narrated with wording distinct from this hadith, and we have presented it in full elsewhere. 264, the 40th, from Ammar ibn Shurabil, on the authority of Ibn Masud, who said, "I asked the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, which sin is the greatest?" He replied, "That you set up a partner with God while he created you." I said, "Indeed, that is immense." I asked, "Then what?" He said, "That you kill your child out of fear that he will eat with you." I asked, "Then what?" He said, "Then that you commit adultery with your neighbour's wife." 265, the 41st, from Abu Amr ash-Shaybani, whose name is Sa'd ibn Iyas, who said, "The owner of this house," and he pointed with his hand to the house of Abdullah, "told me, I asked the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, which deed is most beloved to God?" He replied, "Prayer at its appointed time." I asked, "Then what?" He said, "Kindness to parents." I asked, "Then what?" He said, "Striving in the path of God." He said, "He informed me of these, and had I asked for more, he would have given me more." 266, the 42nd, from the narration of Abu Uthman al-Nahdi, it is related that a man having kissed a woman came to the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, and disclosed his deed. Thereupon the verse descended, "And establish prayer at the 2 ends of the day and in the approaches of the night." Quran Hud 11, 114. The man inquired, "O Messenger of God, is this for me alone?" The Prophet replied, "Nay, it is for whoever among my community acts upon it." In a variant narration, unique to Muslim, a similar account is recorded with additional expressions bearing deeper meaning. It is narrated from Al-Qamah and Al-Aswad, on the authority of Abdullah, who said, "A man approached the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, and confessed, 'O Messenger of God, I have struggled with a woman at the farthest edge of Medina, and I have taken from her what falls short of touching her intimately. Here I stand before you, judge me as you will.' Umar remarked, 'God has veiled your fault. Had you but veiled it yourself.' The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, remained silent, offering no immediate response. The man rose and departed, but the Prophet sent someone after him, calling him back, and recited to him the verse, "And establish prayer at the 2 ends of the day, and in the approaches of the night. Verily, good deeds remove evil ones. That is a reminder for those who remember." Quran Hud 11, 114. A man among the assembly asked, "O Prophet of God, is this for him alone?" He replied, "Nay, it is for all people." 267, the 43rd, from Abu Uthman al-Nahdi, on the authority of Ibn Masud, it is conveyed that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, declared, "Let not the call of Bilal to prayer prevent any of you from your pre-dawn meal, for he calls or announces while it is yet night, so that those who are praying may return, and those who are asleep may awaken. The dawn is not when one says like this," and some narrators joined their hands together, "but rather when it is like this," and he extended his 2 index fingers. In the narration of Jarir, it is described as the transverse light, not the longitudinal. 268, the 44th. From Abu Uthman, it is related that Abdullah said, "Whoever purchases a she-camel that has been milked, let him return it along with a measure of dates." In some narrations recorded by al-Bukhari, it specifies a measure of dates, though al-Bukhari does not mention this. Abdullah further stated, "The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, forbade intercepting transactions." In this narration, 2 rulings converge. The ruling on the she-camel is from Abdullah's statement, while the prohibition of intercepting transactions is directly attributed to the Prophet. Muslim, however, recorded only the prophetic tradition concerning interception. 269,
the 45th. From Abu Wa'il, Shaqiq ibn Salama, on the authority of Abdullah, it is narrated that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "When you are 3 in number, let not 2 whisper to one another, excluding the third, until you mingle with others, lest it grieve him. And let not a woman describe another woman to her husband in such detail as though he gazes upon her." 270. The 46th, from Shaqiq, on the authority of Abdullah, it is related that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, declared, "Reviling a Muslim is an act of iniquity, and fighting him is an act of disbelief." 271. The 47th. From Shaqiq, on the same authority, it is narrated that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "None is more jealous than God, and for this reason he has forbidden indecencies, whether manifest or hidden. And none loves praise more than God, and for this reason he has praised himself." In a variant unique to Muslim, narrated by Abdurrahman ibn Yazid from Ibn Mas'ud, a similar meaning is conveyed, though it omits whether manifest or hidden, and adds, "And none loves to accept an excuse more than God, and for this reason he sent down the book and dispatched the messengers." 272. The 48th, from Shaqiq ibn Salama, it is related that a man named Nahik ibn Sinan came to Abdullah and asked, "O Abu Abdurrahman, how do you recite this letter as an alif or a ya? Is it from water not stagnant, Quran Muhammad 47:15, or from water not yasinin?" Abdullah replied, "Have you memorized the entire Quran, save for this?" The man answered, "Indeed, I recite the shorter surahs in a single unit of prayer." Abdullah responded, "This is akin to poetry. Some people recite the Quran, yet it does not surpass their throats. But when it settles in the heart and takes root, it brings benefit. The best of prayer is in bowing and prostration. Verily, I know the paired surahs that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, used to recite together, 2 surahs in each unit of prayer." Then Abdullah rose, and Alqamah followed him. We said to Alqamah, "Ask him about the paired surahs the Messenger of God used to recite in each unit." Alqamah entered, inquired, and returned to us saying, "They are 20 surahs from the beginning of the shorter chapters, arranged according to Abdullah's order, the last of them being from the Ha-Mim chapters, such as Ha-Mim ad-Dukhan and Amma Yatasa Alun." 273. The 49th. From Shaqiq it is narrated that Abdullah addressed us, saying, "Upon whose recitation do you command me to recite? By God, I have taken directly from the mouth of the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him." In Muslim's narration it is added, "I recited before the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, some 70-odd surahs. The companions of the Messenger of God knew that I was among the most knowledgeable of them concerning the Book of God, though I am not the best among them. Were I to know of someone more knowledgeable than I would journey to him." Shaqiq added, "I sat in the circles of the companions of Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, and heard none contradict or reproach him." At the beginning of a narration by Abda, the verse is cited, "And whoever misappropriates will come with what he misappropriated on the day of resurrection." Quran, Al-Imran 3, 161. 274. The 50th. From Shaqiq, on the authority of Abdullah, it is related that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "How wretched it is for one of you to say, 'I have forgotten such and such a verse.' Nay, rather, he has been made to forget. So recall the Quran to mind, for it slips from the hearts of men more swiftly than camels from their tethers." In the narration of Yahya ibn Yahya, the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "Let not one of you say, 'I have forgotten such and such a verse.' Nay, rather, he has been made to forget." 275. The 51st. From Abu Wa'il, on the authority of Abdullah, it is narrated that a man was mentioned before the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, who slept through the night until morning. In another narration it is said, "He remained asleep until morning." The Prophet remarked, "That is a man in whose ear, or ears, the devil has urinated." 276. The 52nd. From Shaqiq, on the same authority, it is related that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said,
I am your forerunner at the pool. Men from among you will be raised to me, and as I reach out to give them drink, they will be snatched away from me. I will cry out, O my sustainer, these are my companions. But it will be said, you know not what they innovated after you. 277. The 53rd. From Shakik, on the same authority, it is narrated that a man asked, O Messenger of God, will we be held accountable for what we did in the days of ignorance? The Prophet replied, Whoever excels in Islam will not be held accountable for what he did in ignorance, but whoever falters in Islam will be held accountable for both the former and the latter. 278. The 54th. From Shakik, it is related that Abdullah used to remind the people every Thursday. A man said to him, O Abu Abdur Rahman, I wish you would remind us every day. Abdullah replied, What prevents me from doing so is my dislike of burdening you. I choose moments for exhortation as the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, used to choose moments for us out of fear that we might grow weary. 279. The 55th. From Shakik, on the authority of Abdullah, it is narrated, On the day of Hunain, the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, favoured some people in the distribution of spoils. He gave Al-Akra ibn Habis 100 camels, and to Uyayna ibn Hizn the same, and he favoured other noble Arabs that day in the division. A man remarked, By God, this is a division in which justice has not been sought, nor was the face of God intended. I said, By God, I will inform the Messenger of God. I went to him and told him what had been said. His face changed until it was as if dyed with saffron, and he said, Who then will be just if God and his messenger are not just? Then he added, May God have mercy on Moses. He was afflicted with more than this, yet he endured. I said to myself, By God, I will never convey such words to him again. 280. The 56th. From Shakik, on the authority of Abdullah, it is related, I prayed with the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, one night, and he prolonged it until I entertained an evil thought. It was asked, What did you intend? He replied, I intended to sit down and leave him. 281. The 57th. On the authority of Abdullah, it is narrated that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, Whoever dies associating partners with God will enter the fire. And I said, And whoever dies not associating partners with God will enter paradise. In the narration of Waqi and Ibn Umair for Muslim, the reverse is recorded. The Messenger of God said, Whoever dies not associating anything with God will enter paradise. And I said, Whoever dies associating anything with God will enter the fire. In the narration of Abdul Wahid for Al-Bukhari, it is stated, The Messenger of God spoke a word, and I spoke another. He said, Whoever dies setting up a rival to God will enter the fire. And I said, Whoever dies not setting up a rival to God will enter paradise. 282. The 58th. From Shakik, on the authority of Ibn Mas'ud, it is related, It is as though I see the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, recounting the story of a prophet from among the prophets, whose people struck him until they drew blood. He wiped the blood from his face and said, O God, forgive my people, for they know not. 283. The 59th. On the same authority from Abdullah, it is narrated that a man came to the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and asked, What do you say of a man who loves a people but has not yet joined them? The Messenger of God replied, A man is with those whom he loves. 284. The 60th. From Shakik, on the authority of Abdullah, it is narrated that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, The first matter to be judged among people on the day of resurrection will be bloodshed. 285. The 61st. From Abu Wa'il, on the same authority, it is narrated that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, For every traitor there will be a banner on the day of resurrection, and it will be said, This is the treachery of so-and-so. A similar narration is recorded from Thabit on the authority of Anas, directly attributed to the Prophet. 286. The 62nd. From Abu Wa'il, it is related, I was sitting with Ibn Masud and Abu Musa al-Ash'ari when they said that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, declared, "Before the hour there will be days in which ignorance descends, knowledge is lifted, and chaos abounds, and chaos is killing." In a narration unique to Al-Bukhari, with the same meaning, from Abu Wa'il on the authority of al-Ash'ari, it is related that he asked Abdullah, "Do you know the days of chaos mentioned by the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him?" And a similar account is given. Ibn Mas'ud also said, "I heard the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, say, 'Among the worst of people are those upon whom the hour comes while they are still alive.'" In a variant unique to Muslim, with the same meaning from Abu al-Ahwas on the authority of Abdullah, it is narrated that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "The hour will not come except upon the worst of people." 287. The 63rd from Abu Wa'il, on the authority of Ibn Masud, it is narrated that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "Verily, truthfulness guides to righteousness, and righteousness guides to paradise. A man persists in truthfulness until he is recorded as a truthful one, and verily falsehood guides to iniquity, and iniquity guides to the fire. A man persists in falsehood until he is recorded with God as a liar." In a variant unique to Muslim, with a similar meaning from Abu al-Ahwas on the authority of Abdullah, at the end of a narration beginning with, "Shall I not inform you what is slander?" it is said, "And Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, declared, 'A man persists in truthfulness until he is recorded as a truthful one, and in falsehood until he is recorded as a liar.'" 288. The 64th from Abu Wa'il, on the same authority, it is narrated that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "Whoever swears falsely to seize the property of a Muslim will meet God while he is wrathful with him." Abdullah added, "Then the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, recited to us the confirmation of this from the Book of God. Verily, those who purchase a small gain at the cost of God's covenant and their oaths," until the end of the verse. Quran, Al-Imran 3:77. Both Al-Bukhari and Muslim recorded this from the narration of Abu Wa'il on the authority of Ibn Masud with the same meaning, and added, Al-Ash'ath Ibn Qais al-Kindi entered and asked, "What does Abu Abdurrahman narrate to you?" We replied, "Such and such." He said, "Abu Abdurrahman speaks the truth. There was a dispute between me and a man over a well, and we brought our case before the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. He said, 'Your 2 witnesses or his oath.' I said, 'He will swear and not care.' The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, then said, 'Whoever swears a false oath to seize the property of a Muslim, being wicked in it, will meet God while he is wrathful with him.' And the verse descended, 'Verily, those who purchase a small gain at the cost of God's covenant and their oaths,' until the end of the verse. This is the only narration of Al-Ash'ath Ibn Qais recorded in the 2 authentic collections, Afrad al-Bukhari, Unique Narrations of Al-Bukhari, 289, the first, from the narration of An-Nazal Ibn Subra al-Hilali, a companion, on the authority of Abdullah, it is related, "I heard a man recite a verse differently from how I heard the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, recite it. I took him by the hand and brought him to the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, and mentioned this to him. I perceived displeasure in his face, and he said, 'Both of you are doing well, do not differ, for those before you differed and were destroyed.'" 290. The second, from Tariq ibn Shihab, on the authority of Abdullah, it is related, "I witnessed a scene with al-Miqdad ibn al-Aswad that I would prefer to be its protagonist over anything comparable. He came to the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, while he was invoking against the polytheists on the day of Badr, and said, 'O Messenger of God, we will not say as the children of Israel said to Moses, peace be upon him. Go you and your sustainer and fight. We are sitting here.' Quran, Al-Ma'idah 5:24. Rather proceed, and we are with you." It was as though this gladdened the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. 291. The third, from Tariq and Mara ibn Sharahil, both on the authority of Abdullah, it is related that he said, "The best of speech is the Book of God, the best of guidance is the guidance of Muhammad. Peace and blessings be upon him. The worst of matters are those newly invented, and what you have been promised will surely come, and you cannot escape it. 292. The fourth from Alqamah ibn Qais on the authority of Abdullah. Regarding the verse, "Indeed he saw of the greatest signs of his sustainer," Quran An-Najm 53:18, he said, "He saw a green canopy that covered the horizon of the sky." 293. The fifth. From Alqamah, it is related. We were sitting with Ibn Mas'ud when Khabbab came and said, "O Abu Abdurrahman, can these people recite as you recite?" He replied, "If you wish, I can command one of them to recite for you." Khabbab said, "Yes." Ibn Mas'ud said, "Recite, O Alqamah." Zayd ibn Hudayr, the brother of Ziyad ibn Hudayr, said, "Do you command Alqamah to recite when he is not the most skilled among us in recitation?" Ibn Mas'ud replied, "If you wish, I can inform you of what the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said about your people and his people." I recited 50 verses from Surah Maryam, and Ibn Mas'ud asked, "How do you find it?" Khabbab said, "He has done well." Ibn Mas'ud said, "There is nothing I recite that he does not recite." Then he turned to Khabbab, who was wearing a gold ring, and said, "Has the time not come for this ring to be cast away?" Khabbab replied, "By God, you will not see it on me after today." And he cast it away. 294. The sixth from Alqamah on the authority of Abdullah, it is related, "We used to count the verses as blessings, while you count them as warnings. We were with the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, on a journey, and water became scarce. He said, 'Seek for me some leftover water.' They brought a vessel with some water in it. He placed his hand in the vessel and said, 'Come to the blessed purification, and the blessing is from God Most High.' I saw water gushing forth from between the fingers of the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and we used to hear the glorification of the food as it was being eaten." In the narration of al-Barqani from the tradition of Abu Ahmad az-Zubayri, it is added, "We ate with the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and we heard the glorification of the food." And regarding the water, it is further stated, "until we all performed ablution." 295. The seventh. From Alqamah, it is related, "We were present with him," meaning Abdullah, "while reviewing the copies of the Quran. He came upon this verse, 'And whoever believes in God, he guides his heart.' Quran At-Takaban 64:11. He said, 'This refers to the calamities that befall a man, and he knows they are from God, so he submits to them and is content.'" Al-Barqani mentioned this narration, stating that Al-Bukhari recorded it, saying, "And Alqamah said, though the compiler of the indices overlooked it." 296. The eighth from Al-Aswad ibn Yazid, it is related that he heard Ibn Mas'ud say, "The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, went to relieve himself and commanded me to bring him 3 stones. I found 2 stones, but sought the third and could not find it, so I took a piece of dung and brought it to him. He took the 2 stones and cast away the dung, saying, 'This is impure.'" 297. The ninth from Abdurrahman ibn Yazid, it is related, "I heard Ibn Mas'ud say regarding the surahs of Bani Israel, Al-Kahf, Maryam, Taha, and Al-Anbiya, 'They are among the earliest treasures, and they are of my ancient inheritance.'" 298. The 10th. From Al-Harith ibn Suwaid on the authority of Ibn Mas'ud, it is related that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "Which of you loves the wealth of his heir more than his own wealth?" They replied, "O Messenger of God, there is none among us but that his own wealth is dearer to him." He said, "Then know that his true wealth is what he sends forth, and the wealth of his heir is what he leaves behind." 299. The 11th. From Qais ibn Abi Hazim on the authority of Abdullah, it is related, "We did not cease to be honoured since Umar embraced Islam." 300. The 12th. On the same authority from Abdullah, it is related that he approached Abu Jahl on the day of Badr while there was still a glimmer of life in him. He said, "How? I am only a man killed by his people?" In the narration of Al-Barqani, at the beginning, it is added, he said, "Has God not humiliated you, O enemy of God?" And Abu Jahl replied, "How?